Hi, Angela. Mhm.
Hi. Hi,
I
Liz.
we're
Are we
already
the only two?
we are already on YouTube, I think. Yes, it says here
Okay.
YouTube, but yeah, I just wanted to ask Imani. Okay, I'll send her a message.
Oh no, don't. She's very busy with Wendy's sacred activation. She didn't realize it was an audio, not a video. So she has to add graphics or at least one picture and then post it. I'm just looking. Help me. Vibrant Living is currently host. I know Imani opened this up. You came
Yes.
on no problem, right? Because I told her I don't want to be responsible
No,
to host and then
that's why I was wanted to ask her about the breakout rooms. So yeah, let's just wait until everybody arrives then. So then
yeah
Wendy's gonna do it at 10 then. Okay. Because
yeah so
we
no,
are
not Wendy starting
Who do you want to be
at
host? Who
10.
should I make co-host? I might be able to make more than one co-host. Let me know. I am here.
okay.
Oh, fantastic. All right, it says here Imani Vibrant Living is
Hold on a
currently
second,
host.
okay?
That's you,
I can't
right?
really hear you that well. Just one moment. Oh,
Okay.
hold on. Oh.
Can you stop the
Reclaiming.
YouTube? It's already on
Mm.
YouTube.
Okay, ladies, this is live streaming right now. Okay.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
Everything
all
is,
right.
yes.
sorry. This is live streaming right now already. So if you'd like to mute your mic and then talk with me on WhatsApp, that would be preferred. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Uh,
The melody sweet, the earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. Melody sweet, the world that canvas paint what you see of my feet. I'm living in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher.
Imani, I'm just gonna keep it simple, just put a title slide and then post the video run.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm just gonna keep it simple. I'm just gonna create a slide and then just let the music run on that same.
Yeah.
Picture, the
Yeah,
vibrant.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I just went into Canva and I just added audio to a Canva picture and made sure the picture was there long enough to cover the audio. That's all I did. Is that something you can do?
Yeah, I don't use Canva.
Yeah.
I have Photoshop.
Okay, use something else.
So I'll just do it all. I'll just create that. Don't worry about it. I'll just do it. I just wanted to confirm with you what you want to have. That's all. I'll look out for that.
I'm trying to find out where I'm hearing this conversation again. Sorry.
Yes, Imani, I think the sound in Zoom is not the sound of music. It's actually our conversation.
It is. Thank you for letting me know because I started hearing that. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, echo.
Angela, was a link put on Facebook? I know I looked, but I didn't see an announcement or a way for people to join today.
Hi, Jennell. Hi, Marg.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, you're outdoors. I'm envious. What a beautiful day. A
I
vibrant day to close up.
am. I got my little boy out there.
Living it, yours and mine.
Hi, Jennell. Hi, Marg.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, you're outdoors. I'm envious. What a beautiful day. A
I
vibrant day to close up.
am. I got my little boy out there.
Living it, yours and mine.
In case anyone's wondering, that's our AI generated vibrant living theme song. And Imani, our fellow organizer and sponsor for Vibrant Living's event, went into AI to create that. And just a good example of what technology, when used positively, can help us generate a theme song when I know I don't have any musical talents except I like to sing in the bathroom. So, welcome everybody today. And thank you for joining us at Vibrant Living. I believe we are streaming live right now on Facebook. So, I just wanted you all to know that it's with great gratitude that this download came in March 2024, just a year and a half ago. And we've done 3 summits at a galloping pace. And the first 2, we were sowing seeds. By this round, this third round, we realized we need to have a team to make this go. Vibrant living is really about a team of people, a tribe, a community, where we all come together, like-minded, with similar frequencies and vibrations and thoughts, kindred souls. So let's make this something that we could all participate together. If you've missed our fireside chats, the last 3 that I have the privilege of attending, and they are all on playbacks, I'd encourage you to play back and listen. Because one of the things that was mentioned in our Sunday, September 28th fireside chat was about we as practitioners doesn't mean we are not learning. This is our playground. Whatever voice and modality we choose to express ourselves in this life is how we interact with everyone. So you as an audience are interacting with us and we help you grow, but we are growing because this is our playground, ours meaning you and us. And there is no me anymore. There is only from me to we. So as a collective, let's work together and build something wonderful that raises our vibration. Today, for example, Wendy Saw will have, we will be airing before 11:30, where we take our break. Wendy Saw will be airing and sacred activations where you have 3 codes. And in case you didn't get a chance to watch a 2-minute reel where she explains why there is silence, I just want to reassure everyone, those silence is where you need to sit and just relax and allow the codes to embed into your body, because that's what Wendy is trying to explain. You don't need to do anything. You can sleep through it, whatever. Just don't drive a car, operate any machinery, drink lots of water after. And the beauty about this is if your body is not ready for these codes today, it's already embedded. It's in your aura, it's in your DNA. When the time comes, and these codes are all only going to upgrade you and make your life smoother, make you stronger. So they will come into your essence and help you weather or help you transform. So don't miss that. And the wonderful thing is, this is shared with everyone. If you didn't get a chance to listen to anything throughout Vibrant Living, start with this one. There's also Evelyne's Divine Love meditation that is also available to everyone. So if you're feeling you've been a giver all this time and you're starting to feel exhausted, let's just start with divine love for yourself first. And that's another wonderful gift that Eveline has gifted us with as one of our Summit Impact speakers. So before 11:30, you will receive Wendy's sacred activations and Evelyne's meditation as I have shared. All this will be available to the general public that registered for free until October the 5th, October 5th. And as a special bonus to everyone, all of us speakers will be coming together to add one extra fireside chat, because the last few days I know some of our emails couldn't reach some of you, so we extended our generosity to have an extra week for the general public to access everything. And that includes what I mentioned earlier about Eveline and Wendy. And for our VIPs, we are also very grateful for you to choose us. We have added an extra choice of your choice of a gift. Out of the 9 speakers, you are already reaping all of their generosities, but you can add on an additional bonus. Maybe share it with a friend, share the wealth. Why not? And for the VIPs too, we have extended the playbacks till November the 9th. We made it a Sunday because we figured people will have a little bit more time to relax and truly enjoy. You know, life can be very hectic sometimes, and it's very important that we also slow down or breathe. Let's try that right now. Let's all breathe and take 3 deep breaths, okay? Breathing in. And out. At your own pace, couple more breaths. Beautiful. And on that note, I would love to see if all our speakers and guests could, if you're willing, show your faces. It's always good to see faces on the screen. If you can hear me and you're tuning in and it's possible, would love to see your faces on the screen.
Hello, 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 Divine Living.
Hello, Imani. It's so good to see you. Eveline, it's so good to see
Hello.
you. Yeah. It's really interesting. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for showing your faces. It's always so good.
Good morning, everyone.
Intro.
Good
Hi.
morning.
Yeah, so I mentioned about how grateful I am to the whole team and about Eveline's divine love meditation. If we're feeling stressed, and it's available to everyone till October the 7th for the general public. No, October 5th. My apologies. I announced that as October 5th already. And for the VIPs till November 9th. And about today, Wendy's sacred activation that would be aired before our break at 11:30. So yeah, it's so good to see all your faces. I just, as a closing time for our 5 days virtual summit, maybe we could go around and we could all share a little bit about what your feedback is.
Well, can I just say that I want to announce that we are going to begin the recording now. Thank you for diving right in this morning, Angela. I just want to, take a moment to settle in and allow some more of our guests to come in. I made an announcement on the Facebook group that we are live, and thank you for laying out what the plan is for today's Integration Day. Which is created for us to sort of celebrate all of the insight and all of the sharings that have happened over the last 4 days. And we want to enjoy and immerse ourselves in the learnings. Today is all about integrating that into our new way of living as we start to collect all this information and apply it in our own lives, right? So again, what your question was to find out, what was your question again, Angela? I'm just gonna make sure we note that I'm pressing record, starting now.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. We started our last closing day for a 5 day summit. So happy to experience this since its opening. First download was March last year, and this is our third round. So grateful to all the speakers that came before us that sowed the seeds until it's a sapling with our co-op effort this round. Yeah, I was just mentioning to everyone that today we will have Wendy Saw's Sacred Activation going to be aired before our break at 11:30. And yeah, so happy to see you, Liz, Jennell, Eveline, Imani, not the whole team, but you're part of the team. And I know tonight's fireside chat is going at 7 o'clock, is going to be very lively. So maybe this would also be a good time for each one of you who showed up as our Summit Impact speakers to give a little feedback about what your experience has been, and maybe we can go on from there. What do you think, Imani?
If anybody has any response to that, yeah, let's welcome that.
Shall we start with you, Liz? Some feedback about what this whole experience in Vibrant Living has been for you.
I think our experience is still going on because we still have all this day we have our final, but we also have an extension of the time for the next week, right? And
Yes.
also you mentioned October 4, we are meeting. So I'm not ready to give my feedback yet because
Okay.
it's still going on. For me,
Yeah.
it's still going on.
Yeah, we're still in the
Um,
heart of it. Like we're still in the heart of the summit. And I
yeah.
think, I know for me, I'm still feeling so much excitement and so much joy from taking in the speakers. I mean, there hasn't been enough time to really watch all of the videos, but even just our fireside chats have been an amazing place to connect and share in the modalities and share in the work that we're all doing. So as Liz said, it's still going. It's still going, and I'm still feeling it at my heart. So I hope I didn't just cut you off, but my heart is bursting with joy with this process and wanting to still experience where we are. And experience is the key word for today, because we have the immersive experiences that are going to be unfolding and available to all of our attendees starting at 12 o'clock right through until 6 o'clock. And there is a list. You should have received an email, but if not, please check your junk mail and check Facebook, because I know the emails went out. We have over 100 guests attending this summit right now. So I'm so excited that you all have registered and have decided to be part of Vibrant Living. The integration process just requires you to experience, just sit back and receive the support. And you can do that today between 12 and 6. Take a look and see which speaker, which summit impact speaker you cannot miss. And please get in and experience what they have to offer you. You will be pleased, more than pleased, to know what it's like to work with one of us. And that schedule is posted in the Facebook chat. So please find out where you want to be today. What would you like to do? Would you want to have that special reading that Almerinda has been talking about in the fireside chat yesterday? And wow, like I'm going. Okay, so like you're going to see some of the speakers in some of these sessions as well, because I want to experience more. I learned yesterday that our birth name is really important, and I've had a whole bunch of name changes. Apparently my soul wanted all of these name changes, right? So I'm looking forward to checking her out. It's not interfering with my session when I'm going to be sharing ways that you can shift into positivity and joy more instantly when you're going through challenges. And so that's what I'll be doing in my session. Do any of the speakers want to share what you will be doing in your immersive session this afternoon?
Shall we start with Jennell?
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to say, Imani, thank you for all of that and for laying out so beautifully all the exciting things that are happening today and tonight, and just all of the incredible gifts and talents and skills and life experiences that each one of us have brought to this Vibrant Living Summit, because it's such a unique set of gifts that we are all sharing and that someone can take away, right? There's so much to learn. Even for us speakers, I mean, we're learning so much from each other too. It's not just what we're offering, it's also what we are taking from each one of us. And I am just as excited as you to participate in everyone's unique offerings, because they are so incredible. I've only had a chance to kind of dabble in a little bit, so I can't wait to dive deeper. Super excited about that. In terms of myself, I am, of course, demonstrating, not just demonstrating, really diving a little bit deeper into the simple health test method and why it's so important and why someone can use this in their health to live a more vibrant life, not just exist in a body that maybe feels a bit uncooperative. We'll say, if you're experiencing, symptoms and health challenges, and we really do have the ability to take control of that and navigate a different outcome. So I'm going to be demonstrating one key step, important step that even as practitioners we often miss, that a mentor taught me and made a massive difference in my practice. And otherwise, I'm offering that at 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. today. So that will give me plenty of time to experience other people's offerings and demonstrations. And I'm super excited about that. So just happy to be here.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you for your share, Jennell. How about you, Eveline? All the way from the Netherlands, 6
All the
hours
way.
difference.
This is kind of like Eurovision, right? Netherlands, 12 points. Canada, 12 points. So I was explaining this summit to a friend of mine, and I was saying, it's as if a flame has been ignited in all of us, and we're all fanning the flames of unity, of cooperation, of divine love, and expressing it in our own ways. And it's such a wonderful, loving way to get together and to share and to yeah, to really feel as a team. I've never felt that in all of the summits I've been part of or I've organized. This team feeling is so important, and the feeling of belonging. And I think that's something we can really share with everybody out there, that there are places, there are communities where you are seen and loved and appreciated for who you are, and no matter gender, color, health, right? We're all equal, and we're all loved and supported, and we're here to support you in the best way possible and according to all our different talents, and we're all beautiful gems. I said it before, we're all these rare diamonds that are now given the moment to shine, that are uncovered from the earth and that are sparkling, and allowing everybody else to sparkle, right? That's the message. It's like you are allowed to shine, and by us shining our lights, we inspire other people to shine their lights fearlessly, and yeah, so it's very inspirational. What I was thinking of doing in my demo is a release exercise. I'm not going to say what it is because it's a surprise. But my topic was about the miracle of joy, right? Uncovering joy. So, in order to uncover joy, we need to release that which is weighing us down, like the past, like grief, like things things that are not serving us anymore. So that's kind of a sneak peek of what I'll be doing. So it's an energy exercise. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Beautiful. I love it.
And
Great.
Liz, can you share about what you will be doing in the demo?
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Eveline, for your words. They are very inspiring, and I love them. Thank you. So, yes, I'll make space. I'll jump into your session. Yeah. So, at 1 p.m., what I'm going to be doing is introducing you into the world of hypnosis and past life regression. So, as we all know, or maybe some forgot, we are all coming from source. When we come to this world, we forget, but our duty is to remember who we are and live with joy, as Eveline is saying, because we are here to live with joy. But of course, being here in the matrix, as Wendy was saying yesterday night, make us forget about the joy. And then it's that what we need to remember. So in that session, I'm just going to introduce you to that. Of course, it's not a full past life regression session, because for that one, we need 2 hours. Okay. So it's just a sneak peek of what you could get into that, and what it could give you, because there is a lot of benefits. And as all of these modalities that we are presenting is knowing more about yourself. Each one of us guides you into your inner self to know what is inside. And then when we find what is inside, we heal and we can go and continue our way into a more vibrant living, which is what we all look for. So that's my message.
Oh, thank you for that, Liz. And actually, you know, last night's fireside chat on September 28th, it was so true when one of the main messages that we were chatting about is when we see people come into our lives, whether they are relationships or clients, we are growing with them because what we choose as our voice currently is our playground, as Almerinda was describing in her interview and last night's fireside chat. We all grow when we have this opportunity to interact with clients who come in, and the bonuses, the generous bonuses that are being offered by all of these Summit Impact speakers. So I'm going to transition to Imani here because I know, Imani, you've been my partner in crime as organizer and
I say
sponsor for the
partner in
summit.
divine, partner
In
in all
divine.
things
Thank you.
divine.
Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
correction. I needed to hear that. But tell us about your demos today because you have
Sure.
2 spots. Mhm.
Right. My demo today is going to be helping you to shift into your divine paradigm. Often will feel like joy or feel like ease and peace. And it's pretty useful for you when you are navigating any challenges to be able to have this tool or this method in mind, and to shift into that positive divine paradigm where you're looking at all things possible, where you are looking and shifting and beginning to recognize, you know what, all things happening are for my good right now. Sometimes we forget that when we're in the middle of something that is challenging or new or scary, and all of the things, all of the stuff that kind of gets us off track. This is a practice that's going to help you to get into alignment. And so I will be sharing that in the immersive experience this afternoon at 4 o'clock. And I'd love to take some time to just give you a rundown of the other speakers because they aren't here. At 12 o'clock, we start with Eveline. Eveline, you may want to speak on yours as well. No, you did already. Sorry. So 12 o'clock, both Eveline and I will be available. You can choose what time slot you're going to be able to come in. And since I have a second time slot, you can go into Eveline's and we won't be in conflict. I will be also at 4 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we'll have Jennell. Her topic is take control of your health. And we'll have Liz as well with the past life regression for healing. That was her topic in her interview. At 2 o'clock, we'll have Almerinda. Her topic was aligning with your business to activate your life purpose. And she's going to share some wonderful time with you around the names and the words that we're using to create the path in our life. Marg is also going to be available at 2 o'clock, and her session is 60 minutes. So if you can get into both, you may want to check both. That's at 2 o'clock. Marg, are you here and available to share a little bit about what you're going to share? So I know she's on with us right now, but I didn't see her camera on. So if she comes back, maybe we'll hear from her. At 3 o'clock, Jennell, take control of your health. Again, that's a second session for her. And Almerinda, again, sharing a second session. So please check that calendar so you can position yourself and plan which ones you're going to be able to get to. As well, these will be recorded. So if you don't get into a session, you may want to check out the recordings. They'll be released in the Facebook chat. As well, this is live streaming to YouTube right now, so that will also be available. When I upload any of the pre-recordings, it's going to take some time, but YouTube is live and direct right now, and it'll be there when we're done today. Okay, so make sure you catch these replays if you don't get to make it to the immersive experiences. Moving on, at 4 o'clock, I'll be there offering that special technique I've been telling you about, and my topic was Awaken to your divine blueprint. At 5 o'clock, we will have Wendy. Her topic was you are the creator, and she's going to be working with us for 30 minutes at 5 o'clock. And then we have Dr. Oksana. Her topic was 5 T's of health, and we're looking forward for her 1 hour support session that she's providing at 5 o'clock. Then we're going to take a break, and we'll talk about the fireside chat a little bit later. That's something else that you can look forward to today. And please just keep your eyes on the Facebook chat group. And I wanted to dive into something about how we can navigate that Facebook group a little bit later. Angela, do you have anything else you want to share? Because I think that's pretty good, and people are ready to and have the information they need, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll just keep it organic and make sure we cover any information and all the
Okay.
speakers know about what's happening. So if we missed anything, please
Sure.
just raise your hand or jump in
Okay.
and unmute yourself. I just want to say, to live vibrantly, you need to uncover or discover, but I think uncover is a better word, your authentic self. It's a journey about finding you. So that's all I want to say for now. Anyone else can think of anything that we might have missed?
I think you both covered everything beautifully, and it gives a very clear layout of all of the wonderful things that are happening today. And even if people can't attend live, as you said, there's opportunities to still catch up later, so nothing gets missed.
Perfect.
And I guess I'll just say, if anybody's here, what I'll be talking about a little bit is the therapy process, but also a taste of tapping, which is a real foundational method that I use in lots of ways. And we can do an exercise where people can bring something that each one is bothering them, some discomfort in mind, in body, and have a taste of what that feels like.
All right. Thank you for that. So something important that I wanted to share. Obviously, most of us may have been experiencing the technical difficulties or the energetic hiccups that were occurring as we launched the summit. And we just want to thank you for your patience, and thank you for trying so hard to get here, even if you didn't know where to go. And because of those, your patience, we wanted to honor you and bless you with the gift of extended replays so that you can still experience all of the amazing insights and learning that has occurred and has been shared by the speakers. So originally we had intended that those replays would only go until Wednesday, but we don't want to do that anymore. We want to make sure you feel the joy we felt. We want to make sure you experience the shifts. And so with that, we are extending the replays until Sunday, October 5th. Now, in order to really engage with us, we are also having a fireside chat that's going to happen on October 4th. So watch the videos and the replays all week whenever you can, so you can compile those questions and bring them to the fireside chat on Saturday, October 4th. And I believe the time is 4:30. Is that correct, Angela? Great. At 4:30 p.m. Eastern, October 4th. And then you can watch them, then you can revisit the videos that you need to go rewatch again on Sunday. Now, VIPs, you had extensions until October 31st. We're going to extend yours until November 9th. That's a Sunday, November 9th. So once again, you have more time to immerse yourself in the learnings and the sharings that we at Vibrant Living have spent 6 months building to support you with. And the tech stuff is a learning experience for us all. And for me, as the person who was sort of in charge of managing all those pieces, I tell you, using a new platform was a challenge, and they put up a wall and said, go with what you know. And so going back to with what I know, I am hoping that you're receiving the emails. If not, this message is so important for you to recognize. And now, how can you best experience and take advantage of this week, I'm going to be sharing with you a link where you can just go to a landing page and see everything on one landing page. Okay. But all of the engage, that doesn't allow you to engage, right? That just allows you to spend time, inner reflection time, and really immerse yourself with you and your screens. With that, if you are a VIP, then you've got a workbook that you will be able to download this evening and just use it. Right now, there's a link, you can use it online, but the download is going to be even more juicy, like spaces for you to write if you want to print out a couple of pages. We're going to provide that for you today. So you're going to receive an email that allows you to do that. Download a workbook. And for the VIPs as well, you're going to receive a backdrop. See this backdrop we have right here? One of our team members, I'm going to talk to you about them, and they're not visible. They're not being seen, and I have to acknowledge them, and I will do that shortly. But this beautiful screen that you see in the back was designed by one of our team members, Diana, or Rebel D Mama. She has designed some beautiful fireside chat backgrounds for you as well. So those links are going to be provided in the Facebook chat as well as in an email. If you can't find your email, go to Facebook, please. Everyone should have the Facebook link. And if I could have someone drop that in the chat right now as well, the Facebook link, if you can, go to the Facebook group and just click share and copy and paste it in the link in the chat for me. That'd be great. So if someone is in this call hasn't been able to do that, they can find it. It's also going to be posted in the YouTube channel underneath in the description box. So you can look for there some links that are going to be important to you. We don't want anybody to be lost. So that's the way we're going to guide you. I'm going to share my screen right quickly because in the Facebook chat, sometimes people aren't seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. And the reason is your own Facebook page is designed for you. And so if you've posted something in the Facebook chat, you're going to see it, but I may not see it until I'm scrolling through all of the places that are inside the Facebook group. And so here's something you should know. As I share my screen, when I open up my Facebook chat, I see at the top this featured section. And as the tech guide in this summit, I often will highlight a post up in this area right here. And those are called the featured. And those are the ones I don't want you to miss at all, right? But if you notice here by this green arrow, I've set up my Facebook page to show me any recent activity. I set it up like that, but usually it's set at most relevant. That's the default setting is most relevant, and that could look different for everyone. And unless you scroll through the Facebook group, you may miss some of the posts that have been received. So I tend to select recent activity here. You can choose most relevant, or you can even choose new posts. Okay, so this whole area is featured at the top of the Facebook group when you enter it, and it's going to look different for everyone. So I'm hoping that helps you to navigate the Facebook group when you get in there. But there's an even more valuable place that helps you just to experience the summit in a more organized fashion in the Facebook group. I'm going to have to open up my another page and share that with you. Does anybody have any questions here about this particular space?
I just want to say thank you for sharing that because I didn't even know that.
Okay.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to take you to my Facebook page now so we can go live and see things a little bit better. Hopefully you see that there. You probably see everything else that I have in my page. Let me close some stuff here. Okay. So now I've come into the Facebook living group. Is that clear? Everybody sees that? We've got these messages happening. And we've got our 98 members. More have been adding themselves to the Facebook group in the last 3 days. Here is a section that allows us to take a look at some of the files that have been uploaded, some of the media, any special events. Who are the members in this group that you may want to connect with? They're all the people that have joined Vibrant Living and are what I like to say, like-minded seekers and supporters. Because we have so many practitioners like Fern in this room, one of our past speakers. Other practitioners have joined us too, who can bring some increased quality of life for you. So we have seekers and supporters in the members area that you may want to seek out as friends or people to be part of your circle of like-minded souls. And of course, any questions, the features again, these are those important posts. As you can see, mine now show that schedule for today, and everyone should be able to see that at the top. All right, now I'm going to take you to the guides section. That's where you can go and really take a look at the summit through the rest of the week in an organized fashion, okay? So when I click guides, I'm going to see a list of all of the important guides. That was the agenda at the beginning of the week. Day one and day one's link. The fireside chat is now a recording on YouTube, so you'll see that in as a replay option. You can watch today's session again and some activities or thoughts for you to take action on if you're one of our attendees. The VIPs have more action to take in the workbook, so there's still time to upgrade to VIP if this is something you want to do. Scrolling down, here was the times for all of our fireside chats. You're going to see the link for tonight's finale fireside chat. It's not the final one, it's the finale for the summit. So that link is there. Okay, I'm going to like that one. All of our speaker bonuses are here. And if you need help, just put your questions here, because I might miss your question as I'm scrolling through Facebook, as I'm busy still setting up all of the tech requirements to continue the summit, all the way through to October 4th, where you're going to see that fireside chat for October. That link is going to be added. And of course, it's going to be featured. Remember that location I showed you? It's going to be featured. So keep your eyes to Facebook. And if you really need help getting organized, come through the guides section here. And the high vibes section, I'm going to be posting Angela's song, which is the song that inspired her download and that she shared with us in the beginning of the summit. It creates such a beautiful vibe. I have a very different, unique style and approach to high vibes. I'm going to put that AI song in there. And any speaker who wants to put something in there, I think the sacred activations should go in there. Any thing that our summit impact speakers want to contribute, we can put that in the guide. And just if you're looking for those high vibes, go to this section, please. And of course, participant feedback, there's a section there that you can post. And we want to know, as the summit is unfolding, what are some of the things you want to provide as feedback, both positive and improvement feedback? Because I love feedback. Yes, there may be an issue, share that with us and what we can do alongside it to improve. What are your suggestions? What did you prefer to experience? I find that's really important so that we can move in the right direction to support you when you have been experiencing issues around the summit. So your feedback is really, truly appreciated. I hope that helps. The guide is located here at the top of the screen when you enter the group, and you can click that. I think that's going to help you experience the summit even more organized. If that's something you need, I'm spontaneous. I go with whatever. I go with the flow. But this allows you to have a structured flow and you can go in and check those guides, and please enjoy those extended replays for the rest of the week. And join us at the fireside chat so you can engage. One important link that's also going to be shared there is that landing page that I mentioned. So those that want to avoid the Facebook group and just want to go spend some alone time with the inner work that you're doing as you watch those replays, you can do that on the landing page. And that is going to be posted a little later on because I kind of have a busy day today. And so should you, because we're here all day until our fireside chat this evening, which is the next topic I wanted to talk about. We're having a finale fireside chat. All of us are going to be there. And even Eveline, who's in the other time zone, like across the country, across the world. And so, okay, across the pond, that's what they say. Thank you. I can remember. And we really want you to join us there because that fireside chat is the place where we are just, again, experiencing that live energy that every one of you bring in to the room, like all of your light. Imagine all that light just bubbling by the fireside chat. That's an ultimately beautiful experience. You know, it's not a meeting, it's a meeting of the souls where our lights are shining. So we want to see your spark in that fireside chat. So it's burning warm and glowing. And you can get your background in your, that'll be posted as well for all our VIPs. Okay. And if you're a VIP, when you come into the room, put VIP in front of your name if you know how, because that allows us to spot you and have you get access first with your questions when we have our hot seat. What's the hot seat? The hot seat is this opportunity for you to get a personal question answered. So if you're like saying, you know, I know one of the group messages in the Facebook group was a person asking about feeling peace or feeling, they're feeling anxious when they're moving. And so our speakers were able to answer her question in the Facebook group. Come and get that question answered live. Do you have something you're going through and you feel like one of us, your Summit Impact speakers, can actually help you? Come to that fireside chat tonight and experience us again live and direct with the fireside chat. Okay. Does anybody have anything they want to contribute to all of those details that I might have missed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to two things. Eveline, do you want to go first or?
Yeah, one thing you forgot to mention, Imani, is that we are sharing the light with the VIPs. So as extra compensation for the technical hiccups,
Ooh,
Yes.
we are inviting the VIPs to share the light. So they already have the bonus of choosing their favorite practitioner for a free coaching session. And they can now gift a coaching session to a friend or family member. So as a way for us to compensate for the inconvenience caused.
thank you so much. So sharing the light. You're going to look for that special gift. That's going to be a post in the Facebook group. You're going to get an email with those details. All right. Share the light for the VIPs. That's a personal opportunity for you to choose a practitioner, right? Share a gift with a friend as well. Okay. All right. Perfect. Anything else?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I have what Eveline said.
Yes.
And also that because our group is not just the 99 members that are on Facebook, right?
Yes.
So we have a lot of other members who
Yes.
don't really like to use Facebook. So if you are watching us on YouTube, just stay tuned and we are sending you emails through our new platform so you can be engaged and actually continue watching all the interviews. And as we said, we get together because it's not these members here. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you, Liz. And I want to say, if you do feel like there's other friends of yours out there that should participate in the summit, please feel free to share the invitation. The link, the registration is still complimentary, right? You can come on in. So please share with your friends the invitation to enjoy the remaining extra time of the summit this week and experience all of these Summit Impact speakers on Saturday. So now that that's all out there, I'm hoping Wendy's activation, which is such an important part of the underlying essence of the work that we're doing and the deep inner essence of what type of shifts we want you to experience here at Vibrant Living. And this activation is such a beautiful opportunity for us to feel that creator come within us and be activated through the sacred activation. I know Wendy has shared a video with us on what those sacred activations are. And there's also, what should I say? I'm going to see, did anybody hear from Angela about the sacred activation? Would we like to play that sacred activation video that shows what the activations are about? What are your thoughts?
I know Wendy has uploaded it already, and it can be played. Let me just describe a little bit.
Thank you.
She's working today. You know, many of us have 9-to-5 jobs. Not everybody is always available to join in, and that's why it's you don't see everybody here. But her sacred activation has much to do with, it's not a meditation. Let's start with that. It's not a meditation. There is a difference. And the beauty about sacred activation, it's an upgrade for everybody. Whether you are ready for it or not, it is something that is embedded. If you just sit quietly and let it play. And it's already been uploaded in our day 5. So we can play that shortly after my introduction here. First of all, there would be 3 activations that you will experience. There would be some silence in between, and the silence, we encourage you to sit quietly. You're not driving, hopefully, and not operating any machinery, as Wendy always reminded us, and hydrate with lots of water, which most of you already know that is very important with any healing. And this upgrade, even if your body doesn't need it now or not ready for it, it's already embedded in you once you sit through this activation, which lasts about 15 minutes. And these 3 codes, you will find out there would be a Metatron code, a Moses code, as well as a Christ code. May not be in that order, but they each have a specific purpose that Wendy will explain during the activation. So just don't be alarmed if you hear the silence, because it is the download and you just need to sit quietly. So Wendy sent her love and apologies. She can't make it to this morning's closing ceremony. She will be there for the demos, and you can ask her questions then. She will make time and come live for that later on this afternoon. But for now, Imani, if you find where it is, this would be a good time for us. At 11 o'clock, top of the hour, this is perfect. And we can all enjoy that.
Right. So,
Angela, do we know how long it is?
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you. As she mentioned, it's a good idea to get water. This is a 20-minute activation. Okay. And so you feel free to, turn off your screen if you wanted to, or to close your eyes, or to get the water and prepare yourself. I'm going to close my screen and share my screen so that you can see the video. It's more of an audio, so there isn't something to watch. It is an audio. So do what feels comfortable for you. And again, make sure you have the water. And you can see my screen and we're ready to share. Enjoy.
My name is Wendy Saw, the founder of Divine Creator. In this session, we will explore and experience sacred activations. It is a subconscious meta-programming healing method, a direct energy activation from Source or Creator energy that reprograms your subconscious beliefs, patterns, trauma, DNA, timelines, energetic blueprints, and more. It is delivered via high-frequency transmissions and coded with sacred geometry. It is not a meditation or affirmations. You don't have to do anything. Just relax, receive, and allow the energy to support your healing and awakening. Please do not operate any machinery or be driving while listening to these activations. Before we begin the activations, here are a few simple guidelines to help you receive the highest benefit. Be open to receive. Sacred activations are quantum in nature, so there is no need to analyze or understand. Simply allowed. Relax your body. Find a comfortable seated or lying position. Close your eyes and just simply enjoy. Breathe gently. Slowly, slow, deep breaths help your body integrate the energy more smoothly. Stay hydrated. It's very important that you drink water before and after the session to support the energetic detox. These activations will continue to work with you for days and weeks. So continue to maintain your water intake. Best to drink 2 to 3 liters of water a day. Let go of expectations. Results may be instant or it may unfold over time. Trust that your system, your body, knows what to release and to realign. Now let's begin. Take a deep breath in and slowly release. Feel your body relax. Let go of tension in your shoulders, jaw, or even your belly. See, feel, or imagine roots growing from your feet or from your tailbone, going deep, deep, deep into Mother Earth. Let the roots continue to grow and extend deep into the heart chakra of Mother Earth. You are safely grounded and connected. Running activation, Lord Metatron. Lord Metatron brings sacred activation codes into your DNA. Activate your DNA up to 18 strands and accelerate their evolution to the new crystalline form. Simply relax and receive. Moses Code. Moses Code activate the Tree of Life sacred geometry in your body. Free your creative spirit and help you achieve a state of flow in all your creative pursuits. Christ consciousness. This activate the flower of life sacred geometry in your body. It gets you into your heart space and connects you to 5D unconditional love. These activations will continue to run in the background for days or even weeks. Take another deep breath and feel the shift. When you are ready, gently come back to the room. Wiggle your fingers and toes. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. You may feel lighter, clearer, or simply more at peace. Trust the integration process. And after these activations, you may also notice emotional release, insights, or energetic detox symptoms. Be gentle with yourself. Rest, hydrate, and listen to your body. You can repeat these activations anytime and listen to the audio again as guided by your intuition. Thank you for showing up for your healing and expansion. Remember, your life is the canvas. Consciousness is the brush. And you are the creator of your life. Thank you.
Can I share? I'd like to share. So I can't remember I can't remember all the names of these special people. I just know there's Metatron, Moses, and Christ. But the first one, this is my second time listening to it, because the first time as an organizer, I was just pre-screening it and I sat through it. And that's where I noticed, boy, there's so many silences, and I had to follow up with Wendy. What are they? What do they mean? So that's why we want to make sure we clarify that. But this is the second time listening to it, and I have the same feedback. It reminded me, for myself, I have some training in traditional Chinese medicine with my teacher. And one of the things they mention in traditional Chinese medicine is when your organs are working and they're communicating, the water from the kidneys would circulate and feed the heart fire and create this loop that nourishes the entire body. So when I listened to the first activation, I felt the saliva coming up, which is one of the secrets in traditional Chinese medicine. I don't know about other modalities. Maybe Jennell can share that shortly. But I find the saliva was coming up rapidly. And that's my observation. And that's when I know, okay, this particular code is bringing me better health, because all my organs are waking up and the kidneys water is circulating to the heart and bringing that kind of like a steam engine and energy all through the body. Then the second one about creativity, all of a sudden I was reminded about flow. We as a team tried brainstorming, because we want, when the summit is over, we do not want to leave each other. We've been so cohesive as a team. We wanted to carry on this relationship and share the love with the world. So one of the ideas that we did a beta testing was on WhatsApp, and we will revisit that and see how we can tweak it, or maybe ditch that and try something else. But that's something for us to play creatively. And that was what the second activation talked about, creativity. So if you don't know what we've done before on flow, it's okay. But I just want to reassure everyone, all of a sudden these downloads of ideas coming up as to how we can build maybe virtual retreats, maybe in-person retreats, maybe open house, where people can come together at one of the speakers' home and drop in and have a play date. Who knows? All these possibilities. And I'm sure when 12 brains are put together, which is our team, this is going to be so creative and so much fun. And finally, the tree of life. all of a sudden I see this garden in my body, and I'm reminded again that our body should be treated like a garden, not scientific experiments for this part and that part. It's not like robotic. It has a heartbeat, it has a life force that no machines can duplicate. So I'm just going to leave it at that as my comment. Maybe one of you ladies could share.
I see someone with their hand up. Oh, that's not their hand up. That's my mouse. That's my cursor. Sorry. Okay, so I'll go then. With the activation, I did feel the tingling in the crown when it first started. And it's funny, then I felt an idea, so I wrote it down. And one of the things I've noticed about this, I love when Wendy says this about the canvas. And that's exactly what we as 12 had come together to do. This whole summit, this version of it, was an idea. And we've all been painting this canvas of what vibrant living can be. And you see something you don't like, you go erase it, or you paint over it and you change it, or you reposition this here and there. And that is exactly what we've been doing with our energy and our ideas and our contributions as a team of 12. And I'm just thinking of Jesus and disciples and all those things. It's just a coincidence. But I love it. But not only that, it's a bigger team of 12. We are a reflection of you. And our souls are responding and are a mirror to you, the viewers and the attendees. And so this is when we take action on what we've been called to do, it's for you and for us. It's for us all. And so I'm so grateful to this team of Summit Impact speakers. So grateful for you, Angela, and grateful to Diana Campero and Yvonne Cullingham. I hope I'm saying their names correctly, but I know them by their first name, Diana, Rebel D Mama, and Yvonne, these two beautiful souls who are also past speakers with Vibrant Living, who came on board to help us with all of the details in the back end, again, editing, pointing out grammar errors, doing these backgrounds and design stuff. And people on our team, the Summit Impact speakers, didn't just speak and record interviews. They've been in the background, popping out these messages on Facebook, coming up with ideas and supporting us in implementing them, helping with the editing and the design of the workbook. It's just been a beautiful experience creating all of this for you. And it just is all coming from that inner light that we all share. So thank you all for joining us. I am grateful, Fern, you're here, and you do this amazing thing too when you capture what you received as an attendee. Is there anything you'd like to share with us as an attendee of this summit? And if you're
I would
here,
still love to hear Jennell's feedback.
oh, sure. Go ahead, Jennell.
You're interested
Sorry.
in my feedback, are you, Angela? So I have a unique background because while some of my techniques are very much rooted in energy and quantum physics, as Wendy said, but I also have the other side too, with the clinical background in nutrition and herbalism. And so my experiences, I am very open to energy, and I have a background as well in hypnosis and NLP and different things. So it's easy for me to connect quickly. And the first time that Wendy did this activation, I didn't really know what to expect. And it was quite profound for me, with the deep rooting and the tree roots and the grounding. And this time, so I was a little excited about, what's going to happen this time when we, because this time it was a little different, of course. And yeah, at first there was this water, as Angela said, but just very brief, like just for a split moment, I thought, oh, where am I? Like a lake, or what is this? But then it was the energy and it was like pins and needles through your whole body of this energy that you could feel, which was quite interesting. And then I'm not sure at what point, I know Angela had names for the different aspects, and Wendy did as well, of course, but I don't remember that. I was just trying to experience it. And at one point, when she talked about the tree, I think the tree of life, and it's interesting because that has come up for me so often in the last months. And again, there was this image of this beautiful tree, and I actually have a photo of it. I had Chat GTP through my verbal description print this, so it was just fascinating to me. And so I very much saw and felt that, and yeah, just the energy and the flowing and was it was really quite something. So I'm excited to see in the coming days or weeks or months what else might come from that, because it's not my area of focus or expertise, obviously, like Wendy. So it's really exciting, all the different things that the speakers bring. As you said, our group of 12. Coincidence? I don't know. So it's just I'm so grateful to be part of it, and to also participate in all of these beautiful things that everyone brings. So thanks for asking, Angela.
I, I don't see Fern in the room. I see her in the room, but I'm not sure if she's present to make a comment as an attendee. I think, Angela, is there anything else? I know that it's 11:30, that our practitioners are going to be preparing for their time in the immersive experience, and that again takes place here. You will be assigned to a breakout room and experience the work and the support that our Summit Impact speakers will be providing in the immersive experiences starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. We'll see you
Thank you.
shortly.
Yeah.
the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant living it, yours and mine. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant living it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant living it, yours and mine. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, live in it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves, paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves, paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, live in it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, live in it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves, paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves, paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant living, it's a state of mind. stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, live in it, yours and mine. I rise with the sun, it whispers my name, chasing the clouds like a child in a game. Feet on the ground, but my soul's taking flight. Breathe in the rhythm, feel the air ignite. Every heartbeat sings, I'm alive tonight. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Raindrops on leaves, paint the melody sweet. The earth hums a tune in the steps of my feet. I'm rooted in joy where the sky and land meet. Let the winds carry you higher and free. The world's a canvas, paint what you see. No limits, no walls, just infinity. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine. Vibrant, living, it's a state of mind. Colors exploding where the stars align. Dance through the fire, let the spirit shine. Oh, vibrant, living it, yours and mine.
Right on time. Hmm. So, plan is for you and I, Evelyn, to be practitioners. I do not recall who is going to be helping us with the room today at this point for breakout rooms. I've made most of us as co-hosts, Evelyn, Jennell. Any speaker I see, I'm going to be making as a co-host if anyone needs to or can step in at any time. Since you're here, Angela, you're going to be stepping in to work with someone, right? You're on mute still?
Yes, I
Okay.
would love to be experiencing these
Right.
demos. It's my play date today. I'm so excited.
Okay, so I know I want to get started right away. I don't know if Liz is here. I know Jennell, you're here. This is where I'm not hosting. So I don't remember who on the notes is the host for this to help with our breakout rooms at this time.
Well, I've got the host tools, but I have no idea how to create breakout rooms.
No, but you can't. Both you and I are going to be doing
Oh,
the
I
session.
can't. Okay. That
We had
makes sense.
scheduled someone for this. I don't remember if it was Liz or not.
I think it was Liz.
Yeah.
There's Liz. Hi,
Sorry,
Liz.
I'm here. I just
Uh-huh.
that I sent you a message on our communication. Um, yeah, so do you want me to create the breakout rooms?
So the breakout rooms are created already. You'll just have to put us in it.
Oh, for me, I just when I go to breakout rooms, it says create, so I need to create the two breakout rooms
Okay, hold on
and
a
then
moment.
assign manually.
Let's do it. I had created the rooms last night. I don't know why they're not there. So
So
yes,
a
you can go
question,
ahead and create them.
is Imani's demo at 12:30 to 1 or same time as Evelyn at 12 to 12:30?
Double D Mama's here.
Yeah, I just let her in.
Hi, Diana. I'm gonna give you, oh, she's not here yet. In. So each top of the hour we'll want to explain and share how the breakout room works, find out which room the person is going to want to go in. Hi, Diana. I'm making you a co-host as well. Hi, Fern, if you're back with us.
Hi, Diana.
So Liz, you're a co-host now. Yes, just create the two breakout rooms.
Yes, and then I can assign you manually. So you just need to tell me where are you going. So let me just, okay, and then I can let participants to choose the room. So I'm creating two breakout rooms, and we'll see. So one is Eveline, right?
Yep.
I'm just putting your names here. And one is Jennell. Oh no, Imani.
Jennell, Imani.
Yeah, at 12, Eveline and Imani, right?
Yeah, not Jennell.
Yes. And then I'm gonna open the rooms. And then you should be seeing
Join a breakout room, it says.
you can
That's
join
where
the
I'm
one,
going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where
the
I'm
one
going.
that you are into.
Okay. Are we at the same time, Imani? I think we are.
Yes, you both are.
Could somebody let me into the Zoom meeting? I'm just going in on my computer because I can't go into seems I can't go into the breakout room on my phone for whatever reason. So if you could just let me in and I'll get off my phone and just stay on the computer.
Yes, I think we are gonna get a message when you try to join.
I am
Zoom.
trying to join, so.
Yeah.
How do I join the room I want to go in?
Oh, I see. I know I can do it here. I've just seen it now.
You should have a message or something where you can choose. It should appear in your.
Do I click down on breakout rooms?
Oh, wait, I can assign you. Do you want Eveline or Imani?
Put me in Evelyn's, please. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I just want to let you know that everybody is now on the breakout rooms. They are doing a meditation. They will be back in a few minutes, and then they will share their experience with us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we are doing right now.
Understood. Thank you.
Sorry?
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can bring them back. It's the meditation is half an hour. So I'll join the room and see if they can come back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ah, we're back.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Imani, we haven't had a time to share yet within my group, so I wanted to give everybody the chance to share, if that's okay. Angela.
I'd love to start first because I discovered something during your guidance. I discovered I could journal and tap into my imagination at the same time. I've never done that before.
Ah.
So basically, it was so juicy about walking through the three doors, past, present, and future, that when I first walked into the door of the past, I see all these different color purses, some of them heavier color, some of them lighter. I got greedy, I picked up two instead of one. And then when I open these purses, these are past. One is a past life, and one is a younger life in the present life. So I was able on both to actually feel protected or comfortable enough to recognize them as lessons. And it was so good. We went through the fireside chat last night with Almerinda, talking about how she was grateful to her ex-husband for the divorce, and how that was him loving her enough to give her this experience. So I looked at my two past traumas, or whatever you call them, as loving gifts, and I was able to let it go, and I felt lighter. Then the next door, about the present, again this time I felt, maybe because wearing the hat of an organizer for Vibrant Living, I walked through a door and it's party time. Red color, flashing, those crystal ball lights that you shine and they just go all over the place shining. I felt like I walked into a party. And then in that party, it was very busy, but it felt like I could let go of that busyness and feel very supported. I think the main word I want to share is the present. I feel, oh, I'm going to get emotional again. Don't do that. Or do
Why
do
not?
that.
Go on, yes,
I feel
go
very
on.
supported. I feel very supported. And again, when I embrace that, it feels light again. And the final door, the future door, felt very much like a muted rainbow. I know you mentioned about a golden door. I didn't see that at first. I just walked through to the future and it felt like I just see rainbow, and I see it's not like a bright eye-popping rainbow. It's just soft rainbow. And I feel um, contentment, being, instead of always doing, and authentic living, authentic me. So the main thing was an aha too, was that journaling. Because as it was going through my head, I thought, oh, I have to write this down. This is where I need the workbook so I can start journaling all of this. So that's where I'm going to stop my share now.
Thank you, Angela. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Anybody else want to share? Jennell or Liz?
Sure, I can share.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wonderful experience. So the three doors that I saw, the door to the past, I don't know how to describe it. It was like this light blue, almost gray, like almost, when you're working online, I don't know how to call it, but it's like a link you can't click, like it's a kind of there, but it's not there. Not much you can do with it. And when I went inside and went down the stairs, it was just, there was a basement, but it was very just, I don't know, clean, empty, kind of like nothing really stood out much. It felt fine, just not really much of anything. And then there were, when you said to put an object or something in your hand, well, there was people, but they were so little, I didn't even know who they were. So I carried them out.
Mhm.
And then when you said, depending on what you want to do with them, I thought nothing really that you were um, offering. I thought that doesn't really resonate, but what did was like love, like just send them away with love, whatever. And I thought of those, those balloons that people light at night and they just
Mhm.
go up to the
Mhm.
sky. It's not really a balloon, but whatever it is. So it was very beautiful. And then, so the middle door, my present, it was purple and it had this almost like a stained glass, etched glass or something, this little window, like a taller than it was wide. And I thought, oh, this is neat. So when I finally went inside, there was a party. It was like this, surprise or whatever. I thought, what the heck is this? So I don't really know what that was, but anyways, it was very fun and just lots of people and yeah, just it was just a very nice, good feeling, very positive and lots of good energy. And then the future. It was a gold door. Before you said gold, I thought, oh, that's neat. My door is gold. Um, when you mentioned about what was it made out of, I thought, oh, that's a good point. I'm not sure because I think before they were wood, and I think this one was metal.
Mhm.
And then, but it was open a little, and there was like this bright light coming from it, but it was so bright, like you couldn't see kind of brightness. So I thought, okay, so when I did go inside, it was kind of blink, blink, like I can't really see because it was so bright. Um, but then there was this, well, it's kind of interesting. It's part of my story anyways. There was this gray horse, a draft horse there, and it very much is something that I'm working towards in my future is to rescue draft horses. So there was this big draft horse there, and the path that you kept talking about, that was interesting too, because so when I got on the horse and we went over this path, just this beautiful walk, and it was very green, like lots of green. I know you said about the colors. And but it was a bridge, but it was very like white, almost like ivory keys of a keyboard. It was interesting, like the bridge, the blocks in the bridge, I guess you would call it. Um, very strong, like supportive, not, scary. So anyways, we went over there and then as I was going down and around and this beautiful um nature, not so much colors and sense of, flowers and things, but very green. And then came into what I hope and suspect would be my future place, which was this beautiful, like this land that I've been working towards. And anyway, to have in-person retreats and things like that. So yeah, it was very, very beautiful. It was lovely.
And how did it make you feel?
Oh, amazing. It was magical. It's the only word that I can think of. Very magical.
Mhm.
Just, oh, and I did notice my breathing. So that was interesting. So in the first couple, because I didn't notice it till I got to the third door, how my breathing changed. I found that very interesting. So my breath was a little deeper and longer, whereas like in the first two doors, it was just kind of, like everyday shallow breathing, like we're almost not really, yeah,
Being
so there was
conscious of.
that I noticed, yes. So that was very interesting
Thank
too.
you. What a beautiful share. What a beautiful vision.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you for
interesting
leading
because
that.
while I was doing the visualization, I was picking up on these frequencies and I was feeling, oh, sort of the party that you mentioned. I felt that there's this sort of this party energy. There's this joy and color, lots of colors.
Oh,
That's,
yeah.
so
The
yeah.
party was quite, I don't know what that is. Well, yet to see, maybe, I don't know, but it was quite something. I was like, oh, what is happening? This seems exciting.
That's an invitation for fun, right? To be more playful, to have more fun, to connect with joy. Is there anybody else who would like to share? Liz or Fern? Ah, Liz is there.
I'm here, but I was in the on the technical side this time.
Yes.
I couldn't enjoy because I was going in and out of the room, but I couldn't do your meditation.
You can do it on the replay.
Yes, I will.
Yes. Thank you for the breakout rooms, Liz.
No
Great job.
problem.
And Fern, would you like to share or do you want to stay mute? That's fine too.
Yes, for now, I won't share right at this time. Thank you, though.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So, well, thank you, everybody, and
Yes, I think
viewers.
we can have a short recess right now because we are coming back, Jennell and I, at 1 p.m., right?
Yes, exactly. Yes. And enjoy the other sessions. Unfortunately, I have to dash off to my choir and then dash back again for for the fireside chat. So I'll be missing out, but I can look at the replays, right? I'm looking forward
Thank you.
to that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
everyone.
much for being here.
Thank you.
Love
Bye.
you.
Love you.
Stop sharing the video. Hello, everyone. It is 1 o'clock, and we're back for our second series set of immersive experiences. Who do we have scheduled? Oh, yes, we have Jennell. Jennell and Liz. And we're going to start with Jennell's session for the next 30 minutes. She was the speaker speaking on the topic of taking control of your health. And then,
sorry for interrupting, Imani. We have the screen is still sharing.
Is it?
Yes, so can you just stop it? So
I
we
did
can...
press stop, so I'm not... something in front of it. Hold on.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock. We're sharing, we're having our support led by Jennell until 1:30. And then at 1:30, we'll have Liz. The speaker topic was past life regression for healing, and they'll share with us the modality they'd like to support us through. So take it away, Jennell.
Thank you. And I'm happy to hear that. For some reason, I thought Liz and I were at the same time and there were breakout rooms. So this is great. I get to be with Liz too. So that was a nice surprise. There's the party.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you've ever felt like you're doing everything right, you're eating clean, you're taking the products, you're doing the checklists, but you're still not really seeing the results, that's exactly what I hear most often in my profession. And the reason usually boils down to confusion, too much conflicting advice. If you see 10 different people, you will likely receive 10 different answers. And at the end of the day, you don't know where to start. My mom was there. She struggled with multiple health issues for years. No one could resolve them. All they could do was help manage her symptoms. And that was the start of my journey 42 years ago. Because the truth is, we are taught to outsource our health. But the bigger truth is that our body already knows what it needs. And once I discovered how to access that data, everything changed. We could finally get the answers in minutes, not months. Here's the real problem. With most approaches, they jump straight to solutions. So we look for solutions based off symptoms or people's opinions. But symptoms, they can be very tricky and deceiving. Let's take fatigue, for example. Fatigue could mean you're low on iron, you have a candida overgrowth, you have a thyroid imbalance, you need adrenal support. All of these things could be different starting points and different solutions, right? Depending on what the root of the problem is. So you can't just think in terms of symptoms, but that's what we're kind of trained to do. So if you don't understand the body's first priority, we're kind of just guessing. So that's what the simple health test method is. And it has 3 steps: find it, fix it, feel it. So before we finish today, you'll get to experience how simple this really is in a live demonstration. So stay with me. But we're going to take a minute and I'm going to anchor this in first. So we're going to lock this into our subconscious. So first say, find it, fix it, feel it. So your body knows. Then we're going to talk about each step. So you know what to do. Before we demonstrate, there is one first key step that most people miss, and we always do this before we go into the 3 steps. That's what I'm going to demonstrate in a minute. So step number 1 is finding what that body's priority is. And the best way I can reference that is by sharing this story. So Diane came in. I'll never forget it. She was very frail and pale and weak and overwhelmed and just losing hope. And she's a real person, but very much a typical client that we would see. Doctors and other specialists that she saw, even holistic practitioners, they chalked a lot of it up to her age. She was in her 70s at that time. And she was really embarrassed. Her friends thought she had a brain injury because when she talked, she was slow. But she was actually a very brilliant, educated woman, so that added to her frustration. But when we used the simple health test, her body led us to what her priority was, which was not her age. And within a couple of weeks, she sent me a thank you card. Thank you for the renewed energy again that I never thought I would experience. That's the real power of being able to find the starting point, the body's priority, not based on symptoms, because what you feel might be entirely different from where the body wants to start. And I'll show you how simple that can be in a minute. So step number 2, the fix it. Not all solutions are the same. One might actually make things worse. Another might give you a little bit of a result, but there will be one ultimately that you can discover as being the best fit that brings about the highest possible outcome or results. And let me share this story to kind of help you experience that. So we were at a health event one time, and a friend of mine was wandering around. I was, setting up the table, doing my thing. And he was wandering around the back, and there was this person, the practitioner, that had some different products. But one in particular was this magnetic seat cushion. And he offered it for this gentleman to just sit on for a while for whatever reason. I don't know. But he had tested it quickly and said that his body was good with it. So anyway, he brought it back to the table. He was sitting on this, and I did not know that at the time. So all of a sudden I looked at him and I said, "My gosh, you don't look very well." And he said, "No, I'm not feeling well. I need to step outside." So he did. And he came back and he was pale, he was sweating. He said, "I don't know what's happening with me. You need to test me." So we used the simple health test, and his body showed that it was actually the seat cushion. And of course, the fix in this case was to remove the seat cushion. In a short time, he returned back to normal. Much like Diane, her body led us to what it was she needed to return back to a state of normal. In Diane's case, it was nutrition that her body was lacking. So the lesson in this, it's not about the tool, it was about the method. So for those of us who do energy work, whether it be pendulums, muscle testing, which I do. I love it. In fact, I teach that as part of my program, and I'm going to demonstrate that one step in a minute. But to get those really accurate results, like those are just tools. It's a tool like a screwdriver. And that screwdriver helps me use the simple health test method. It tells me which screws to turn. How many times do you turn them? Which way? To the left, to the right? Like how often? When you figure out sort of that sequence that is personalized to you, then we come to step 3, and that's where we get to feel it. And this can happen in minutes, not months. Here's one more story. My friend Brian, he'd been in and out of the hospital for weeks. When he called me, he was really scared. But in minutes, the method was able to find what his priority was, a $10 remedy, and in a few days, everything returned to normal. His color came back. He had this sort of gray clay almost look to him. His energy was restored. He started to gain weight because he had rapidly lost weight, and to this day, he still feels fine. But that's the difference between months of fear or getting stuck in not knowing, confusion, right? In minutes, you can gain that clarity that you need. And you can use this method to make everyday decisions. This doesn't have to be big, huge, life-changing transformations, although it can be, like toothpaste. We were talking about this the other day. Which one is the best for your body? Which mattress for your bed? Believe it or not, what shoes you put on your feet. I mean, your feet are the foundation. It's what carries you through life. Your food choices, herbs, products, even water filtration systems. Because what is good for one doesn't mean it's good for everyone, right? That's marketing. They make us think that. And while it may be good for you or me or Aunt Karen, but it doesn't mean it's universal for everybody. The body knows best. And we can do this without labs or tools or tech. So I'm going to show you, we have quite a bit of time here still. I'm going to show you what this looks like. So in my profession, a mentor taught me this, and it really made a world of difference between kind of making mistakes and not making mistakes, especially when we're dealing with energy and things like muscle testing, pendulums, and whatnot. So this is just one technique, and I like to use muscle testing. You don't have to, but you can. So the first step is always to make certain that the person or the people are testable, meaning that they are in the right state in order to do the testing. Sometimes we're not, and there's many reasons why we might not be. So we need to make sure of that first before we ever start doing any type of testing. So here's a little thing that we can try. And I guess I should have figured this out first, how I can be seen in this hole. I got to really back up here. I'm going to be outside in a minute. So here's a way that we can do it. Can you, oh, I don't know if we can see this. I got my funky pants on. Okay. So this is a way for people who are not familiar with muscle testing. I know some of you are, which is great. So you can use whatever method you feel comfortable. But for those who have never really experienced it, we can try it this way. When I teach it in my workshops, often this leg method is easier for people to grasp the concept. So I'm going to first show you, and then you can do it with me, and we'll do it, a couple times. So all I'm doing, this backdrop, it makes it, okay, there, I'm in the right spot. I'm getting a workout. Okay, so if I hold my leg, I see you laughing there, Angela. And I'm going to push down on my leg, and basically my leg is going to stay up. Like, don't push so hard that you're, struggling. It's just a slight resistance. So you just push, but you hold your leg up. So I'm pushing down with my hand, but my leg is like saying, nope, I'm going to stay up. I'm going to hold it there. That's the technique, we'll call it. But while we do that, this is what I want you to do with another hand, your opposite hand. It doesn't matter which one. Take your index finger, and we're going to call the pad side positive, and we're going to call the nail side negative. So for those of us who understand electricity, like the wiring that goes through the house, that's no different than the energy in our bodies. We are polarity, and we have a positive charge and a negative charge, but we need to make sure we have enough energy to even do testing. And this is where some people make really big mistakes, and they don't always trust their testing, and the results can be not accurate. I don't know a better way to say it, because we didn't first make sure we were in a state where the body can do the testing in the first place. So pad side, and you're going to hold it at the bridge of your nose. If you wear glasses, just go in behind them and make sure that you're making contact, just like actual electricity. Make sure you're making contact. So you're going to put the pad of your finger on the bridge of your nose, and then you're going to roll it over to the nail side. That's it. That's the action you're going to do while you're doing this. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. So I got my leg up, and I'm going to push. My leg is still there. Now I'm going to take the pad side of my finger and hold it on the bridge of my nose. I'm going to push my leg, and I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to push again. Now, when I do that, I can't hold my leg up comfortably on the nail side the way I could on the pad side. You could be the opposite. It doesn't matter which way's which. The concept is you need to feel the difference. Did that work for you, Liz?
This is amazing.
Did that work?
Yes.
Angela? Okay, so when someone is in that testable state, you can work with them. Doesn't matter if it's yourself, right? Or someone, now that's a whole bunch of ways that you can do it. I mean, that's just the easiest way to demonstrate for something like this. Because if somebody is not in a testable state, then you just can't do things like this because you could get it wrong. It could get mixed up. And there is a difference. I know sometimes people ask me, well, what's the difference between the positive and the negative? Our bodies have a Krebs cycle, right? And it goes in one direction. If you're the opposite, that Krebs cycle is going the wrong way, and you need to find out where the interferences are in the body. I teach all of that in my program. They're easy fixes. This is as easy, using my method is as easy as what I just showed you. If you can do that, and even if someone watching, you couldn't quite grasp it, it could be something as simple, and I'll just give you a couple little hints here without getting too deep into what I teach in my program, but it could be as simple as you just need some water. You just have to hydrate a little bit. Or maybe you're hungry and you need a little bite to eat. Sometimes it's literally that simple, and then you can come back and try again. So you always have to make sure that the person or yourself, both people, if you're using two people, if I as a practitioner was testing another person, I need to make sure I'm testable and they are testable. Because usually when people get it wrong, inaccurate results, inaccurate answers, because they weren't in the right state to begin with. Now, sometimes it can be much deeper than that, sometimes like in the cases of someone who's really off balance, you need to fix a few things first. And again, I teach all that in my program. It's not complicated. It's literally that simple. And the body is so smart. Our bodies are so intelligent. It can tell us so much. I mean, this simple health test is just the compass to help you navigate this landscape. When I shared a story, I think in one of our sessions earlier, I can't remember, but when many years ago, as a single mom, and life was hard. I was burning the candle at both ends. You're just trying to like pay the bills, and you're trying to, just run the house and the kids and the pets and the whatever, your, one man band, as my mom used to say. And it was hard. And I was, burning myself out, and I was in the corporate world, and I didn't want to do that. I knew a little bit um, about this because of my mom's health and healing journey. And of course, I was very involved in that, but I was fine. I didn't really have a reason to use it or experience it myself until one day I woke up and I did, and my body just quit me. I woke up and I couldn't even hardly move. And I was so scared, like what the heck's going on? And I panicked, and I'm, instantly, oh my God, what do I do? Who do I call? Like, what's happening? And I thought, no, this is crazy. Like, I've been through this with my mom. Just, just test yourself. The body knows, right? So I did. And immediately my body pointed to your thyroid. I had this thyroid crash. I didn't know what that was or what, I'd never experienced that. So I thought, okay, now I know, like, what do I do? Well, that's step two. So I find what is it my body needs, because it doesn't mean what worked for Angela or Fern, would be the solution for me. So I started out with supplements because I do have a background in clinical nutrition, herbalism, and any of the things that herbalism would point to wouldn't work for me. My body said that that was not going to be my best solution to bring the biggest outcome. So I leaned into specialized nutrition, not something you would just find in a health food store, which again, I had a health food store for many years, so I had access to a lot of products, and that wasn't it. So I needed this specific one that was going to move the needle to my furthest result possible. And it did very quickly, but I didn't want to rely on that, but it got me out of immediate trouble. And then I looked to other things. Okay, what else is going to influence my thyroid? So I looked into using my body-led approach. What foods, what other things that I'm doing or coming into contact with every day that even got me into that mess in the first place? What's helping me and what's hurting me in terms of my thyroid? So in a few more minutes, I was able to make a chart, and I teach this in my program. I give very clear ways to track these things. And I could say, okay, well, where is my thyroid right now? And where do I want it to be? Because there is a way that we can track this, even though I might not feel something immediately. I can evaluate it immediately using this same body-led approach. So I know exactly where I stand at any given moment, so I can progressively see the changes being made. Now, in my case, by the next day, I felt so wonderful once my body had what it needed and my thyroid was no longer like grasping for what it needed. So I felt really good, but that didn't mean it was over. It meant that that was just kind of the beginning, and I need to help my body heal, and it would take a little bit of time till it would stay that way. And these things aren't forever. They're just meant to be to temporarily support your body. See, and I could go on and on about this forever. But like, it's really so simple. It's like 1 and 1 is 2. So 1 meaning you need to know where the root of the problem is coming from. Then you need to know that solution that fits that person and isn't going to create another problem. Sometimes we fix one thing and then something else messes up. So for instance, if I would have taken something, or I would have given Diane something or recommended something to Brian that didn't fit his body because I used my textbook brain as a practitioner instead of using a body-led approach and saying, oh, I think this is what it is. No, I want to know what it is. We're going to check in with the body and say, what does the body want? Because my logical brain would say, it's going to default to certain things that I learned, right? But that doesn't mean that's appropriate for that person. So we need to sort of combine those skills, which I did in my program. That's how I made this 3-step approach, because I have a background in all these different things. But each of those things by itself was not enough. There was still gaps. It still left unanswered questions. It's once everything was combined. Okay, so now we know what the body's priority is. Now we know what the solution is for that person that isn't going to cause another symptom, like a side effect or whatever it might be. And we've identified all the other things that the person does on a daily basis that might be contributing to what caused that. Now we know exactly, we've got that map, you've used your compass, and you said, okay, now I know exactly the steps I need to take to get the result I want to the highest outcome possible for that person, for that body. So this is a life skill. This is not just something like, oh, I'm just navigating my thyroid. No, this is something that, life throws curveballs. Things are going to come up. Suddenly my kids, call and say, hey, Mom, I got this problem. Like, what's going on? Like, it takes just a second. I don't need to be with them. There's no barriers of geography, right? This is still energy. And once we get good at testing, which is super simple, it's like riding a bicycle. At first, you get on it and you think, I don't know how to keep my balance and pedal at the same time. And, it was like when Liz, I was watching you when we first did the demonstration, you're like, what? And you're trying to follow, then all of a sudden you got it, right? It's not complicated. It just takes a minute to understand, oh, that's not so bad. I can do that. So once we know those 3 basic steps, it's super simple to navigate whatever it might be, because life does throw curveballs. It's not perfect. We don't just go in straight lines. Sometimes life happens and, we get stressed, or we have a life event, or we don't notice these things creeping in. We don't realize that some of our everyday decisions that we think are healthy, because that's how it's marketed to us, but that doesn't mean it's healthy for you. You need to know what your map looks like. And that's the whole point. And that's how the simple health test helps you to understand that landscape that you're trying to navigate, whether it's for yourself, one of your kids, your dog, your bird, whatever it might be. I mean, I've used this for anybody and everybody. And I'm so grateful because it's just saved me so many times, so many times in my life, even just to make little decisions. I mean, I don't dissect every bit of my life or everything I eat. I know sometimes people ask me that. Well, isn't that like micromanaging every little thing? No, because it just becomes a natural part of my life and lifestyle. It takes just a second to say, um, what is it that my body needs for me. Like it takes just a moment. If I'm going to make a big decision, I'm going to use this method and make sure that that's the right fit for me. If I'm going to try to solve a problem, I'm going to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. And it doesn't matter if it's a cold or a flu or a virus going around, whatever it might be, things happen, right? We can't control all of those circumstances, but we can have that feedback from our body and say, okay, I don't need to panic over this. I just need to see what's going on and figure out what's right for me, right? Like I knew years ago because of this testing, I'm not good with carrots. It sounds ridiculous. I am not good with carrots. I can grow my own carrots. I grow a lot of my own food. And I'm fine with what I grow. But outside of that, very rarely is there a carrot that I've ever been okay with. I don't need to dissect all the science behind it. I don't need to put it under microscopes and try to understand all the little nuances. It doesn't matter to me. My body told me that's good enough because my body knows best. Our bodies know best. And so many of us have so many ways at this Vibrant Living Summit to tap into what our bodies know, right? Like we know this. So it just becomes just a part of your everyday landscape. And then you're not so stressed about these things and you're not so confused once you can just see, oh, okay, I know this. Yes. Angela.
Oh, thank you so much because I know I'm so glad Liz could join in as well because that was one of the things with the demos overlapping. Now that we all have half an hour segment, we
Yes.
get to experience everyone and participate. So because there's only a couple of minutes, Liz and I'm sure I'm speaking for you, but Liz, do you want to share your piece before I add on mine so you can start tuning your brain into you taking over for the past life regression about feedback or any of our audience?
Oh, yes, no, for Jennell, what I can say is like it's amazing how the body responds to that simple test that you call, right? Like it's amazing. I just love doing that. It's the first chapter of your book is beautiful. So I encourage everyone to continue reading. I will continue reading myself, but the first chapter is just got me. And I love the work that Jennell does. And
Thank you.
I'll have a chat with her later.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Liz.
And what I wanted to share is after experiencing that simple muscle test, my first thought is so I'm teachable, right? Because I have tried muscle testing and I keep second guessing myself and I don't trust myself anymore.
That's what
So
happens.
I want to register for a course. Is that in your bonus? Because I signed up as a VIP too.
You
So
can, yes, you can access my free class. And for the VIP bonus, you can book a one-on-one call with me for VIPs. And for everybody else, yes, the scorecard is the first step. But if you're kind of past that, which I think you ladies are for sure, just, yeah, come to my free class. I do them live all the time. Just register for the next one that goes live, and you'll see more about just the power of the simple health test method. And muscle testing is just a tool to help you use that. You don't need to use muscle testing. I just love it so much. It's easy, and a lot of people understand it, but there are components to it that you need to know. So yeah.
And Fern has a question. I don't know if you saw her hand up.
I did not. I'm so sorry. Fern, yes.
No, I just put my hand up. That was fabulous, Jennell. And for
Okay.
everyone listening, I just really want to emphasize what you were teaching about the positive and negative polarity. People that douse and do muscle testing that aren't checking for positive and negative polarity will often get they will get contradictory results. And just using your method and how you defined it, fix it, feel it. I was working with a client this morning, and wasn't related. Well, it was sort of related to their physical health, but I was doing tapping. But I thought I'm just going to apply this while I'm thinking about it, and just applying what you shared, even without having your book, which I'm looking forward to, is I just determined that he had an adrenal gland problem that was being affected by a topical chemical toxin. And so brilliant what you do, love it. But especially for your audience, what you teach on the positive and negative. And I think at the last summit, I shared with you how to even correct that polarity. I don't know if you shared that with your clients or not, but anyway, thank you very much. Got lots out of that.
You're welcome. Thank you. I wasn't looking at the chat here. How do we apply for the VIP bonus?
Yeah, I just answered like they will receive the
Workbook. Yes,
for the
exactly.
VIPs, they will receive the workbook, and they have the links, all of the links to connect with us. So we are looking forward to that.
Excellent. And yes, to answer Fern, I do teach in my program how to correct that. Sometimes, like I said, it's as simple as just a sip of water or some food, but sometimes it's a little more than that.
Okay, so I guess now we can make an introduction to past life regression. Amazed. Okay, so let me just, I'm just gonna share my screen here. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Can you? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just move this one here.
We can't see your share screen. Sorry, Liz. I don't know what you're sharing.
I can see it.
No, I can't.
Maybe
I can
change
see
this
it.
view.
I can see
If
it
you're
too.
having trouble seeing it, to go up to the top right on your screen on a laptop or desktop and change your view.
To what?
It may be
I've got
side
it
by
on
side speaker, side by
I've got
side gallery.
I've got multi-speaker, so I'm
No,
not.
side by side speaker may work or standard. And
I'm
just
in-
play around with it
Right.
until you see it. That may help. And
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unfortunately. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't see, but that's okay. I'll listen.
Okay, well, so I just want to share these that I'm gonna start saying that, let me see here. Okay, that this work that I do relates to these two, what can I say? Words that I'm saying. So I'm saying that, okay, we all come from source. We are all source. When we came to this incarnation, we forgot who we are. So this guidance helped you to remember many things. But at the end, everything is related to source, God, universe, the word that you want to use to name that our higher self, and then go into source. So now I've had many friends who ask me, Oh, so now you practice clinical hypnosis. So you are going to use a pendulum and just make me do whatever you want? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. This is not what it's about. So the foundation to doing past life regression is clinical hypnosis. And I'm just going to explain a little bit about it. So hypnosis is a procedure which affects changes in sensations, perceptions, thoughts, feelings, or behaviors. So we choose what we want to do, but you have to remember that you are always in control. Nobody's going to make you do anything you don't want, okay? That's for people who are just starting into this way, into this path. So now I want to explain to you a little bit. This is just the foundation. So what is the conscious mind and the subconscious mind? So if we see at the top of the triangle, we see that 10% of our whole mind is conscious mind and 90% is subconscious mind. What happens in our mind? So conscious mind is the one that we are always using. So that's the one that analyzes, thinks, makes plans, is our short-term memory. And then the subconscious mind is where most of the things happen. So it's our long-term memory, our emotions, feelings, the habits that we have, relationship patterns, addictions, even involuntary bodily functions, like digestion, all of that. We are not thinking, oh, no, it's time to digest or something. That's also in the subconscious mind is where our creativity happens. So we need to connect with that subconscious mind because then we can, I would say we can do things faster, easier. We can go with the flow. And it's also our spiritual connection there, our intuition. Everything is in our subconscious mind. So now I'm going to give you an example of when you are using your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. When you are driving, you are not thinking, oh, I'm just going to brake, I'm just going to shift, you are just driving. And while you are driving, you are, that's your subconscious mind because you are accustomed to do that. It's right. And then you are thinking, oh, yes, I need to go to superstore and buy these things or wherever, right? Like I'm going to go and pick my daughter. I'm going to do this, feed the dog, whatever. So that's your conscious mind. So just a small introduction to what it is both, and we do all the work in our subconscious mind. So now, in this one, I just want to show you something very important. You see, this is a kid here, and in this kid, on the lower part, we have 0, 2, 7, 12. So what I want to say here is that from 0 to 7 years is when we get all this information. Okay, so if you see on the right side, we have our waves. So we have beta waves, which is when we are completely awake. And then when we start relaxing, we're going to go into an alpha state. So that's calm and conscious. And then when we relax more, we are going to go into the theta state. It's when we use our imagination. And finally, when we are in delta stage, is when we are sleeping. Okay? So from 0 to 7 years, if you see here this girl, you see that they actually function in the theta stage. I remember that a lot of kids use their imagination. And when they are playing, they are talking to each other, like they are talking to themselves, and they have friends who are not there and all of that. And they probably there, but that's when they are in the theta wave, and that's when they are receiving that information. Now, why is this important? Because when from 0 to 7 years, we receive that information from all of our environment, parents, family, extended family, if we go to church, school, everything that we listen on the TV, everything comes inside, and there's not a filters, right? So then we just keep that information, and sometimes it's not very pleasant. So what we do is we just hide it and we continue our path. So now what we do with hypnosis is we go into that state and we remember things. So this is the beauty of hypnosis and the beauty of past life regression. So I was saying we remember past events that might have led you, that the thing is that you can have symptoms or difficulties that you are experiencing today. And through the process of remembering these events, current symptoms will tend to diminish and a strong sense of peace and well-being will emerge. Sometimes these memories will be from your childhood, but they can be in utero as well. And then if you feel that you need to experience a past life memory and it could help you, then it's probably that you are gonna find that answer. Okay, so this is just an introduction, it's not a lot. Now, to do a past life regression, I would need 2 hours. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing here because it's a very spiritual work. You connect to your higher self, and you need blessing and all of that. So for now, what we are gonna do is first tell me if you have questions. If you don't, because I know that all of you who are here are very spiritual person and you already receive Evelyne's meditation. So then I know that I can do a little bit more, but it's just gonna be an exercise to take you into your subconscious mind and relax you and make you feel good. Now, if you would like to do a past life regression, then we will have to wait because it's not possible to do it in 20 minutes that I have. Okay, so yes, please go ahead, Angela. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, mine is just a comment, and I
Yes.
think it's helpful for some of our audience who is like myself.
Yes.
We've heard, thank you. I really enjoyed that graph that you shared about, let me see, beta, alpha, theta, and delta, that graph. Feel free if you want to pull that up again, because I love the way you shared about, oh, I'm so sorry. Do you want to, sorry for the interruption. I love the way you shared about children and their imagination is in a alpha state. So sorry. Because I know I had imaginary friends with my stuffed animals when I was little. I witnessed just about all children have an imaginary friends. So it was very helpful because I hear about theta healing. I didn't understand that. You know, what's theta healing? So that you walked us through this particular share, this screen was very helpful. Liz, thank you. Because I, while many of the speakers and probably participants understand this, I think there's a small percentage that's like me. It just validates what we went through, I guess, and shed some clarity. So thank you.
No problem. Yeah, just knowing that everybody. We all got different experience between 0 and 7 years old, and we don't remember because our subconscious mind is protecting us. But just digging inside ourselves and finding that special moment that something happened, it's beautiful because you are not gonna see it as a child anymore, right? Now you are very conscious about everything around. And then when you go back, you are like, oh my God, I didn't understand what it was, but now you understand. And it's just an amazing work because I just remember one of my clients. She is very successful. She owns her own business as a chiropractor, and she's had troubles in her relationships. So when we were doing this work, we went back, and she was telling me that all the time she was feeling judged by her mom, and then that diminished her self-confidence. So we were working on that, but suddenly she went into a time when she was in school, and then there was a kid who told her, you look fat, and she kept that moment inside. And now that she remembered, because she's like, oh my God, I didn't remember that. And now that she was there, and she's probably 40, more than 40, she said, how could I let or give my power away to someone else who I don't, like, I haven't seen him in years. We were children. And that realization, it's amazing because you recover your power back and then you continue. And then that stone that was on you is just gonna pass. But the beauty of this is, like, for her, it was in this lifetime. For me and for other people, including Eveline, who is not here right now, but she actually went into a past life. We all can go and do that because we are all beings that can do that. We can do everything. We just need to open our claris. I know that for sure now that Jennell can do a lot of things because she told me about her experiences with Wendy's sacred activations. And now she was telling her experiences with Eveline. So I know that you can just go very deep and connect with source. It's just the
We're
way.
going to have to do that.
Yes, it's just finding the way to go in. And my motto is, like, all the answers are within yourself, right? Within you, because we just guide you, but you know your way. Almerinda knows that she just guides us, right? Jennell, you are just guiding us as well, right? Wendy wants to guide us as well because it's not us. It's you that you can do the work for yourself. And this is amazing for us because we just guide you. Yeah. So now I have 10 minutes, so I can do a small exercise, or we can just continue talking about this. You let me know what you would like to do, but
I would love you to do a small exercise.
just a small exercise.
I would like that.
Yes, I'll have to cut it because the exercise that I have is like for 20 minutes. So I'm just gonna do it for 10 minutes. And sorry if I have to bring you back. Okay. So now I'm just gonna then ask you to please close your eyes. Yeah, you can go into a relax, you can sit on a different place if you want. Just relax your mind, okay? So I'm just gonna guide you here. Okay, so please close your eyes and relax. And just for a moment, imagine all the muscle group in your body letting go. Take a deep breath. Exhale now. And take another deep breath and exhale. Each time you breathe from here on in, imagine your breath flowing now through your rib cage and spreading relaxation throughout your body. Feel that relaxation as I talk to you. Start relaxing all the muscle groups around your face. Relax your scalp, your forehead, your eyebrows, your eyelids, your cheeks, your nose, your mouth, especially the muscle groups around your mouth and lips. Make sure your teeth are not clenched together. Now just relax. Relax your chin and jaw and allow all those muscles in your face to just let go. Now your neck relaxes, the front part of your neck, the back part of your neck, right through your shoulders. Feel your shoulders relaxing completely. Get rid of any tension that might be in your shoulder area. Feel the release now. Allow yourself to breathe comfortably and notice how deep and regular your breathing has become. Feel your breathing. Feel the rhythm of your breathing. Notice the contraction and expansion of your diaphragm and your chest. Move to your chest and allow your chest muscles to relax completely. Right down through your stomach, feel your stomach muscles just relaxing. Get rid of any tension that might be in that area. Now, allow your back muscles to relax. Those large muscle groups in the upper part of your back, right down your spinal column and into your lower back. Just let go. Let go completely and allow those smaller muscle groups in the lower part of your back to relax as well. Let your hips relax, your legs, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, your feet, and even your toes. Just allow those muscle groups to just relax completely. And you begin to drift into a very deep, relaxed state, letting yourself go, letting your mind and body become one, feeling good, feeling so good now. Going into hypnosis is very gradual, and in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 20. On each count, you can allow yourself to drift into hypnosis at your own pace. But before I do that, just imagine a soft cushiony cloud snuggling up to your body in the shape of a chair. And imagine this chair has arms on it. It's very warm and comfortable. It is your personal cloud. Notice how it snuggles up to your body. Now it's going to take you to a very beautiful place, a very comfortable place, a place where you are happy, a place where you feel good. So allow this custom cloud now to just snuggle up your body and take you to your special place where you're happy, relaxed, and very calm. Now, just allow yourself to be there for a moment as I begin to count and you go deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 1, deeper and deeper now. 2, all the way down deep. 3, 4, relaxing and letting go. 5, 6, just letting go now. 7, 8, deeper and deeper. 9, 10, tired, letting go now. 11, 12, all the way down deep now. 13, 14, deeper and deeper. 15, 16, just letting go now. 17, 18, deeper and deeper. 19, and finally 20. Deep, deep, deep hypnosis. Your mind is now very relaxed and may receive the helpful and beneficial suggestions that will serve you for your highest good. You might use those suggestions that apply now, and you might reject those that do not apply at this moment, but which may apply at a future time. You feel confident, you feel happy, you can do anything. You feel aligned to yourself, very confident, very happy. And every time you are in your favorite place, or every time you look at the sky, you will remember you are confident, you are happy with yourself. You feel the energy around you, and you are very, very confident with yourself. So now, in a moment, I'm going to count from 5 to 1. At the count of 1, you will open your eyes feeling wonderful in every way. It's amazing what a brief moment of hypnosis will do. 5, beginning to emerge from hypnosis now. 4, starting to feel your body. 3, noticing sounds in the room. 2, moving your hands and feet. Shrug your shoulders. 1, eyes open, wide awake. Feeling good, so good. And remembering every time you look at the sky, you will remember you are confident, you are happy, and you feel amazing.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonderful, Liz.
That felt great.
I
Didn't want to come
know.
out of that. I didn't want to come out of that.
No, that's no. All my clients say the same. I don't want to come back. Why did you bring me back? And I'm like, "Please, we need to go." Right? And then it's like when you are there, you are in a space with yourself. And then you can find many, many things there. Beautiful things.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Your voice, it's so soothing.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I feel very happy that I could give you a little bit of relaxation in this day because we all needed to relax and just be with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I guess I'm just gonna we are gonna rest a little bit, or are we continuing? I think Almerinda is
So we have Margaret and I scheduled. So Margaret, which would be good for 30 minutes as well, right? So we can break up the hour.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
beautiful. So would you like to go first or would you like me to go first?
Either way, if you'd like to go, that's fine.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
I'm happy to because I'll be repeating it at 4, or 3, pardon me.
Yes.
So I'm happy to do that. Thank you. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. I had to ground after this, Liz.
Yes, I was gonna say that maybe we can take 5 minutes. It's up to you because when you go into that stage, you need to ground. You need to ground. So one of the things that you can, maybe you already know it, like you can just be like this and then go down. You already know. You are very spiritual.
Share that
That's
with
what
the
I
group
did.
so we can do it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just put my feet on the ground and I have a crystal that I use as well. So I've done
yes.
that.
Can you show it to us?
Oh, it's my heart.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. It's one of
I have my stone here too for grounding.
yeah. Yeah. I have multiple. So I'm happy. I'm happy to begin if that feels good to everyone. So thank you for that, Liz. Wow. I'm just amazed throughout our summit how all the topics are just so connected and related, and even, who I moderated with. It's a testament to how the universe supports you and gives you the guidance, that you need in any given moment. So I'm so grateful. I just wanted to share that gratitude that I have for being part of this beautiful network, this beautiful community. So I wanted to share my screen. I have a few slides because one of the things that I so believe in, and which Liz spoke about, is how, we're all, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can
Yes?
see it. I can see.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone can
Yes.
see my screen? Lovely. To paraphrase what Liz said, we all come from source, right? We're an out breath of God. And we come to earth to overcome some karmic wounds. And we are here to not suffer, but to grow and to really embrace who we are. So I thought I would start off with a couple of quotations. Nikola Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And everything in life is vibration, to quote Albert Einstein. So do we all agree with that? That everything is a frequency? You know, our stones, our bodies, everything is vibrating. And what I do is I rely on a person's birth name, which is a vibration, right? The sound of your name is creating your reality. And what soul contract tool does is it takes your birth name and it decodes it using the sounds of Hebrew, right? To present how you are vibrating in this lifetime. Because your body is carrying a vibration. And so the moment you're born, your birth name, the moment you're born, it's emitting energy into the world, right? And so your birth name is so critical because, and I see this, you know, your birth name is the foundation, but then if you were to change your name, right, it can alter your reality, right? Because now you're vibrating at a different frequency. So that's the power of energy, right? That is the power of energy. So I wanted just to quickly show you how I use this work. So I essentially take, I take the energies of I take your birth name and I convert it into Hebrew, as I mentioned. And there's 22, I'll show you, there's 22 Hebrew letters, right, that you see here. And so every letter in your name is converted into one of the Hebrew letters here, okay? And it's placed around the Star of David in this fashion. And each aspect, and I apologize, I just noticed there's the two fours. So the first four is actually number 3. Those are your physical talents. And I can get my cursor to point that out. So right here in this aspect here, that's your physical karma, right? So your name, once it's converted into Hebrew, using the lens of soul contract, will show me your physical karma. These are your wounds, your past life, challenges, right? That you're here to really overcome. And then here is your talent, physical talent, and then your goals are placed here, and that's your downward pointing triangle. And then we have the spiritual aspects, which is the upward pointing triangle here in the Star of David, which represents your spiritual karma, your spiritual gifts, your goals, your spiritual goals, and then ultimately in the center, your soul destiny. So this work really provides a lot of information about who you are, right? Who you are and what you're here to overcome. I'm trying to show the next triangle here. So as I explained, the physical triangle and the Star of David are basically, you know, the physical aspects. The 35 to 42 years of your life, you're dabbling in life, you're trying to figure out who you are. And then the understanding of this work is that, something might happen, at between 35 and 42, because life happens basically in stages of 7 years. And so between 35 and 42, usually you might have what the 3D world calls a midlife crisis. I like to call it your spiritual awakening. For me, it happened at 39, where I decided to leave my marriage, and my whole world changed. Everything. I was, I came to my knees. Like, it was like, oh my God, there's got to be more to life. And at that time, that's when I started to really change the trajectory of my life. And I'm finding in this work that although 35 to 42 is the average, I'm seeing it happen to people a lot earlier than that. And so what happens is now the spiritual aspects that I shared previously in a person's soul contract, they start to become more active. So while all of these energies are running within your birth name, what this work enables us to look at is, where might a person be on their journey, right? And then we can explore that together. So this work is so empowering because you can really, really discover who you are, and why you are here. And what are you here to heal, which are your karmic energies? And what are your gifts, which are your superpowers? And what are your dreams? These are your goals. And then your inner life goals, those are your spiritual dreams, if you will. And then ultimately your soul destiny. Why are you here, right? So what I'm going to be offering is, let me just stop my screen, is everyone who is participating here will receive a free summary of their soul contract, which will look like this. It's a written report, which is basically going to convert their name, and I've used the example of Michael William Sampson to show what my PDF report looks like. So everyone's birth name will be converted into this spiritual triangle, which will show the Hebrew symbols and numbers, and there'll be like a brief summary that'll be provided specifically for a person, and what's going on in their life. So in this case, for example, Michael William Sampson, he's here to become emotionally resilient with his 11-2 here as an example. And he may experience a lot of loss in his life, right? That's his karmic issue. And usually a karma is something that we've experienced in a past life, but we're here to heal. So for example, let's say in a past life, someone was a rapist as an example, right? They are now incarnating to experience being victimized, if you will. That's usually how the soul heals, right? It's the duality of life. So while, and this is where, certainly working with Liz, you can explore what is that past life wound that I'm here to heal. And I'm certainly going to sign up with Liz to, delve deep into my karmic wounds, to bring healing to those so that I don't have to stay stuck in my karma. And then the talents are the gifts. You're gifted, even though you have your karma, and as a soul, you have some gifts that's going to help you to overcome these karmic challenges and then achieve your goals. So Michael William Sanson, with his 21-3, he's someone that is going to be able to do the hard things in life. He's got this energy of a 21-3, which in Soul Contract is all about great inner strength to endure and overcome a lot of hardships. And then he's here ultimately to become a spiritual teacher with the 5, but how he gets there is about speaking his truth. So the 5 is all about truth. So maybe when, Michael William Sanson was younger, he was not speaking his truth, but he's here to learn to speak his truth so that he can bring it out into the world. And then, spiritually, he's here to really nurture people, bring them together with his 13-4, and really learn to trust life and to ground with everyone in his spiritual talents and reach out to society. And then just 10-1 is all about being of service, with his spiritual goals. And then ultimately 14-5. This is a very, very evolved soul who is here to really open up the mind to great spiritual teachings with the 14-5. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen now. Let me see what happened here. Can you see me? Yeah. So that's a snippet of Soul Contract. And what happens is I use your birth name, right? To then look at, okay, because we embrace that everything is energy, right? A name is energy. And your business name has energy. Vibrant Living name has energy, right? So we look at your business name and the energies of that name. And why that is important is because you're here to complete your soul destiny, right? You're here to achieve your goals. And how magnificent would it be that if you can align your business with the energies of who you are? And that's why I feel this work is so important, because this work provides a lens through which you can do that. So, I talked about in my presentation, I talked about working with Wendy. And Wendy has dominant energies of creativity. And we came up with a business name, which is all about creativity. And so you can see the magic unfolding for Wendy in her services, right? Because now she's really aligned with her purpose, which is to be that creative, expressive soul, right? And because we did her soul contract, I was able to see, okay, we have to have a name that's going to contain the right energies for you to grow and evolve. And so I use that as a live example of the power and the magic of this work, because it's so, it can be so satisfying, right? When firstly, we know who we are, right? There's nothing wrong with us. We're all perfect. We're all here to experience certain things so that we can grow and evolve from them. And if you can look at who you are from the lens of soul contract, right? In each of those aspects and understand how you're built energetically, right? How empowering is that? And then if you're as an entrepreneur, want to create a business to help you achieve that mission, that's magic, right? That's magic. I launched Heart Quest because, I mean, my soul contract is to become a spiritual teacher at a very deep soul level. And of course, just knowing that at first, I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And layer by layer, it does reveal itself. And I'm here to teach from the heart space. And so the energies of Heart Quest, the name itself, heartquest.love, because even my email is optimized, my website is completely optimized. Everything that I do, I read a book, I look at the energies of that book from a soul contract lens, because that reveals to me what that book is about. What are the vibrations of that book? So Heart Quest is all about bringing people together in a safe space so they can feel the love in their hearts. And I'm learning how to do that myself. And so not only is this business Heart Quest about providing a service, but it's also for my own growth, because I've heard all the presentations from everyone multiple times, and everyone's business, I can say 1000% is for them to heal themselves first, because it is by healing yourself first that you can be of service to everyone else. So every client that I have is also helping me to heal. That is my belief. So there you have it. Any questions?
I just want to say thank you for sharing all of this. It's beautiful to know that what you just said, you are healing yourself, but you are helping others. And it's like that comes back to you, right? Because at the end, as we were saying, we are like a mirror and we are all one. It's just that we forgot, but these conversations just come to my heart and make me remember and make me feel more grounded and just sometimes you forget in the middle of, oh, I want to rush, I want to do this, and then you are not centered. So thank you, Almerinda, for the beautiful sharing. That's what I want to say.
The soul contract provides, it's a tool where it helps you remember who you are. Because we come from source, we forget why we're here, right? Because and that's on purpose, right? Because if we remembered, life would be easy, right? Because we're here to heal our wounds, our past life wounds. And soul contract provides a lens we can remember. So let me remember who I am and what I've signed up for in this lifetime to experience. So yes, it's so powerful. Yeah, thank you. Angela.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm taking up space from someone who wants to chat. So I just want to point out that there's power in sound. power in words, which is what you reminded me, Almerinda, the sound of our name. And it made me think you mentioned Hebrew being one of, I can't remember, 5 ancient languages, 5, right? And recently I took Hebrew lessons.
Wow.
But anyway, like the Sanskrit is one of the 5 ancient languages. So it's grouped together with Hebrew, and the sound of Om,
Right.
for example, right? So for our audience, if they're tuning in, I think I don't need to say anymore. Om. I think they will get it. Why the modality that you use in soul contract using the vibration of Hebrew. So that was one thing I want to raise. Another one is I'm just wondering, thank you for doing readings for our entire team, actually, between you and Eveline. But I think you got the brunt of it with Vibrant Living because I'm the founder. Would be aligning your business name and your name. Can you explain about it? Doesn't mean there's not going to be any challenges. You know, sometimes people think, wow, you've aligned my name, life is going to just flow, I will have no challenge. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Thank you, Angela. Absolutely. So, when we remember you're here, and it takes a lifetime, right? And some of us don't even accomplish our soul mission. We have to come back. But this work can provide a lens through which you can hopefully stay focused on your mission, right? So when you align your business, what you're doing is you're following your signature, right? You're following your signature, your soul contract signature, right? But if life is not flowing, it could be like, for example, Wendy needs to stay focused, right? She's all about getting out of the head and connecting inside. When she's multitasking, it's not going to work. Life's not going to flow. You have to stay. What I know as an example, and Wendy's giving me permission to talk here. If her karma is all these brilliant ideas, it's about getting out of here. What is she teaching us? Get out of here, pause, stay connected. Well, that's her karma. She's teaching it, but that's what she's here to overcome herself. So she's learning that. And the moment we don't do our karma, life is not going to flow. So I'm aligning you to the spiritual signature, and you've got to stay consciously aware of what's going on, right? So if you're not aligning, it's because you're not following the spiritual flow, right? And that's where this work is so valuable, because if you know what you're here to stay in flow with, i.e., disconnect from here and be the creative being through here, as an example, that's when the magic happens. So, right? So the alignment is the first step, but now we've got to do the work, because your business is an extension of you. Period. It's your playground for you to grow, for you to evolve, for you to heal, creating your own games. We think it's for everybody else, but it's for you. And everything, I'm sure that when we created a business, it's because something happened to us and we've had to learn it ourselves, right? I think every speaker can relate to that. So is that helpful in terms of the question, Angela?
Yes, it is. And I think we're at the top of the hour, but I just want to sneak this in because when when you were reviewing in this half hour about who we are, or when you say who you are through the lens of soul contract, I felt Jennell's your body-led approach. It synchronizes it so well. And just like the way you synchronized about Liz's past life regression, there's a thread that ties us and links us together to make it a very comprehensive toolbox, for want of a better word. So thank you.
Yes, and I want to say, I know that we're going to listen to Marg's beautiful demonstration, but I want to say the more we heal ourselves, the more we raise the vibration, because we are a collective, right? We all come from source. And the more we can collectively, but let's work on ourselves first, because the more we heal ourselves, the more we raise the vibration. And for all of us can come together collectively, if that makes sense. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to add a little bit to that, Almerinda. It's like this is an important time to raise the vibration for all of us. So this is the time that we are healing, we are sharing, and we can help or guide others into that. So if you feel like this is the time for you, just please reach out or start your healing. It doesn't have to be with us. It just dig a little bit inside yourself, because this is the time that we all need to work on ourselves first, as Almerinda is saying, and then after that we can help, or at the same time, because we are always growing, right? As a soul, we will be always growing, we will be always evolving. So thank you. We are ready for you, Marg, but we cannot hear you.
That's awesome. I love that, Almerinda. So this is, and people had their beautiful slides going. So, and I didn't do slides, but I have, I can just speak to some point, or I can put up very prosaic slides. If I can share, maybe I'll do that. I'll just I don't see my. Okay, yes. Okay. And so yeah, just a little bit of stuff then about, so for me, my thing has been for the past while has been training in using spiritual psychotherapy. Are people able to see that? Just, okay. And so I basically started off, for myself, having a job and doing tapping just for stress relief and my own spiritual path. And then went into training for psychotherapy. And I find over time that just using body, mind, spirit in psychotherapy is a powerful and lovely principle to use, because really the way the therapist thinks of therapy is just the map in your own mind. You're talking with the person who's bringing the problem, and it needs to stay focused on them, like focused on their experience, on what they're doing. And so I do that. I'll talk a little bit about how those three things fit together and about how they work specifically a little bit in anxiety and depression and in grief, and then a little bit about trauma. So the basic underlying thing here is that we are each, there's that lovely quote by Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, you're not a human being having a spiritual experience, trying for a spiritual experience. Maybe sometimes we aren't having them, but we wish we were having them. You're really a spiritual being, and we're here having a human experience. And that's a real shift that is really an important foundational shift for me to be aware of when somebody comes with what they are dealing with. Because people might or might not believe that. I don't try and convince them of that. It's my map of how it is that I'm working with people. Oh, that's funny. It's not going ahead. It's skipping ahead many slides. I'm sorry. Okay. And so here we are. And so basically it is showing my slides in a random thing. So the next slide that should be showing is a picture of the universe and saying, this whole come to earth and pretend to be human thing is turning out to be way harder than I thought it would be. That we are a spiritual being and the human experience is difficult. We come here, we're not nurtured the way that would really foster growth. And so we wind up here having to, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to turn this off. I'm going to stop sharing and realize that wasn't working out. And so I will just speak to the next step after we're a spiritual being. We are spirit, and that is the truth. And yet here we are on earth trying to pretend to be human, and that is really difficult. Few of us were born in a family that has that really nurtures us. And so here we are. And so when I work with therapy, I bring in, first of all, is the relationship, just is a comfortable, accepting place for people to share. They don't come in very few of them come in wanting to grow or learn new things or have their minds expanded. Mostly people come in, my job is not going well, I'm not sleeping anymore, things are difficult in my relationship, I know it's a pattern, I can't get it figured out. Things are just not working well. And so the idea of mind and body and spirit is a map I hold in my mind. We start with people just being able to share where they're at. At the level of mind is the whole thing of starting with talk therapy. And there are a lot of talk therapies. One of the, people have heard of cognitive behavior therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy. It's like a whole alphabet soup of therapies. And always a therapist is trying to do the same thing. Basically, awareness is, I believe, the key element in therapy. People to start seeing that loop of, when we have a bad emotion, something bad happens, we feel the pain of it. In between the thing happening and the painful feeling is what we made it believe, is the thought. So cognitive behavior therapy focuses in on that. Find that thought in between the bad thing happening and your emotion, your suffering, your distress about it, your feelings about it. And that is a hugely important element. Like, what are the thought patterns? What are the understandings? What are the beliefs that lock you into this negative pattern, that mean you can't see a new way around it, that make you suffer when something happens? Dialectical behavior therapy sort of focuses in on a few things, and basically one of it is two things can be true. We tend to think either my mom was a terrible person or else I was a bad kid. I was terrible. Dialectical behavior therapy flips that. Two things can be true. And it's a way out of your mom was a good person doing the best she could. And of course you love her. You need to love your mom. You want love from her. You want her love. And it can also be true that maybe she was stressed or limited and simply did not give you what you need. You had every right to a nurturing relationship and it wasn't there. And so talk therapy works at that level of understandings. And, sort of the goal in talk therapy is that aha moment, the breakthrough. Once you see something, you can't not know it. And it changes everything. That is foundational and lovely. And I mean, my mind, I've been realizing today that the strength of that from when Dr. Oksana the other day said restaurants use aluminum pots. That has changed things. I find myself now rethinking going to restaurants. Once you hear that, you can't unhear it. And so in therapy, that can be a foundational thing. However, emotions are both body and mind. When you're angry, there's sort of your thoughts that are locked in about something that's wrong, something that's unfair, something shouldn't be the way it is. And there's also your body feelings of tightness, things, your stomach's perhaps going, you're tight in the shoulders. And so even though somatic therapies have sort of now been seen as this surprising, why should they be true? It's sort of this whole thing about traditional therapy has a hard time with somatic therapies. It should surprise no one that, there's things we can do to help the body release, help the mind release. We can do a body intervention that just plain shifts it. It makes changes gentle. It makes a difference. And so that often is the body piece, bringing in body movement, body breathing, all kinds of things. There's always been these body interventions that people bring into therapy. It's just people have always sort of seen them as little add-ons to therapy. But there's a whole new paradigm of therapy that sees those two things just need, it's a balance and it makes things powerful. In terms of the mental part, of course, I love Liz's clear explanations of conscious mind and subconscious mind. We have the looping mind on repeat pattern, and that comes from subconscious mind. It comes from parts of self. Who is it that's, spinning this fear story? What part of you is that? And we can just do some exploring right in the moment. Someone can say, oh, I just keep thinking, well, that's not all of you that's doing that. And oftentimes people are more and less in touch with that. Sometimes it's, well, no, I know that it's not totally sure that it, I'm going to lose my job. It's going to be awful. I'm going to be on the street. I'm going to be, like, I know that's not all true. Okay, then we just start to look at who is it that thinks that? And who is it that is sort of that more calm, balanced part? And then start to negotiate between these parts. Start to, there's a whole internal family systems framework around any of these parts that are causing you pain, doing dysfunctional things. Either they're holding pain or they're trying to protect you from being aware of that part of you that holds pain. And so often it's becoming aware that that's the case and negotiating with these parts to understand that there's a competent, clear adult in the room, that they don't have to, do these patterns. And so we work with subconscious mind, either just plain talking about it, just someone is sharing about this and how fearful they are. Well, do you really think that? And we just start working with what part of you does, and that's often accessible right to their mind as we're thinking. Or we do quite deep meditations as Liz does, and we find those parts. We connect to perhaps past lives. Often I do an induction with people. Let us go to the root of this problem. And sometimes that does take us to a past life. Sometimes it takes us to the 5-year-old self. Sometimes it takes us to 10 years ago, that terrible relationship. And so we work with conscious mind, we work with subconscious mind. Often throughout, the body methods just help make it more gentle, make it more easily done. And then the ultimate truth, as we know, is that we are a spiritual being. And so we bring that in by asking and receiving spiritual help. If we're doing a subconscious mind exploration using a regression technique, I always ask to bring in the very highest self, to bring in whatever divine being is your guide, guardian, spirit, guardian angel, and a little bit of talking with the client about how they believe it. So we're not using words that violate their beliefs. So we call it in that way, but it's such a powerful piece to bring in spirit. And so bringing in spirit, often we also work with, when we do that, especially going in, we check and see, are there negative energies, presences that are not part of your own being that are present? And that can be true. I went out to a pub 3 weeks ago and I came home feeling terrible, and I've been feeling it ever since. I'm mad at people, I'm whatever. And we just go in and, people get this whole sense of upset. Who is that? And sometimes it's not them and we send it on their way. And sometimes there's negative things that have come in much, much earlier, much deeper connected, and still we can lift and clear and release those things. And so those are sort of the levels. And as I say, more that is the map that's in my mind. Working with the client, we're usually working with like, okay, what's been going on for you this week? How are you feeling? What's happening? But then we'll go to, where do you feel that in your body? Let's lift that for you. Do you really believe that? Trying to raise awareness, shift perspectives, help them find solutions. But that body-mind map is in my mind. A little bit about how it is in anxiety. If someone comes and their major challenge is anxiety, that means that in the mind, usually their focus is on the future. They're trying to figure something out. They're worried about there's a real future focus to that. The emotion is usually fear. Things are going to go wrong. Things are going to go wrong. Things are going to go wrong. And in the body, it's often the nervous system is stuck in fight or flight. It's they're activated and it's stuck in activation. It's become chronic. They can't calm down. They can't sleep. They may be going into panic, but it's all has to do with raised, activated, hugely activated body. And so in anxiety, the very first thing is tapping. I ask them to tap daily, to just saying, like you're stuck in fight or flight. This will just start like an exercise routine. It'll just start calming you down. It's going to just settle, like think of it as exercise. Don't worry about what you're tapping on. Don't worry about the words. Just tap every day, 10 minutes twice. When you find yourself getting activated, getting anxious, getting upset, bring it out and tap. Take a break, go to the washroom, do whatever you have to do. Ways to start calming the nervous system. We focus in on sleep. And then we start looking at what are the things that they're so worried about, like starting to find solutions, starting to find what is it that they can do. And so that's the focus. When we're in anxiety, that becomes part of the map. I just know it's going to be fear. It's going to be all focused on future, and it's fight or flight. And just starting to, and sometimes it's realistic. People are stuck in very difficult life situations. Things are falling down around them. But let's start to find a little bit of room, a little bit of space, and work with it. when people are stuck in depression, and that's the thing that they're coming with, the mental map that I have is that the emotions are anger and sadness often. Those are big ones. And the focus is often on the past. You know, there's things that have happened that are awful. There's things that are happened that have, and perhaps they've gone through anxiety, and they've been sitting with chronic anxiety for so long and not finding any solutions. And you can't stay amped up forever. And so their nervous system has shut down. And so they have gone into shutdown, which is even deeper than fight or flight. You know, they've gone into that vagal system, the vagus nerve has gone into that shutdown response. And so very often it is impacting sleep, either thoughts or, thoughts amped up, can't sleep. That's still the fear thing going, or just plain the body's activated, can't sleep. The body just cannot relax. Often sleep, they're stuck in REM sleep for like apparently 2 or 3 or 4 times as much as a normal person. And that's like dream sleep is meant to, your mind is sort of finding little metaphorical solutions in your dreams. And for someone who's depressed, often, even in dreams, they can't find solutions. And so they're remming and remming and remming and remming. And they wake up and they feel like, I didn't get any sleep at all. Like I never got to that deep restorative state. And so I love CBT because if someone is depressed, CBT knows exactly what the negative thought patterns are. They've got it mapped out to a T. It's just that the CBT solutions to it usually is just pure awareness. It's just pure, like, challenge those thoughts. Put an elastic on your wrist and snap it every time you say, I'm a terrible person, and so bringing in the somatic methods, bringing in the other methods is just much better ways to address depression. Recognizing that you do have to be a little careful with doing really deep regression processes with someone who's depressed. Yeah. Liz.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but yes, you mentioned CBT, but it's cognitive behavior therapy, but can you just tell us just a little bit about it?
So a little more about CBT?
Just a little bit, because someone in the chat question, like,
okay. So CBT is one of the most researched therapy methods. And what it is about is identifying that there's a loop between your behavior, what it is that you can do, what it is that you do, what you can do, between your emotions and your thoughts. And it will say, people would typically say, well, this thing happened and then I felt terrible. So CBT brings in the piece that in between something happened and you're feeling terrible, there was a thought. What did it mean to you? Start to notice those thoughts. And sometimes those thoughts aren't even true. So starting to challenge, starting to understand those thoughts. When someone, particularly, it was developed for depression, it was developed sort of saying that, people will feel terrible. I did a presentation at my work and, only, somebody said this and I just knew they hated it. We'll challenge that. Do you think they hated it? Do you really think they hate, like, did another 6 people love it? When someone is stuck in depression, they lock in on the negative. We all tend to pay more attention to the negative because it's a survival thing. If something needs to be fixed, we do tend to pay more attention to that. But someone who's depressed will, the negative is the only thing they see. They will always attribute the negative to themselves. Something bad happened and it was my fault. And anything negative is going to be forever. that it tends to, our family was having a family picnic and I was the one that was supposed to organize it. And we met at this park and the, all of the things said the day was going to be great. We had everything all, but it rained. And so it was my fault the thing failed and everybody hates me and they're never going to trust me to do that again. And I always mess up. And it's going like, okay, the prediction said it was supposed to be a good day. How is rain your fault, But someone who's depressed will tend to do that across the board with everything. And cognitive behavior therapy focuses in on that and really exploring and challenging, and it's awesome. But I find if you bring in this body-based method, it just helps, along with that thought, it's my fault, comes tightness in the body and, all of these body feelings that go along with it. And so doing some tapping helps that to just plain release. We'll be doing that same exploration, but if I get people to be doing this at the same time, rather than being stuck on it, they're going, yeah, well, I can see that actually, like my stomach is relaxing, but also I can see, like, I really couldn't be expected to predict the weather if the weatherman can't, and really, I don't think anybody blamed me. We went and we did this, and I really don't think that they did blame me. They don't hate me, and as long as we are doing this, it just helps those shifts happen in thoughts, in body. They'll find, okay, my body is relaxing. And so depression, that tends to be, we just really work with that. We work with the things in the past. We find what are the things that happened that caused you to go into this, and we go back to events. We do trauma work with early negative events, recent negative. We just start finding those things and what made you believe you're a terrible person. What terrible thing did you do that made you believe you were a terrible person? And then we go to that and we tap, um and so a little bit about in grief, if somebody is coming in and in grief, the mental map, just knowing the things to be changed is just, maybe the process of whatever loss it is, often maybe things were unexpected, or even if they're unexpected, they're shocking, or maybe there's shocking pieces of it. I knew that my parent was going to die, but that time in hospital when they were in pain, that time, so we often do trauma work or just a space to share. What are the things about that? What's the story? Often it's a little journey. It can just take however long it takes, but just one of the things that has to happen is just accepting that it happened, even though it feels unacceptable, accepting the unacceptable. Often in grief, there's a thing about, who am I changes. I'm no longer a daughter after my mother died, and my parents have died. That part of my life is changed in the same way. You then have to find, who am I now? If a partner dies, if someone like that, it's a huge change in who you are, how you are. And those things take time, but room to share about it. And how can you maintain connection with the person? And I know we're at time, and just one of the lovely things in connection is there's actually a research study done on continuing connections where someone had people get into a very relaxed space and allow the possibility they can communicate with their loved one, and finding people came to that feeling that they could, and it helped them in their grief. And there's like an actual research study that did that. And so, yeah. And so it's just, I guess that's a piece that I'm sort of coming to just now, recognizing all of this whole thing is a map in my mind. The person who comes and has something to work out gets to just stay in their experience,
Thank
That
you.
was so interesting. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
can't wait to look at your your offerings for attendees and VIPs, which I am, because I'm going to
Right.
definitely.
And for that, I kind of focus in and I'll go wherever a single session is what the VIP offering is. And it's kind of not full therapy. So I have to sort of, acknowledge that it's not, so I don't open up things that we're not going to be dealing with. But often what can be really helpful is just share what's really present for you in body, mind, spirit. Where is it? Do some tapping, do some intention, take a specific, really painful piece and work with that within that framework of body, mind, spirit.
Love it.
Awesome. And thank you for the space to share. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, Angela. Trying to find that here. There we go.
Oh, thank you, Marg. That was so beautifully. You touched on a variety of emotions and topics. Thank you so much. And I hope anyone listening, we can only make the shift if we're willing to try. You have to feel like this is speaking to you. You want to make that shift. If you stay in that same loop, it doesn't matter how many practitioners. I mean, how many of us have seen people coming to us saying, "Oh, I've tried everything. They don't work." But you just, if your mind is closed, it doesn't matter how many people you see. So, yeah, that's just a reminder. But thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you for
thank
this
you.
space. Yeah.
Yeah. So who's next? Because both presenters are here, Jennell and Almerinda. Do you have to do rock, paper, scissors?
No, Jennell, would you like to go first? Because seeing as how I only presented like half an hour ago, I'm happy to, if I don't want to encourage you, but just putting it out there, if you'd like to go first or.
It's scheduled
it
that
doesn't.
way. It's scheduled that way, so that'd be great.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, good. I was just going to ask that. Thank you. Okay, sure. And I am going to do something a little different just because, especially my demonstration, because all these conversations inspired all of these things. And besides, some of you are still here from earlier. So anyways, I want to try to shake it up a little bit and give you something different. And we can go back and view these later. But for anybody who is new, my simple health test method, I didn't invent it. These were just tools that I put together and created the simple health test method. But it was inspired by my mom's journey because when I was only 15 years old, I thought I was going to lose her. So that kind of started the journey based on her recovery of learning all of these holistic approaches. That led to helping the rest of our family, including an issue I was born with. My dad's knee surgery, a puppy I had that was losing her eyesight. So yes, pet health too. From there, we opened up a health food store and a wellness clinic, and where we were able to help hundreds of other people in thousands of situations. So after decades of all of these techniques and tools and experiences that we learned in energy, in healing, in food and nutrition, and sorry, something happened to my screen here. I suddenly can't see anything.
We're
There we
seeing
go.
you.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Everything just went, okay. So all of these different tools, and it was the combination of those things because many of them on their own, yes, they were very powerful, but still kind of left some unanswered questions. So the accuracy and the power of combining all these different techniques, I believe, is what helped to transform so many lives. And I believe everybody deserves these kinds of skills and tools to navigate their health, not only for themselves, but for those that we care for as well, or even our clients in our practice, right? So the method I created is 3 steps: find it, fix it, feel it. Essentially, what that means is you find the root of the issue, you fix it the way the body wants it fixed, not by what we think might be, so we can feel the difference, usually in minutes, not months. Have those answers that we're struggling for. Like Angela said, you go to all these people, you try all these different things, but often it's the body-led approach that I use that shows what that is that the person needs. And I have a story to explain this. This one story, because it's just easy to relate to, is the story of Diane. And her, we'll say, physical symptoms when she came in of extreme fatigue and brain fog, and people thought she had brain injury, actually. She was very pale, and it was devastating to her. And she had been everywhere, like we've talked about, tried all these different things, and nothing was really getting to the root of the problem. It was even suggested maybe it was her age. And using the method, we were able to detect what the issues were for her, which in her case was heart, thyroid, and adrenals. And the body pinpointed those in the order of priority. So by addressing what the body wanted corrected first and how it wanted that, because there's many options or solutions, right? Like we can use herbs and energy healing, or tools and machines and devices and all these different things, but what her body wanted and in the order that it wanted it. In a couple of weeks, she got her energy back. She actually said she was out riding her bicycle again, which was a little bit shocking, but it was fantastic, and she didn't feel broken anymore. And one demonstration I want to talk about that I didn't share before was about energy, because Diane, at the root of her issues was fatigue. She had no energy to barely even just, walk down the hall. Her energy was so low. So one thing I want to show you is a really unique energy test that we can do using the simple health test method. So earlier I demonstrated one test that you needed to do first in order to do the testing, but this time I just want to show you one, assuming that we know how to do that. If not, you can refer back to the other one. So in order to test our energy, close this because I think it might be interfering the sun, and I have to back up so you can see me. So we can, and before I demonstrated using, oh my God, that screen, how do I get my leg back in here? Okay, there we go. Wait, no. Oh boy, this is quite, oh my gosh. Okay, so before, no, it's not working, is it? I don't know how to shut the screen off. I was in all your guys' classes and I didn't, okay, there. Nope. Oh my gosh, what is happening? So the idea is I'm holding my leg up and I want to push down on my leg. There we go. As long as I don't move, if I can stay like this. I want to push down on my leg, but test my energy at the same time. So you're going to take your hand, the palm of your hand like this, over your heart. And as you are pushing down on your leg, but resisting at the same time, oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm going to push, 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 and see how far my energy goes. Okay. So the idea is when you can't hold your leg up anymore, when you feel like it's going to break, not because you're getting tired, but just because you felt that shift in that energy of, ugh, oh my goodness. I don't know why it's doing that. It didn't do that before.
Face us a little bit more and hold the leg in front.
Is that the issue?
No, it'll just stay easier. I think we'll try it.
Try it. It's okay. Oh my gosh. This isn't right. How do I turn this back screen off? No, wait, did that do it? No, shoot, that still has a screen.
Do you want me to be the guinea pig?
Here we go. How's that?
Oh,
Did
okay.
that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
That's good.
take that screen off. I just didn't want the glare from that big window behind me. Okay. We can do it this way. I'll use opposite hands. So if you're pushing, right? And you're just looking, just gentle, you're just looking for that resistance. So you want to hold it up. I am pushing, I'm putting a little bit of force, but push, 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 push until you get to a point where it breaks. Now it looks like all of you are pretty good that way. Now, if you take something like a cell phone, and if you hold that cell phone on your person somewhere, just lay it on your lap or whatever, and do it again and see what changes. See when the energy shifts this time with that phone with you, or a watch, or a whatever you have for something that draws on energy. Did you notice a difference between the two? Yeah. Now, for anybody who for anybody who didn't notice anything, I would refer back to the first test I did, and I might as well do it again because we have some time here and it's fun. So with the same technique, take the pad side of your finger, which is the positive side, on the bridge of your nose, and then roll it over to the negative side. Now, if you're wearing glasses like Marg, just put it underneath somehow, underneath your glasses. Yep, just like that. So just so you're making contact, right? So positive, negative. And you're going to do the same test again. So you're going to push with your leg as you positive on the bridge of the nose, under your glasses or over your glasses, so you're making connection. Push, then flip your finger over to the other side and push again. Now, there should be a difference between the two. Did you guys feel that? One way, yeah. So one way is easy, and another way it's like it's impossible. All you need to know is there's the contrast in the two. If you can't feel that, there's some sort of physical disconnect going on in the body, and you need to solve that first. And that's typically the first step that I teach my students in my program, to make sure that their energy is where it needs to be. And I don't necessarily mean energy in terms of some of the energetic stuff that we're talking about. It's not to say that you're not energy and energetic in that. This is very physical. And when there's an interference, then the testing that we do for the simple health test will be not as accurate as what it should be. And that's why a lot of times people don't trust their muscle testing skills. Muscle testing is great, especially when we first start out, using that like yes, no, my name is Jennell, my name is Bob, like that thing that we're all familiar with, or many of us are. That's great. But if you want to find bigger, deeper answers or solve bigger problems, you need to trust those testing tools with more accuracy. And I have a great story that demonstrates that. So we were at a holistic event, and I was a vendor. I had a table and a friend came with me. And long story short, he was just wandering around and experiencing all of the other practitioners. And there was a lovely man there that was had all kinds of things that he was selling and demonstrating. And one thing was those Nikken magnets. Now, our store used to be a distributor of those. They're a great product, but they're not for everybody. So he used muscle testing to show, oh yeah, look, this is strong for you. But he stopped there, right? He didn't go any deeper. I find muscle testing is fantastic. If you want to immediately eliminate the nose, that's okay on the surface. But there's so much more, as this story will demonstrate. So he came back to the table. He brought this magnetic seat cushion with him. And, after a little while, he said, Jennell, I don't feel well. And he was kind of sweaty and shaky. And he said, I need to go outside. He did. He had a headache. So when he came back in, he said, I'm not kidding. This is serious. I don't feel well. You need to test me. So I said, okay. So I did. And I found it was his heart. Well, before you're going to jump to, oh my God, the worst case scenario. No, there's 3 steps in the method. So we found what was causing his symptoms because they're just symptoms. Now we need to know where it was coming from specifically to fix it. So we quickly found out using the method it was the seat cushion. Once we removed that, then he quickly returned to normal. But like he said, but the guy tested me, like he did the thing, like you do that thing. I said, yeah, but that's just muscle testing is just the tool, right? There's so many tools that we can use, but it's just a tool to be able to use the method. A tool like a screwdriver, right? Screwdriver turns screws, but which screws, which ones do you turn? How often? Which direction? Twice to the left, 3 times to the right? Like, there's more to know beyond that, but it is a super fantastic tool to just get those quick, like no's will say out of the way. So anyone who's familiar with that can use that as great initial steps. And the same thing is true for products, right? Like we had conversations going on earlier in other workshops like this, and it was great. It brought up things like, well, what about toothpaste? And what about, like there's herbs and foods and all kinds of different things we can do. We talked about water, but even water, what filtration system works for one person is not good for everyone. So we can learn to test these things. Definitely rule out the no's right away, but it's one of the things that I teach my students first in my program for those really fast wins to determine what's kind of interfering with what I'm doing every day. Like even there was one young girl who had a lot of skin issues, a lot of acne. And then as a young girl, I mean, that's embarrassing. You want to hide and you put more makeup and cover up and do all these things. But once we identified that it was actually one of the makeups that she was using, well, then the problem was solved. But we wouldn't have found that. So she kept using more topical solutions and, going to the skin specialist and, all of these things. And it was not pleasant. So there's a lot of ways that we can use this method. Our bodies are so unique. It's like a fingerprint, right? We're like a fingerprint. So our problems and our solutions are very unique to us. What works for one doesn't mean it works for everyone. You have to find what works for you. And yeah, that's kind of the essence of the simple health test method. I thought it was interesting when we were talking about energy, so we could test energy, but just make sure you do that one basic test first, because if we are not able to even do the testing, that has to be fixed first, and then our accuracy will just explode. It'll be that much better, because sometimes it's just that little. And to fix it, I think it was Fern that mentioned earlier. Yeah, I mean, I teach all of this in my program, but some of the real like basic, easy surface level stuff, sometimes it's as simple as the person needs a sip of water or a little bit of food. One fun thing I did in a live workshop one day, um, there was a gentleman who was a smoker, and we had been sitting in class for a while, and he hadn't smoked in a bit, and I was using him as a demonstration, and I tried to do that first test, and it just wouldn't work. It was like nobody was home, I call it. And it was as simple as saying, just take a cigarette out, put it in your mouth, like don't light it, just because smokers get their energy from cigarettes, right? So just put the cigarette in your mouth, and then suddenly it worked. Sometimes it's the overhead lights, like all of these, special energy saving light bulbs. They really interfere with people. I know Angela mentioned before, I think it was a prior summit that we did, Angela, and I was teaching how to change the energy quickly on devices. I can't do it with my cell phone because I have these little EMF protection. Even this necklace I wear is for EMFs because I'm in front of the computer so long. A lot of you might know about this as well, right? It helps when devices that we're in front of a long time, and a lot of us are in front of computer screens and cell phones and TVs and whatever these days, and it drains our battery, our internal battery, which is our heart and our brain. So you need to protect that, right? And oh, thank you. You need to protect that. So one thing that you can do when it's a cell phone or a computer screen like this, if you know, don't have necklaces and little chips and things, I use Q-Link. I don't sell them. It's just they seem to be what test really well. But you can tap it 8 to 10 times and it will change the energy. So when you're doing that energy test I showed you to see how far your energy goes, sometimes when it doesn't go very far, assuming that you are testable, when the energy doesn't go that far, or we're in front of it, you know, so long, and we notice the physical symptoms like we're yawning and we're feeling like our battery is draining. Sometimes as energy workers, our battery drains just being around people who have low energy because they will steal the energy from you to try to keep themselves a higher energy, right? So you can tap just 8 to 10 times, and it helps. And you'll notice when you go back and do that test again with the cell phone or the watch or whatever it is, if it's battery operated, not the wind up, but when they're batteries, they drain us, and it's temporary. I mean, it's, you know, it'll help for a few hours, but I noticed Marg is yawning. So here's another fun thing you can do. I teach all these cool things in my program. It's just fun. I can't hear you. So you can take your hands and just do this on either side of your collarbone. Just brush down, and it gives you a little bit of energy quickly, and it kind of just helps to sort of stop the drain.
I was just saying that I yawn when I release energy. I sometimes have to explain to people when I'm talking to them, I'm not bored with what you're saying. We've been tapping a long time, and I'm yawning and yawning and yawning. It's like I'm releasing here. Sorry.
Very good. No need to apologize. Thank you. But it was good though, because it reminded me of this fun little thing that I'm sharing. So, but these are all things we can do, you know, for energy, especially for ourselves as practitioners when we're working with people. It does draw on us, right? So the simple health test, we can check things like organs in the body, systems of the body, you know, liver, heart, brain. We were talking about emotional health at some point, I think earlier. You can check the brain and see, like, where is it? Is it too high where you're anxious and feeling, you know, you can't sleep and you're like wired, stressed, or is it too low on the other side, like leaning into depression? And how do we support the brain to bring it more in balance? And oftentimes, you know, there's chemical issues going on there. But again, this is all things that using a body-led approach can help you detect, like simple health test. So you can evaluate, you know, your blood and your iron and B12. Some things are obvious, you know where the heart is, you know where the gallbladder is. You can check into that, but other things are not obvious. How do you check for parasites or B12? You know, there's ways to do that I teach in my program. Because these are all so important. You need to know where the root causes are, but you can do that. The point is you can do it in just minutes, you know, and it's so great because when problems come up, you know, they can blindside us, and then we get scared, and then you know, that causes more problems, right? Yeah, like when our emotions kick in, as we've talked about so much during this summit. Like emotions are everything, and they can turn into physical problems. You know, you have to detect these things early, and the more tools that we have, or the more things that we know to be able to do that. I mean, I spent decades studying all these things, 42 years this year, and it's I'm proud that I was able to distill it down into a method that anyone can learn. It doesn't matter if you have prior knowledge or skills or tools, you don't need to. Doesn't matter how young or old you are. I mean, I've had teenagers in my program right up to seniors in their 80s. And it's so great when you can help someone that way, help themselves. At one point in my life before COVID, I realized I am not helping people by them always needing me to help solve their problems. And I want to empower people to learn how to do that themselves. So, as someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Liz. Yes, I wrote a book. I became a best-selling author. That was quite a journey. I don't know I'd ever want to try that again, but it was it was a lot of work. Um, but I had to lay out the method to the best of my ability into a book, at least in terms of the basic techniques and things like that. But there's so much more we go into in the program. It's how to use it and apply it. I mean, we can know something, but how to use it can sometimes be an entirely different situation, right? So I am offering as my free gift to the attendees I invite you, please, like, come and participate in my live class, sign up for the next live event. My class, they're about 60 to 90 minutes, depending. And for those who are in VIP, book a one-on-one session with me, and we can talk more about this or whatever your struggles are, and see how we can navigate the best route forward. Lots of tools to draw from here in this summit. There's just so many beautiful practitioners and tools and free gifts and offers, and I know I am going to take up every single one of them. All of you have such beautiful things to share. So unless if someone has any questions, I don't know. We do have a couple minutes. Yes, Imani.
Okay, so I wanted to say that when we did the muscle testing, I did pick up my phone, but I do have one of those little EMF things here to prevent it being negative energy, right? And
Yes.
so I was able to stay strong on that test. And I've also seen a machine test it, so I know it's creating this nice energy field around me that's safe. But I've bought this little item and thinking, how do I test it to see if it's actually doing work? So this is called a
That's how you test it.
Argoni. Okay, so how do I test that? So I've got
Same
the
way,
Argoni.
same way. So first, though, put that away. Keep it away
Oh.
from you. Keep your phone away.
Okay.
Yeah, like just
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay,
And
so
I
first, and see, this is where find it, fix it, feel it.
okay.
So first, you got to find where's your energy first,
Okay.
because you need to see the difference,
Right. Okay.
right? So if your energy, what you want to do in the case of testing that pyramid is find your energy when it's at a low point.
Okay.
Then bring that in
Mhm.
and retest and say,
Okay.
did that shift me the way it was intended to shift me?
That sounds good. That
Okay.
sounds really cool. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, of course. It's fun. 3:30, I think. Almerinda.
Thank you, Jennell. That was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Thank you for clarifying. That's a great question too, Imani, because I have, yeah, so that helped me to learn a bit more about muscle testing, because I do muscle testing a lot, especially with my healing. So yeah, very powerful. Very powerful. And I look forward to looking at your book as well, Jennell. So yeah,
Yeah.
amazing, amazing.
Thank you very much.
So I see sort of the audience is the same, and what I thought I could do is a couple of things. So I'm going to give the audience a choice. So we can do a mini taster if someone wanted to volunteer, because I would never look at someone's soul contract without the permission, because this work is so sacred. So we could do like a mini taster on someone in the audience, and Jennell is like, yeah, she's got her hand up. So I'm happy. I think Jennell, I don't see any other hands. I'll stop my share. Let me just make sure, and I'll check the chat.
I won't be selfish if somebody else wants to.
Oh, Fern has got her hand up. So Fern, is that in response to the offer to just do a mini taster, a reading?
That would be fabulous. But if Jennell hasn't had it done neither, then I'm good either way. However you want to go with that, I'm very happy.
So what do you guys
If they're 5 minutes, have you space for both?
we could. That's an idea. Let's see how it goes. So let's see how it goes. So I'm happy to do both. So Jennell, let's start with you. I may even have your name, but can you give me your full birth name? Because I need to enter it if I don't already. So what is your full birth name as it is spelled on your birth certificate?
Jennell.
Yes.
And then Rita, Reta.
Yes.
And then Cook, Cook. No E on
Okay.
the end.
Thank you. And this is the order, right? And the spelling that you've given me, right? And
Yes.
where were you born?
Oshawa, Ontario.
Okay, because there's a couple of components. And just your date of birth, if you don't mind.
June 17th, 1968.
June 17th, 1968. So I just want to, okay, just bear with me while
Sure.
I look at, because there's a manual way to do this, but I have software that can convert it within seconds. So rather than share my screen, I'm just going to enter the information. I may even have it, Jennell, because I believe we connected about aligning the energies of your presentation name.
We did.
We did, right? So let me just make sure. Jennell Cook. Yes, I do. And I do have it. Perfect. Okay, so let me bring it up. Okay, so I'm going to download it.
Hi, honey.
And let me see. So let me bring it up. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So let me go back to my meeting. I've pulled it up on the screen. I'm going to share my screen now. And I'm going to move my screen around here. And where is she? Okay, can everyone see Jennell's soul contract?
I can.
Can you make it bigger though, Almerinda? If so, that would be better for your viewers.
Because we can see your desktop as well a little bit in behind.
How's that? Okay, let me enlarge in here. How's this?
There you go. Much
Is that
better.
better?
Yes,
Thank you.
everything else is hidden.
Beautiful. Okay, so just to confirm the spelling of your name, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Jennell's soul contract, which is essentially her spiritual map, her map of her life. what she's here to overcome in her physical karma. And let me get my pointer. I don't have my mouse, so I left it. So what she's here to overcome and heal, what are her gifts, and what she's, why she gets up in the morning every day, her goals. And then spiritually, same aspects repeated, but a spiritual lens is shed on these aspects. So Jennell is 57, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so 12. So what the system does, just very quickly, is it takes the letter of her name and it converts it to Hebrew, right? It converts it to one of 22, because there's only 22 letters in the alphabet. It converts it, and then there's a bit of a mathematical formula, and it takes each letter, places it around the Star of David, and then it comes up with these numbers in each aspect. And each number also has a corresponding symbol. So when I first learned this work, I really connected with the symbols to learn what the 10 was, as an example. So actually, I don't know if I've ever talked about this with you, Jennell, but let me just test the system and see if this resonates with you. So I'm following my my inner guidance on this reading, and I'm just going to trust that what needs to be shared today in this demo will come through me. And that's how this works. That's what it's all about, right? Because I'm now connecting with Jennell's higher self and our healing teams, and this is what is channeling. And so, Jennell, do you have aspirations of running a retreat or bringing people together in a either a physical space or a spiritual space to really help them ground themselves? Because I don't know that ever in our connections, I don't know that I know this about you, because the 19 energy, one of the things that really speaks to Jennell when looking at her chart, and I'm going to test this, is she's here to bring people together, to ground them through her emotions, which is the 8. I know she loves animals, probably more than people. Tell me if this is true or not. And then she wants to run a retreat. Now, have you run a retreat?
I've done workshops. So like I've rented spaces and I've done that because I just love, 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 love that. But what I'm looking for now, because where I'm living, although I'm in the country, it's not conducive of something like that. So I'm looking for bigger property, and yeah, that is the ultimate goal. And bringing, yeah, there's more to it, but yes.
I know that, and I don't think I've ever heard you talk about this. And I know that you bring people together in different ways with your masterclass, but your soul really sings and speaks to you when you're doing that, like when you're bringing either in a physical space or a spiritual space, you're bringing people together. And the purpose is to ground their energy so that you can share what you've learned in life. And you're going to do that in a way that is with great integrity, because the one is all about it's Aleph in soul contract. And people who come to your space, they feel very safe. And they feel very much that you are in integrity within yourself. And it comes with great power, this one energy. And it's very much, I want to ask you, it's very much connected to Archangel Michael. So let me ask you, Is he someone who's present in your life? No?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay. So it's not someone that you call on?
Nope.
No? Okay. Okay. Well, and this is a physical, so as opposed to a spiritual, but this is the energy of Archangel Michael. This, anyone who knows anything about Archangel Michael, he's our greatest protector in the archangel spiritual world. And so again, I'm following my spirit. If you're curious, connect with Archangel Michael in any way you feel guided to see what inspiration might come through him to help you on this journey of bringing people together.
Okay.
And actually, I do have an Archangel Michael deck right now,
Oh, nice.
and I'd like to have some fun with this. So let's see what the message is that he has for you. So I'm going to shuffle my deck, my Oracle deck. And when you feel guided, so I'm just going to connect with you, Jennell. I'd like you to just close your eyes. And when you feel guided, the question I'm asking is, what is the message for Jennell today in this reading? And when you feel guided, Jennell, just ask me to stop shuffling.
Stop.
Okay. Positive thoughts create positive results.
Absolutely, they do.
Do you believe this? Like you,
Oh, I
this is,
know. I know this.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I just want, pardon me?
What we think we bring to us.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. And you know this, right? You teach
I
this,
do.
right? You know this. And I'm just curious if there's something more. So the uplifting thoughts are the magic ingredients.
Mhm.
And Archangel Michael advises to just purge your thoughts and speech of any worries or anything that may diminish your manifestation.
Yes. So true. So true.
And so with her talents, right, of a 19-1, the purpose being to bring people together and ground those spiritual energies with great integrity, right? And the 19 is someone who has a great sense of humor.
Oh, yes.
Do you?
I
Yeah,
do.
I've seen it.
I have a very playful, fun side. Yes.
Yes, and that's because these are positive traits. Remember, these are physical talent. This is a talent, this is a gift. And it naturally comes to you, your sense of humor, right? And I feel that, and sometimes maybe your sarcasm, you may be sarcastic, just to shed light. Because with laughter dissolves the seriousness, right? So, right? So you bring that in, right? As part of your energy. And it's just something that you can naturally do, just bring in laughter.
Yes, I like to have fun. You have
Yeah.
to. You can't be so you need that. And we were all talking about vibration earlier, and although that's not the real focus of my business, but it is in my life, I understand it. We need to do what we can to keep our vibration high, and that's joy and laughter and all of these things, our thoughts, right? That's part of our health. So important.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, so here's a snippet. I mean, there's so much, right? Like there's so much, but I did want to focus on the 19-1 and her talents. And then ultimately her goal is about reaching out to society to connect with everyone. But what's so important for Jennell to get there is to ground her emotions. And that's been her journey, right? I mean, she talks about emotions, like her whole business is on, let's find out how we're feeling, let's test our energy. And I think it's just so much in line with how she's serving the world, with the essence of what she's here to do, right? Just to ground. And I know you live in a beautiful space because that beautiful space grounds you. Your animals ground you, right? Which is what the eights are all about. They just need the grounding for their own soul's evolution. And they're processing their own emotions on this journey and helping society and humanity learn how to do that. How does that feel?
That's really awesome. I was going to take you up on this anyway. So it was really a beautiful thing that you did this year. It's so true, and these things are so important. Like I'd never heard of soul contract before I met you, Almerinda. So I just find it fascinating, all these different tools and insights. Like they're so valuable. Like, you say grounding and like some of these words, I'm as much as I may at part of my practice is about energy, but I don't do a lot of the things that you guys do. I may know them a little bit, but yes, I spend a lot of time in nature. You call it to ground. Maybe that is true for me. I don't know it referred to in that language, but yes, I feel best when I have that space and that freedom and that connection, I guess, with nature. I know I feel good when I'm there, right? That's so important to me. Even water, like being not in it. I don't like swimming so much, but I like to be near it. I have a little pond in my yard. I just like to hear the sound of the water, and I have my little happy places, right? Like, I know a few of you said that, oh, I'm going to go outside and hug a tree. Like there's one tree I gravitate towards here on the property. So, yeah, these things are so important, and we need to know what that is for us, right? Like what fills us up. I mean, some people wouldn't dare go out and hug a tree. There's something else that
Yeah.
fills them up and makes them feel good. So, yeah, this is neat.
And I'm happy to still go more fulsomely forward because I know you're a VIP, and one of the things I'll be offering is a full reading and then aligning the business with a person's soul contract. But I want to highlight what you said is that we're all built differently, right? And so what brings joy for one person may not do the same for another person. And this is how beautiful and how enlightening it, for lack of better words, can be. Because now, like, like, what is water, Jennell? Water is representative of emotions, right? So you love water, you love nature. Like hugging a tree just fuels your soul. And pay attention, right? Like that may sound cliche to others, but for you, and especially with an 8-8 in your soul destiny, Mother Earth, she is your guru. She is your saint.
Completely. Yes. It's funny because even like I love gardening, I grow most of my own
Yeah.
food.
Anything that grounds you, yeah, you love.
Yeah, when I'm outside, my kids they used to be almost disgusted by it, but so I would go outside and I have good intentions. I start out with shoes and gloves,
Yeah.
but in minutes it just all comes off and I'm covered in dirt, and it's just how I love to be, the best.
Because the more your body connects with earth and nature, animals,
Yeah.
they light you up.
Yes.
Because this is your soul. This is who you are. You're built this way, right? To your ultimate journey is to learn to really ground every part of you, connect with Mother Earth, and everything that you've learned along the way, you're here to teach that to everybody else. Because I remember you shared, I went through some debilitating experiences, my mother and all that. Like that is all been purposeful.
Yes.
So that you could learn this model, the simple health test, and create it.
It's
right?
true.
This is
Yeah,
how you
true.
healed. And so now you're here to share that with the rest of humanity. That's your goal. And that's what you're doing. So bravo.
Thank you very much. Yes, I love it. I love sharing what I know and teaching what I know and empowering other people. I mean, we all struggle, right? Like we all hit these walls and hard times, and it's so important that we know how to pull ourselves out of that and,
Yeah.
get through it and navigate these things.
Yeah, and it's a theme because you have 4 8s. So whenever there are multiple numbers, I pay attention because it's a specific theme. And for you, it's all about the grounding and the emotions and really processing that and putting boundaries around yourself and reaching out to society, right? Because this is like when I see the symbol, let me ask you, when you look at this symbol, what do you see? And there's no right or wrong answer. What do you see?
I don't know. To me, I'm not sure what the little thing in the middle is, but it almost looks like a little body of water. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's reflective. When I first learned this work, I saw this amoeba, and it's like it's representative of someone who's very adaptable, can mold into every situation, like, something that you've experienced, Jennell.
Oh yeah.
And it's wonderful to be able to do that. But the most important thing is to put boundaries on yourself.
Yeah, that was a hard lesson to learn. It's not something I'm comfortable with either, I'm one of those people that always, sure, I'll do it. Okay. Yeah, just give me a minute. No problem. It was a very tough lesson. I still struggle with that, because you want to just help everybody and do everything, but that's not good either.
Well, it is hard, and I know that because it's your karma. So a karma aspect is the most difficult thing. So thank you for being vulnerable with us and sharing that information with us, because, this is an example of it sits in her karma. So it's something that she's learning to do,
Mhm.
but that is going to become her greatest gift. It's what she's here to learn to overcome. So that, because it's that experience that is our greatest teacher. And so often the karma and those challenges, as difficult as those things are for each of us in our soul contract, which for you is partially about boundaries, which you've shared has been a journey. But as you navigate that journey, Jennell, you're going to master it. So that why? So that then you can share it out into the world and teach others how to do it for themselves.
That's so interesting. Tells us so much, doesn't it?
And yeah, thank you. And it's all, every one of us has our own journey, right? And there's nothing wrong with us. We've just, signed up to learn different things.
Yes.
And so when we understand how we're built and what we're here to overcome, like how empowering is that? So I'm mindful of the time. So Fern, because I would want to do your soul contract justice. So I'm happy. We're going to connect privately, and I'm happy to do this with you if that's okay, because that's one of my offerings.
Yeah, that sounds great. I look forward to it. And thanks, Jennell, for offering and for giving us the opportunity to see how this all unfolds.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you both. Any questions? Any questions?
I just find it fascinating. And yeah, I can't wait to go deeper with you on this because, yes, even when you helped me with the title for my talk, like that was just,
What's it
was
called?
so
What's it called?
fascinating.
What's it called, the title?
Oh my gosh, now you just,
I know. Take control of your health.
thank you. They say
Yeah.
it 100 times a day. Yes,
Yeah.
take control of your health. So yeah, and just on a side note to that, like how those numbers, like I still don't understand all this, but in my layman's terms, all those numbers that you showed me with my business and all the tens, like tens were everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then now you're saying these eights, so it'll be interesting once we do get together again. To discover more of all of that and what it means and how they interrelate to each other, because I'm sure that's probably a big part of it too, right? Like you
Yes, the
personally
connection.
and your business, I mean,
The
still you
connection.
too, right?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Jennell. It's been such an honor um, to just connect with you. And yeah, I really do love this work because you learn so much about yourself, and you don't have
Yes,
to stay stuck, right? You don't have, yeah.
exactly.
So, oh, my dogs are barking. My dogs, I don't know if you can hear them, but yeah. So I think we have Imani is up next.
I think
And
she
I'm happy.
stepped away for a minute.
Oh, did she? Yeah. We can take a 5-minute maybe washroom break if everyone would like, or I don't know if anyone has any questions or.
I would like to make a comment because you were mentioning Jennell's water element there, the fluidity. And
Yes.
I remember distinctly when we had the ice storm this winter. And we had our meetings, and Jennell's, I don't know how many trees fell down. She didn't have time to clean it up. There was no electricity.
For
Her
weeks.
two dogs, weeks? Oh my
Yeah,
God. And then her
3
computer
weeks.
crashed or something happened.
My
And she
ceiling came
was,
in. Well, I shouldn't say my ceiling. The water came in at one point. I was standing in the kitchen, like, and I'm on a well, so electricity here is a big deal. But the water came in through my light fixture in the ceiling as I was standing in the kitchen. It was just one thing after another. Those storms, it really country living.
Yeah.
But
And
I showed up. We navigated. We like.
oh yeah. But I'm sure during that time, Jennell, if you'd like to share, and I guess I'm being guided to ask, like, how did that make you feel? Because that situation, no doubt, brought up a lot of emotions. I might ask.
You know what was interesting? Because again, from the age of 17, I'm a big like Tony Robbins
Mm-hmm.
kind of person. And I learned a lot at a young age from people like him. I mean, his teachings were from other people too, right? It's not that he invented, well, some of it, but anyway, so I looked at that situation as I often do and thought, what is good about this? Okay, I was heartbroken over the trees and of course, and I panicked a bit about the well and the water. I mean, that was because I didn't have any source of heat and it was winter. So that was a little nerve-wracking. I actually sent my daughter away for a few days because it was so cold in here. But what did I learn? I liked the quiet. I liked the fact that all of these conveniences just shut down. And, you know, like you figure it out. Like when I needed water, okay, I was bringing in pails of snow. So I was so grateful there was snow outside, right? You bring it in and you let it melt and, you figure it out till it got too cold and then it didn't really melt. But
Yeah, you had that pause where you were, in a way, you were able to ground, and then, you know, your beautiful message, right? You turned that into a positive.
You have to, like Imani was saying too the other day, right? With the issue with your car, like, yes, sometimes things run away from us, but then we come back and say, wait a second, just stop. You know, these things, when we think about it, when we learn and discover, because eventually we do, well, hopefully we all do at some point, and I think many of us have said this during the time too, it's not happening to us. It really is happening for us. Actually, I think it was you, Imani. So, and I'm a very firm believer in that and what we think we attract and, you know, all of that stuff. Like, it's so true. Um, it's hard to constantly live like that, but the more we do, the more we learn, and the more it just becomes part of who we are. Um, definitely. And when we're stuck in the middle of a struggle, it's even more challenging. Like, I've had issues. I had an accident one time. It left me bedridden for 4 months, if you can imagine. So I've learned a lot. Um, but so grateful for the tools and the skills and the knowledge of knowing just how you navigate through these circumstances. Life's always going to throw stuff at us, but usually it's more about what we do with that and how we can learn from that experience. And usually we come back and say, oh, now I know why that thing happened, because now it gave me an opportunity to do this.
1,000,000%.
Yeah. I just love it. Life is amazing. It's sometimes just the lenses we look through.
Yes.
You know, if the picture is distorted or we don't like it, then how can you change the focus?
Yeah. So thank you once again. So, Imani.
Yes, so that was just wonderful to hear all of the speakers walking us through the modalities. And it's interesting, the stories we are living, all that we're creating, all this experiences that we're creating and we're drawing to us. It is all the inspiration behind, it has all been a part of the inspiration behind my YES method, which is your energy shift. And this method is all about shifting your energy by shifting your focus. What we put our attention on grows. And most of the time, our focus is on our problems or what's bothering us, and even what we want to create and how we're going to create this idea and bring it to life in our minds. And every time we're in that state of being, we're sending out a signal in relationship. We're almost sending out a command to the universe, right? And it brings us exactly what we ask for, what we're thinking about, how we're responding, how we're being. And so this practice is all about being in a state of stillness and even receiving. So we want to also be able to shift our focus toward what we prefer. Because if we're focused on the problem, we create more of that same problem. And it becomes very difficult to see options or possibilities that are available to us. And we get out of alignment with our true heart's desire. But with this method, our energy begins to change, shifting more into alignment. Now, this YES method is also a derivative of a practice that I call sitting in the field of possibilities. If you think of that energy field around our body, so if you just take your hands and rub them together, you can clap a couple of times. Some people might think, oh, that's just heat and friction in my hands, but it actually amplifies the energy that you're also feeling that's surrounding you, this layer of energy that's emitting from your body. So try to see if you can feel that energy, that layer of energy. Might feel like heat. It might feel like static if you're just rubbing your hands together, so, sort of playing with it or imagining it there. There's that energy around you, and that's a layer of energy around the body that is holding all of the thoughts that we're choosing, or the story we're allowing ourselves to play out, right, in this game, or the canvas we're allowing ourselves to paint. So a lot of the speakers have talked about too, the mind or the energy being in theta state or beta and alpha, and all of the energy levels or the states of our brain waves. And when we do this particular practice, our brain waves naturally slow down into the same states we enter in meditation or prayer and even deep creativity. And this is where our subconscious mind becomes open and impressionable. And from there, we can rest in what I call the 0 point, a state of pure presence, beyond thought, beyond emotion, beyond the stories, beyond yesterday's memories and the future's sort of anxieties that may come about. And so in this stillness, your energy field becomes coherent and your signal becomes clear. And this is an opportunity for your life to begin to reorganize itself around your yes. So use this method and say yes to the universe to help you get to what you really want to. And so for this method, I'm going to get you to just sit comfortably and gently close your eyes. I'm going to begin with a few deep breaths, inhaling fully and exhaling completely till all the air is gone. And with each breath, you feel your body becoming more relaxed and more present to the moment now. Let's set the intention. I'm here to notice, to shift, and to align with my highest yes. I'm going to take this moment to scan your body from head to toe. Notice any sensations, any signals your body is always speaking to you. And just notice as you're scanning your body. And bring your awareness to your thoughts. Just observe them. No judgment. And imagine yourself as a radiant signal inside a luminous plasma field. So you're just this field of energy. And thoughts and emotions are like sparks floating around in this field that is around you and surrounding you. And they come and they go. Some feel heavy, others feel light. You are simply noticing what is emanating from you right now. Now, bring to mind a situation or a challenge you may be carrying and feel its weight, feel its energy. Something that has been bothering you or something you're experiencing or have experienced and are still dealing with or working with. Notice that energy and the weight of it on the body and the mind. Now, as we prepare to shift, I want you to ask yourself, what is your preferred outcome? What feels aligned, expansive, and joyful? Notice those thoughts. And recognize that these thoughts that you're allowing and choosing still will often hold limitations based on what you've experienced, based on your knowledge. We tend to gravitate towards what is currently in our field. We can allow all of these thoughts, whether they're negative or positive, any doubts, let them pass, and we get to choose our focus. And with each breath, we say silently or aloud, yes, to our highest good. And now we're going to just sit in the stillness, simply rest, being here in the moment now, allowing ourselves to be present. You want to think beyond your thoughts, think beyond emotion. We're just here, still now, in our fullest point of power. I want you to resonate there, where you don't need to think of anything at all. And behind your eyes, you're seeing or sensing or knowing that all-knowing power that is present within you right now. This is the 0 point, pure presence, a space of balance, coherence, and infinite possibility. Just rest here, simply being. Listening to your breath, just allowing and noticing. Bring your hands to your heart and take a deep breath in and exhaling, slowly exhaling, letting it go. And repeat silently or aloud, I am present. I am the radiating signal of light. Notice the power that is you. I trust the process of life. I say yes to the universe. Just allow yourself to rest in that presence and rest in the state of being fulfilled. When you're ready, open your eyes and carry this energy within you for the rest of the day. When you're making decisions, resting in that just beautiful power that is infinite possibility. Say yes to the universe. And that is the yes method.
Very nice. Thank you, Imani.
Yeah. Sometimes we get caught up in the story that is our life, that is our role, all of the things, even those paths that we're designing for ourselves, we're creating, we have the ideas. Sometimes you just have to allow yourself to be and know that that is enough. And infinite possibilities are available to you when you can choose with intention from that place. Sometimes we choose from the point of, I got to solve a problem, or it's in reaction to, oh, I want to create that idea. But there's so much beauty in just being present and stepping into that divine presence that is within you. I see your hand raised, Fern. Why don't you go ahead? You have a question or comment? And that's
Yes,
for
that was lovely. I may not be able to speak. There's a
Mhm.
lawnmower coming up here, so you
Okay.
might not be able to hear me.
Okay.
Um, so if that's too
I'm on now. I'm on now. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Just one moment. I'm going to get Dr. Oksana to mute her
Yeah.
microphone. There we go. Okay, go ahead, Fern. Thank you again.
Okay, as I said, I don't know if the tractor in the background will be too loud, but that was beautiful. Yeah, saying yes to the universe, because as you say, whatever we're putting our attention on is going to grow. And when we put our attention on something with resistance, then that has that two sides of the coin, right? But when we can totally say yes to the universe, to whatever's showing up without resistance, and what I've heard from so many of the speakers today is that everything is happening for me. And so, and I've given what I'm seeing all the meaning that it has. And if I could just withdraw that meaning and hold to that, saying yes to the universe, because absolutely everything is here to help me. So thank you for a great walkthrough on that.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing, Fern. Does anybody else have any questions or commentary or shares?
No, that was beautiful, Imani. Just, really coming to center within ourselves, right? So important. Yeah, that was beautiful. Empowering for sure.
I notice in my body, it's not racing to be somewhere, it's not, anticipating or anxious to see what's going to happen next. It's staying present. And sometimes we just need that moment to call ourselves back to the present and trust the unfolding. And then we can step into that clean slate, like that clean energy that coming from that 0 point. We're not excited and we're not depressed. It's just this beautiful balance that is where everything can emerge. And now you have that clean slate to be intentional with your next thought, intentional with your next move, and more in alignment with what that may be.
And you called it zero. Sorry, what did you call this state?
Okay, so we're always in a state of being, some type of emotion, thoughts, and story or meaning, right? But this state, the 0 point, is essentially the point of infinite possibilities of all things and no things at the same time, right? And so I call it 0 point. It's sort of this, it's a space of pure presence, and that energy or that state allows you to become coherent with the divine within you, where the divine can create anything, right? And it's also where the subconscious mind is open and receptive. That's sort of the short version of it. The short answer, yes. But that 0 point is all about resting in pure presence. And you're releasing the idea that you have to create the image of an outcome. You're even releasing the idea that you have to prefer. You're just simply resting. And there's no thought to hold, no emotion to grip onto, just awareness. Because awareness is the key to changing anything. And so when you come to this awareness that you are actually the creator of all of this, and it's not to say that, oh, well, why would a person create a negative experience? Well, I say that there's a gift in the chaos. And you give yourself that opportunity to see what is that gift in the chaos when you come into that awareness. And so the 0 point is pure presence, beyond problem and beyond solution. It's just your energy becoming coherent. Are there any other questions?
That is the state of bliss.
As a matter of fact, I tell my clients to create a bliss list, right? So we can even get there quicker if you have a list of 7 things, and 7's just a random number, so maybe I'll check with you, Almerinda, about the right number. But 7 was the number where you just put down on that list of 7 memories that you have that ignite an instant feeling of joy or peace in the body. So that way you can get a lot quicker to it. So I have a moment when I was on the beach in the water in Jamaica, alone, just floating on the water. Anytime I think of that, my body, the feelings in my body shift right into peace very quickly. And so I have 7 items on my bliss list that can bring me quicker to that feeling in my body, which allows me again to align more quickly in my body with something that allows me to just get in that energy of, okay, I can do this, right? And it allows your body to, the heart is emanating. It's the largest energetic field, even larger than the mind, right? And so when you stabilize at the 0 point where there's no resistance, right? It's only this clear, clean opportunity for you to make a creative choice. And then when you step out of that 0 point, using your intention to create a choice that is in alignment and not coming from a place of fear, and is also not coming from a place of expectation. I'll give you an example. When we are extremely creative, maybe we see inspiration from a role model or from an artist or from another singer or from another practitioner who's doing something we would like to do, right? And we get this idea and we start thinking still in limitations based on what we think good looks like or what our greatness could look like. And then we create these conditions and we start making choices within those conditions of what we believe great looks like, what good looks like, what beautiful looks like, and then all of that is beautiful inspiration, but it's still limitation based on these conditions that you've either seen, experienced, or that have inspired you. So this also brings us to that 0 point where you can just tap into possibilities that you might not even be aware of, just when you're choosing to create from a place of what you see in those limiting conditions. So this is a method that I use with my clients, especially entrepreneurs and creatives and leaders and change makers who all have these big ideas and they're managing big projects or they're creating something big and they want to have an impact in the world. I had to learn this myself, like having a big idea and breaking it down into small steps. It can be very hard for me to do that on a practical level. But when I tune into my inner guidance, that divine knower in me, within, the next logical step becomes clearer because my energy is now coherent with the divine plan, that divine beingness required of me to choose with intention and choose in alignment. And that is, for me, the most effective way to start deciding what's the next step? What is the next thing I should put my energy and my attention and my focus on so that it can grow? And so that is also one of the frameworks that I work with my clients, is to have them create a framework that is really in alignment. It's not coming from a place of fear. Many entrepreneurs that I work with, right, they'll say, okay, my business is not growing. We need to do this. We need to put more ads out. We need to pay for more ads because if we don't, we're not going to grow. And then they start shrinking the possibilities down with these conditions, right? So I teach them and support them in getting into coherence with the true divine next step, that I can't tell them what it is, but they can put their state of being in a coherent, energetic place so that they can actually receive the guidance and truly trust and know what's right for them. I have a client who's like, came to me, she said, I want to get visible on social media, on Instagram. I don't know what to do with it. And in her mind's eye, she may be thinking, I have to post more. I heard you have to post 5 times a day. that may not be the right path for her. And in order for her to be in resonance with the vision she has for herself to serve her clients and the right clients, it's an energetic state of being. And then she can align with the amount of posts and the types of posts that work for her and that are going to allow her to magnetize or draw onto her the ideal clients. And that way she's not, sometimes I know from my experience, I get clients that, oh my goodness, I can't even work with them anymore because the energy is not in alignment. And that happened because I made a choice to pay for ads because that's how you're supposed to get clients. There is strategy, but there's also energetic alignment that we have to consider. And that's what I teach entrepreneurs, change makers, how to align with that energy that's underlying all of those choices that they're making within their business and within their projects that they're managing or whatever it is they want to create.
I like that. That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
You've given me something to ponder when you said about the 7, making the list of 7.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little technique I used to do where, well, not used to, I do. I have this little mini trampoline in my office, and just to change the energy, right? Like whatever, if we're stressing over something or thinking too much, it's like, wait, I just got to stop and just shift whatever's happening, and I'll just jump on that. But I'm going to try your technique. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Does anyone else have questions or comments that they'd like to share? Beautiful.
Yes, that whole energy and being in alignment.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important, it comes back to that polarity or the language that I use in my practice. We're like magnets, right? It's that energy where they're connecting and attracting, or we're repelling. And like you said, some people that you just couldn't work with, you were attracting the wrong people when you were, using advertising and things that we are told that we need to do. We don't, but yes.
And, even when I said that, it's not that they're the wrong client. It's just I'm not a good fit and for them.
That's
So,
right.
I'll make a recommendation or refer them to someone else that might be a better fit. One example is one client who never did anything I guided her to do. She still would come back, but I want to get the posts up. And I'm like, but you don't have to, right? So sometimes it's just a loving release of, it's not going to be a fit. And I've learned that lesson too, just to say, okay, for me again, what Almerinda was saying, our businesses are learning ground for ourselves too, right? And, I've had one of those problems where I'm going to be who I need to be to make everything wonderful. Right? Even coming from a creative background as a dancer, you do the moves, right? But one thing I even learned for myself as a dancer, it's kind of like, but the way I want to dance is not the way you're teaching me. And so, I'm not doing that anymore, right? So it's a beautiful dance with the universe and playing and just recognizing we are all energies. Every cell in our body, every thought that we hold becomes this energetic field, like we're walking around as this ball of energy. And we really do have, someone shared that quote from Wayne Dyer, I think it was you, Angela, where we need to be the change we want to see. Something like that. And it's so essential to be, being aware of how you're feeling. What are you being right now? What are you thinking? What are you focused on? All of those are great places to start to recognize when you're out of alignment and when you're in alignment. And being in alignment feels like peace and ease. And that's exactly what I was, in ease and peace with my car breaking down and overheating at the side of the road at 10 o'clock at night. And I've got to get my daughter's friend home to her mother, and her phones, all 3 of them are about to die, and I can't start the car to charge them. All of that stuff can sound like a big mess, but through it all, I'm sitting in that state of being at ease and peace and trusting and allowing the most positive, ideal outcome to emerge. And it did when that mechanic came and gave me free service. Right? So I hope you were able to say yes to the universe with that type of method by shifting, which is called your energy shift, saying yes and allowing the universe to say yes to you as well. And so as we come to 4:30, just want to thank everyone who was able to join us. We do have a pause until 5 o'clock when we have Dr. Oksana and Wendy Saw presenting and sharing their modalities and their gifts with you. And you can immerse yourself in the experience of our summit impact speakers. So thank you for joining us right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments before we pause and
Yes.
allow us? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
How does a participant access any replays or recordings?
Okay, so all replays and recordings are going to be launched onto a landing page for everyone to access, okay? They are also already in the Facebook group, anything that's been recorded through YouTube. You can watch those on YouTube by accessing the YouTube links. It's going to take us some time to process and compile all of these videos from the Zoom. So you'll need to give us at least 24 hours minimum to put them on this landing page, and you'll be able to receive them there. But again, our YouTube live links are live. So go to the Facebook group and join those links. As well, the emails, if you received one or if you can find it, because we were having difficult technical challenges with the emails. That's energy. That's electricity. That's energy, right? And so in order to receive, sometimes you have to be in alignment too with what it is you're wanting to come to you, right? So sometimes these, I didn't see the email, is our own, is a reflection of what's happening within us, right? We could be anxious, we could be trying to fit too many things in the day, but that alignment and that peace and ease, hopefully you can find that email or see that email that also has the links to the YouTube channel, because that's the only place for now that you're able to see these lives that we're having, like the fireside chats that we've had posted and this live right now. But the rest of the replays will be provided, and we should have them up within the next 2 days, counting today and tomorrow. Okay, does that help?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so why don't we pause and take a break away and come back at 5 o'clock for Dr. Oksana and Wendy Saw.
What does vibrant living mean to you?
Vibrant living to me is living with gusto.
Waking up with energy, feeling alive in my body.
Tune into who you truly are.
It's when life feels like it's flowing from within. It's when your choices and your voice and your authentic self is being directed and aligned.
Vibrant living is related to joy.
Create those games in your playground that are your games and that you can play.
Lead with love and peace.
Stay fully connected to source.
Conscious living.
Living your power.
Being me, present.
To grow in self-awareness.
Not having to think of what limitations you have, what health issues you have.
To shine our light and to express ourselves through our own color, our own song, our own melody.
You're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow.
And to parent from a place of heart-centered presence.
Vibrant living isn't something that you chase. It's something you uncover, and it starts with clarity, and clarity is available to every one of you.
So it's time for us to take charge, step up, show up, and play full on in life. Self-awareness is conscious living, the key to conscious living. Really be humble to acknowledge, and there is no right, wrong, good, bad. There is only there is only one thing, which is your experience and how you respond or react to the experience and learn from it. Self-awareness is conscious living, the key to conscious living. Really be humble to acknowledge, and there is no right, wrong, good, bad. There is only there is only one thing, which is your experience and how you respond or react to the experience and learn from it.
Right now, all over the world, there's like a movement of actually reminding us that we are not separated from our inner self and our higher self, right? We
Yeah.
are all connected and we are
Yeah.
all part of the same, but we
Yeah.
forgot when we came here.
This helped me resolve an issue that I was born with. And I thought because I was born with it, that I was stuck with it. I had a breathing issue. And using this method, I was able to turn things around. My mom used to say when I was really young that she was thankful we lived only a few blocks from a hospital. So I struggled with this limitation, limiting my physical activities because of my breathing problems. But then I discovered through this method that I could actually help my body despite what I was born with.
Because your business is for your own soul's evolution. And when it's aligned, it's going to work for you. Like you're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow and heal, what you're here to do in this incarnation, because your soul contract provides a lens through which you can look at, okay, what are my biggest challenges? What am I here to work on?
There's a lot of unknown in the new. And oftentimes we want to know, right? We think that if we know what to do, then we're going to get through this pretty good, easy, right? It won't be hard. But the reality is, certainty doesn't come from outside of you. It doesn't come from evidence and proof of everything working okay. It actually is an energy that we can hold. And so you want to be able to hold space so you can be in alignment with the frequency of what you want to create. So you're always being called into this this mission of being your divine, true, and authentic self, whether you realize it or not. But when you choose it, I tell you, that path becomes lighter. Like you said, it becomes, people come into place into your life, resources, money from unexpected places. You start to see a new reality, and the thing about the new reality, it's going to take time to shift. You may see some things fall apart because they have to, so you can break through and become the reality that you've been imagining in your mind's eye.
So I am so honored to just share this work, because I do believe that this work can really help mankind awaken and to truly, truly align with what they're here to do. And a business is that playground where you can create and grow and come into alignment with the magic of you.
Crisis strips away the distractions. It reveals what's unresolved. The stress can push old wounds to the surface, things we thought we buried, we dealt with. That's why in a crisis, our reactions can seem bigger than the situation. It's not weakness, it's an invitation to heal something deeper. Perhaps we could look at symptoms as being our soul's language asking us to listen.
It's not just conscious mind. Ever since the beginning of psychotherapy, Freud started the whole field with his teaching that subconscious mind is important, and in terms of it exists and it determines so much of our behavior, feeling, so much more than we had realized is held in subconscious mind. It's the home of joy and creativity and emotion, and also pain and, memories, some of them difficult memories.
The key is to take aligned action from the heart, using the divine feminine values such as trust and love and surrender
Yes.
to accompany the action, which is the masculine energy. has joy creates flow. Joy opens up the whole energy field. It opens you up to your essence, to your authentic self. It's part of love, right?
Consciousness only can come to you when you pause and reflect and listen to yourself, being present. And then you can say, no, this is not my thought. This is not my belief. This is not how I like to see myself going forward. Where you were is irrelevant now because you're making the next step, the next second, the next minute. Self-awareness is conscious living, the key to conscious living. Really be humble to acknowledge. And there is no right, wrong, good, bad. There is only there is only one thing, which is your experience and how you respond or react to the experience and learn from it.
We consist of masculine and feminine energy. Everyone. And if you're a woman, you have more feminine energy. If you're a man, you have more masculine energy. But all of us have both parts and need to be balanced in order to feel well.
Without self-compassion, healing becomes just another thing we try to fix about ourselves. But you see, we're not broken. We are often just carrying too much without giving ourselves permission to rest, to release, or to be real. Self-compassion is the doorway to all meaningful healing.
Our soul never dies. Okay, many people ask the question, okay, what happens when we die? Right? Do we become just dust again? But then there are scientific studies that say even the weight of the body changes when we die.
What does vibrant living mean to you?
Vibrant living to me is living with gusto.
Waking up with energy, feeling alive in my body.
Tune into who you truly are.
It's when life feels like it's flowing from within. It's when your choices and your voice and your authentic self is being directed and aligned.
Vibrant living is related to joy.
Create those games in your playground that are your games and that you can play.
Lead with love and peace.
Stay fully connected to source.
Conscious living.
Living your power.
Being me, present.
To grow in self-awareness.
Not having to think of what limitations you have, what health issues you have.
To shine our light and to express ourselves through our own color, our own song, our own melody.
You're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow.
And to parent from a place of heart-centered presence.
Vibrant living isn't something that you chase. It's something you uncover. And it starts with clarity. And clarity is available to every one of you.
So it's time for us to take charge, step up, show up, and play full on in life.
What is at the root of what the body needs? Because we don't want to be just randomly throwing these solutions or remedies, trying this and that and just finding what sticks. We want to evaluate what the solution is for us, for our body. because that will bring about what I call the best possible outcome. Because let's face it, there's a lot of things that could help, but some are better than others, and some are not a good fit at all, and that could actually be dangerous. It can cause more symptoms. But the bigger problem is when we mask what's happening using a solution or a remedy that we think is helping, but it isn't, it means the underlying problem is left to sort of grow and fester. So this method helps you identify all of those things, and it takes literally just a few minutes.
And so if you can align your business to activate your life purpose, then you're going to feel a lot more fulfilled. You're going to feel a lot more rewarded. It is so important that, because in the absence of having a business that is aligned with you, life is not going to flow.
What does vibrant living mean to you?
Vibrant living to me is living with gusto.
Waking up with energy, feeling alive in my body.
Tune into who you truly are.
It's when life feels like it's flowing from within. It's when your choices and your voice and your authentic self is being directed and aligned.
Vibrant living is related to joy. Create those games in your playground that are your games and that you can play.
Lead with love and peace.
Stay fully connected to source.
Conscious living.
Living your power.
Being me, present.
To grow in self-awareness.
Not having to think of what limitations you have, what health issues you have.
To shine our light and to express ourselves through our own color, our own song, our own melody.
You're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow.
And to parent from a place of heart-centered presence.
Vibrant living isn't something that you chase. It's something you uncover, and it starts with clarity, and clarity is available to every one of you.
So it's time for us to take charge, step up, show up, and play full on in life.
We put amalgam fillings in. Amalgam fillings are 50% mercury.
Yes.
They still use amalgam fillings, believe it or not.
Yes.
All the military gets them. All the people in institutions get them. All children in the school system school dentistry system get them. And anybody that is on welfare gets them. If you take a tooth out of a person that has an amalgam filling and throw that tooth into a small lake, within 24 hours, there is a fish advisory. You cannot fish the fish in that lake because of toxicity.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, we were putting that into people's mouths.
To me, vibrant living is all about being fulfilled, even when you're experiencing the duality of life, both the good and the bad of a thing. And so having the tools and the resources, and even just being able to find your center and your peace in the middle of whatever is happening in your life is all foundational and basically what vibrant living means to me.
Sometimes what we went through is not very pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is trauma, what happens is that our subconscious mind hides it because it's protecting us.
spirit is an important part of that, setting divine intention, using prayer, connecting to the divine. The truth is we're all one and we're one with spirit. And so I bring that to my therapy.
The mirror are the individuals around us, the situations, circumstances, and if we don't pause and look at the mirror, we will never see who we were being at that moment. Was I being my grandmother? Was I being someone that taught me in school? Did I learn some behavior or beliefs from that person and I was acting out of that programming?
So each of these methods asks someone to bring to mind to be in the upset, be in the upset, bring your awareness to, a current feeling, a feeling related to a memory, really notice and be present right in that difficulty, the feeling. And then we bring a calming method, the tapping or stroking or eye movements, and it breaks up that pattern.
When a situation happened, what are you saying to yourself? Have you ever paused and asked, do I really believe that? Is that mine? Because every day we hear a lot of messages coming through. People chatting with us, we listen to news, radios, information. There is a lot of information coming in. And beliefs begin to build around the same message that are repeating over and over to us.
I love working with emotions because I look at emotions as not your enemy, but your compass. See, when we listen with compassion, not only do we heal, but we become more aware of ourselves, or fully aware, in fact, of ourselves. And I find that healing isn't about perfection or fixing what's broken. It's about returning to who you truly are. You are not your symptoms, you are not your story, your struggles. You are the soul beneath it all, waiting to be seen, to be heard, and held with kindness and compassion.
Hello.
Hello.
I like
Hi,
Jennell's
Wendy.
picture. Hello.
Where did everybody disappear to?
Dr. Oksana has to turn on the camera.
And where do I do that? Since I was on the camera before. I guess I'm gonna go in and out again. Okay. I'm just going to go out and in.
Maybe we can do it for you, Dr. Oksana. Hold on. Let me just look at the participants and maybe I can turn it on for you.
Really?
Yeah, let's see. Maybe. I don't know. No, that's Wendy. Hold on.
Did a button come up?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. We
You
just
just
asked
pop
her.
in.
Yeah,
Just
there
have
you
to
go.
ask her.
Wow. I learned something new today.
Well, I don't know where I am. Let me see. Oh, there I am. Hello there.
I love your background, Dr. Oksana.
I love yours.
So nice to see you, Diana.
Yes, it's been a beautiful day, and let's welcome in now. We're going to have Wendy Saw and Dr. Oksana share with you and support you by talking about or taking you through the modalities that they're using to heal and help you on your path to wellness and well-being and mindsets and all the stuff that they do, the magical work that they do for you. And I think we're going to start with Wendy.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. My favorite topic. So, actually, how do I start here? Let's just give a little bit of background in terms of the brain, because by understanding that, you probably can see where the how powerful by influencing your mind and your subconscious mind can do for you, what it can do for you. So our brain is divided into two parts. Everyone knows that. There is the conscious mind, there is the subconscious mind. By the way, I'm seeing a black screen of someone at the moment. Is that what you're all seeing as a speaker view?
I'm seeing you, Wendy.
Okay. Are you in speaker view or gallery view at the moment? Because I find that I'm on the side at the moment and I have a Vibrant Living screen, dark screen right now.
I see you too, and I'm on speaker view.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Then that's okay. I'll leave it then. Because yeah, I'm seeing a different screen. Now I see you. Oh, now I got myself now. Okay, I love it.
I've got you on spotlight. Okay. It's all you, Wendy.
I love it. Magic, magic. So yeah, we're talking about conscious mind, subconscious mind. So basically, our conscious mind, they only are responsible for 5 to 10% of everything that we do on a daily basis. The rest of them are all controlled by the subconscious mind. So our conscious mind is just responsible for short-term memory, making decisions in the moment, whatever we are doing at that moment, that's when we involve the conscious mind. Whereas the subconscious mind is totally a different ball game. All our organ functions are controlled by our subconscious mind. All the habits that we have, long-term memory, everything is stored in a subconscious mind. What else we do? Oh, our emotions are all impacted and affected by our subconscious mind. All the habits that we learn is again influenced by the subconscious mind. So from 10% to 90%, you can see how basically if you influence your subconscious mind, you change your life, because that's the 90% influence. So now think about if your subconscious mind affects your emotion, then think about on a day-to-day basis, when you're making decision about something, your subconscious mind is the first one that talks the loudest to you to influence you, because what the subconscious mind function does is to put a filter to everything that you are experiencing in the moment, and it talks 90% of the time and 90% louder than the 10%. So when something happened to you, the first thing the subconscious mind does is go to the previous memory and grab that information and put it into your conscious mind and telling you, here, this is bad, or here, this is good. And it has nothing to do with what is happening in the moment. We are actually living in whatever that we have stored in the past. So you can see this happen on a daily basis. You walk around with a dog, and you will notice that people start walking away to the side and they say, oh, I'm afraid of the dog. But the dog is only this small, and they are 5'10" or 5'3", and they walk to the side to avoid the 9-pound dog. Is that something that is actually speaking the truth?
Or is it the programming that is saying, move away? And the conscious mind doesn't even analyze the situation and look at it. They already responded. Out of reflect, they responded, and then they go, oh, it's a dog, I walk away. What I do now is to invite you to start looking at whatever comes to your conscious mind instantly. And as I said, mentioned in the video, pause and really look at it and say, is this relevant to now? Now, here's another part, subconscious mind. Subconscious mind is not only about you. Now, I know a lot of speakers prior to me talks about, karmic and all these other ones. Well, guess what? Your brain holds every part of it. Your subconscious, sorry, not the frontal lobe. This one in the back holds every part of it. Your ancestral, your cultural, your genetic, everything is stored here. Is that information sinking? This is how much our subconscious mind affects us in every minute, second, days, weeks, months, in our action, in our thoughts, in our emotions, and everything else. And we talked about it earlier, this ease, your physical condition, your emotional reaction, what you do or you don't do, everything, they are just the result of your unconscious, your subconscious programming, because it spit out that information in milliseconds. This computer is very slow. Imani is like, this computer is very slow. But this one is 100 million bits per second. This one is 40 to 60 bits per second. Very slow. So you react to something very quickly. You make decision to something based on something that happened maybe 200 years ago. How many of us still have that programming? Money doesn't grow in trees.
Yeah.
Right? Come on, it's so dated. And yet it's sitting here, right? You have to work hard for money, right? Like you cannot be too loud. Girls supposed to be taking care of ... Now, is this really still relevant? So what I do with sacred activation is basically helping you update your computer to the new information, not the 200 years old information, the cultural belief that we have. Yes, we know where we're from. I'm not giving that up. I'm just giving up the beliefs that no longer serve me, that is holding me to act like 200 years ago when we believe, or whatever years ago, that we believe certain belief that is no longer valid or even proven to be not valid, and yet it's still running in the back. This is the scary part. You didn't even know what you believed until when that thing happened, and then all of a sudden you just go, oh, how many times we told our parents, we observe something and say, when I grow up, I'm not going to do that. And then what? We do exactly the same thing. So secret activation is to help change your biocomputer. It helps you take away the old programming, the old operation system, and put in a new up-to-date one. It helps you align with where you like to go. For example, if you say, I have low self-esteem. Okay. We have activation to deactivate that. Simple. Just replace it. Whatever you replace automatically is given by source the proper programming. So you actually can update yourself and actually choose the programming that aligns with you and move forward in life. Versus the brain keep telling you something that happened when you were 3 years old, or something that your grandparents experienced during the war. Do you still have to carry that poverty consciousness when they, to begin with, don't belong to you? That poverty consciousness was your grandparents' experience. We are not at war. Well, we are very blessed in Canada, at least. And we are here looking at creating something different. And that's what sacred activations can do for you. Now, any question, anything, we're here to play.
Yeah. Dr. Oksana, sorry, you go first. I don't.
You're muted.
So, in order to experience a sacred activation, what does one have to do? Is it a consultation with you? Is it personal, or is it online, or how does it happen?
Yes, so because it is the energy coming through from source, we can do online, we can do in person. Obviously, online is more convenient. And yeah, basically you work with a practitioner like myself, and we talk about some of the situation circumstances and identify some of the limiting beliefs that you have. And then we just basically, I, as the practitioner, ask and request the activation. And then source energy will come through when I request that particular activation and will go through you and go into your body. The nice thing about it, and also the challenges, so there are always two sides to things. So if someone says, oh yeah, I'm willing to experience the activation, and yet deep down inside they have resistance, the activation will not run on them. Even though I am saying, run activation Moses code or whatever, it won't run on the person.
And
yeah, go ahead.
And how do you determine what activation to offer to the person? Do they ask for a specific one? If so, how do you identify the need?
Okay, so first of all, when we chatted, we will know certain beliefs that you have, certain things we have. Now, sacred activation have over 1,000 activations, from physical, mental, emotional, financial, spiritual, all aspects. There are activations that cover it. And at the end of the day, I hear the sacred activation. I will be told what activation to run, first of all. Second of all, it's also because I've been running activation for so long, I will identify certain activation right away. However, I could be running some activation and then I will be told by source that this is the activation that needs to be added, and I'll just run that activation when it's given to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I can't wait for mine.
Did you listen to the foundation activation?
I'm sorry, but I have had a very unsettled few days, and so I'm looking forward to the recordings.
Okay, I think you were at our meetup at one point, so you did receive some activation. So yes, good. So you know what? I'm gonna play here. So I'm gonna run some activation. What's the purpose of just showing up and not playing, right? So weight loss? Okay, so let's do this.
Well, the priority would be the financial one.
Okay, financial. All right. Well, okay, so let's just look at that. Yeah, I think financial will benefit everyone, right? What else? Just tell me a little bit, and then I will run that.
Like what else besides money, you mean, or?
Yeah, give me some background of, let's say, your experience around money. Like what is that? What is some of your challenges when I said about money? Like why are you not having money coming in very easily and all that? Like just some of the beliefs.
I can answer that.
Okay.
I don't have that I'm aware of, because finance is my background. So I've always been open to receiving money. I've always been very well off. I've been very wealthy and I've been extremely poor. So I've had both sides of that over the years, like up and down like a yo-yo, depending on life circumstances.
Okay.
But when you have big plans, like we were talking earlier about my retreat and the property and my rescuing draft horses, I mean, that takes big money. So
And what does that soul pause means?
So I'd like to go do that tomorrow, but I'm not in a financial position to do that
Okay. So did you
on the
hear
scale
yourself?
that I'm talking.
Okay. So did you hear yourself saying finances going yo-yo? And earlier you says, I have money and then I lose it. And then now I'm comfortable. I have money. And then it's like yo-yo. Okay. Yo-yo will be something that you want to look at, right? Because having money and keeping money and having the ability to constantly having it and when it available it has is totally different than up and down, up and down. So the belief system is creating the yo-yo for you.
I don't know. Like I had circumstances. So like a bad divorce, you're 6 figures into lawyers. I don't know that it was circumstances in terms of my beliefs. I don't think like I've always had a good relationship with money. Even when I didn't have money because of circumstances, like I easily turn that around. But it depends what the idea of like good is. Like now I have this big goal, which is going to take big money. Some would say I'm very well off right now, but it's a matter of perspective, right? Like not to do what I want to do right now. If I could do that tomorrow, I would.
Okay, so it's not about the how many zero behind it. Okay, it's first of all, every situation, circumstances, as Imani and we have been drilling over this over and over about it, it is a mirror. So what that mirror does is mirroring you your subconscious belief. So the situation is created by us because as my topic talks about, we are the creator. Okay, we are the creator. So you created that particular experiences. You created the experience because you haven't resolved that yet. So therefore, it's showing up to let you know you have to look at this now. And then once you look at it, resolve it, it won't happen again. So every situation, every health situation, divorce relationship, whatever you want to call that, those are our signals. It's just communicating to us that this is the area that you have to look at. Because ultimately, we are the creator. If we say situation, circumstances happen, therefore then you become the victim to the situation and circumstances. Now, this was very hard for me to learn when I first heard that. It's like, I'm not a victim. I never play victim. It's not you consciously playing the victim. What I'm saying is when you find that the situation is bigger power, have more power over you, then we are playing the person that is having less influence. So therefore, the power is given away. And when we recognize what are the beliefs that allow us to be less than, and then change that belief, then you will find that that story doesn't show up anymore. Why? Because you already learned your lesson. Like you change the programming. Because remember, it may not come from you, Jennell. It could be coming from your ancestor. And they sabotage, like we use the verb very likely, sabotage. Oh, something happened, it's gone. Something happened, it's gone. Well, everything is created by us and for us. So when situation happens, it's telling us we have to look at that.
Well, they're decisions. Sure, I agree with that. Definitely. I mean, we make our choices, right? We make decisions. I chose to, have my kids and stay home and not work for a while. So these are all choices.
Yep.
Yes.
So those are the things that influences. Remember, your subconscious mind influence your choices and your perspective and your perception. It influences everything. So now, okay, we spoke about that. So we talk about money, creating money. We talk about, we going up and down. As an example, not particularly about Jennell, but just overall. Anything else that you'd like to pop in? Anybody?
Sure. For me, I guess I've always had a feeling that I'm going to be poor when I'm old. But I keep kicking that down the road because I'm 72, I'm still working, I'm doing fine, I'm covering all my expenses, I've got savings, but somehow there's a subconscious thing about, but it could all run out. And I'm going, I'm not likely to live that long. I'm sort of okay,
Yep.
but it
Yep.
still somehow is there, when I get old. I'm gonna,
Yes.
but I am old, so I should be able to let that one go.
That's okay. That's the belief, right? Okay. So I'm just looking at the time. So therefore, let's just run some activations for now. Okay. So close your eyes and just take deep breath and relax. This is not a meditation. I will run the activation and there will be time that I'll be silent. So what I ask you to do is just ground yourself into Mother Earth, see roots growing from your feet or if you're sitting from your spine, going down into Mother Earth. First of all, I'm going to run the first one, running the activation of deactivating self-sabotage. The energy is very strong. Ultimate release of all fear relating to money. Fear of being judged, fear of success, fear of having it all, fear of having it and then losing it, fear of being old and broke, fear of shining, and think about all the fear that you have relating to money now. What are some of the beliefs that you have around money? Fear of not able to manage money properly? Were you taught always to save for a rainy day? Were you taught when you become money, well, when you have money, you become evil, bad, you will misuse money? What were you told and taught as a child when it comes to money? Running arms open wide. To have money, you have to be willing to receive money. We don't have money is because our willingness to receive is set at a certain level. And you have beliefs around money, how much you can have. Actually, also running and stack with glass ceiling. Where is your glass ceiling for having money? Okay, I just heard another activation, caste system money. Now, these activations will continue to run for you for as long as you require. I'm just looking at the time to honor Dr. Oksana's time as well. Just start noticing your body and wiggle your fingers and toes. Whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. Now, I didn't run a whole chunk of activation for you. However, these ones that I ran, the energy was going crazy. I don't know if you felt it, but my hands was like shaking like crazy, and there's so much. Thank you, Imani. There was so much energy there. It's crazy. Yes, Fern, go ahead, please.
Well, what I noticed, Wendy, and thank you, your languaging is fabulous on that as well. But what I noticed was a lot of intake of breath. And I'm like Margaret, when I'm doing treatment with other people, I do a lot of yawning. But during the activation, it was a lot of intake. So don't know if it has any meaning. It doesn't really matter. It was just a reaction to the process. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the feedback. Yes, Jennell, please go ahead.
What was the last one that you said? You said another one was coming in, but I didn't understand what you...
Caste system money.
Caste system money.
So when it comes to money, we also have beliefs about how, like, we have tiers. This is better. This is less. Just like we have caste system in money, we have caste system in family. Like how things I think in the, if I believe correctly, in the Indian culture, they have
Yes.
caste system.
Yep.
So the basically the principle was borrowed from that. And so everything we sort of box them, and we learn to box things, and we box money as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Liz, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to share that I think I've done 4 different times with you. Like the first one was the one that was in the drive,
Yep.
and that was strong. And then when we were together at our meeting, and now the one in the morning, and now the one now. So today I've been very thirsty. I just finished like my 4th glass of water, but this is the first time that I actually feel here. I was feeling the energy here, and it was like pulling me like that. The other times I was probably less receptive, but right now it was here, and I was like, oh my God, well, surrender. But it's like little by little we open more our claris, and it's beautiful.
It's not about you opening more now. It's about the codes. You have
Yes.
received the codes, so many different ones already. It is creating change within you, and it doesn't stop. Okay, so you will become more and more aware, because the codes are creating changes in you from the first time you listen to it to now. Is continuing changing you. So you become more in tune with it, and obviously you become more aware of the energy. Yeah, absolutely. Imani.
Keep it really brief. I felt it as well, some energy here. I felt some energy here. And then I was like, oh, this is a lot. And then I released. I could feel when I was sitting into peace, like just relaxing even more at certain moments. So it was a beautiful experience. Thank you. And I'm so glad these codes are activated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Jennell, is there anything else you need to add? I saw your hand still up,
Yeah.
so just checking in. Thank you.
I was just saying to give feedback as well. It's funny when Liz mentioned about this whirling, I had the same experience, but with my feet, it was like I was on one of those like saucers or something where gravity was doing this. It was interesting.
It actually does a lot more than you think, and it really go very, very deep. Depends on how much you're ready to let go. So don't worry about anything. You just receive and just let it do its work. Do not make any decision for a month. There has been people that has done very drastic things, which they said, "Oh, I feel good about that." However, you can allow things to settle a little bit first before you make any drastic. I'm talking about people who just basically burn everything, sold everything, and move into a monastery, things like that. Like really, really, break up with their girlfriend of 9 years and just walk away, and very, very drastic. It doesn't have to be that way, okay? And we have seen some very miraculous, like people that are on crutches start walking. I mean, just different things. So all I'm saying here is just do not make any haste decision. Allow yourself to integrate. If you notice, great. If you don't notice, great. I guarantee you 6 months from now, you will come back and say, "Oh my gosh." And then you all of a sudden you realize you're different. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate you attending and sharing here. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Wendy, so much. That was wonderful. Dr. Oksana, we are welcoming you into the space to lead us in your sharings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I speak about the five directions of a compass. Everybody says 4? No. The 5th one is where you are. And I usually cite the example of my girlfriend who is directionally challenged, and she'll call me and say, can you help me because I don't know where I am? And I'll say, okay, show me where you are. And she doesn't know. So until she knows what the street name is, I cannot help her. And it's the same with health. If we don't know where we are, we really cannot undertake the path that we should take. And so there's the 5 T's of health, which I talk about. The first one, of course, is trauma. And that's something that medicine really is probably the best at. The emergency room, the putting together a bone, stitching up wounds, etc. The next one, of course, is thoughts. And we talked a lot about thoughts during this Vibrant Living experience. And our thoughts are much more powerful than I was taught as a child and as our parents taught. The next one is toxins. And we talk about toxins a lot, thinking, oh, the food might have toxins in it because it's sprayed, or the water might have toxins in it because it's got fluoride, chlorine, and maybe the remains of women's birth control pills or antidepressants or whatever. But also, we need to look at the hidden toxins in what we eat, what we wear, what we use as far as technology, what we even wash our clothes with, and of course, our thoughts. And the next thing is something I really know a lot about, and that's teeth, because of my 42 years in dentistry. And the last 32 years of it was questioning, is this good for me? Is this good for my patient? Is this the best way to do it? How could I have prevented this child from growing a smile that wasn't beautiful? All these questions that I asked myself and followed through with further information seeking, and developed a paradigm that was quite different than my colleagues. For me, it was more important to get a child at 2 years old, take a look at whether they're thumb sucking or whether they are tongue sucking, and correct that in order to grow a beautiful jaw that is wide, that is properly aligned with your face. yes, you can come in at the age of 13 and correct it to a certain degree, but you cannot grow more jaw after that, not a lot of it anyways. So those are things that when I studied whole body dentistry and found that there are certain things that can't wait until you're 13 or 14, I started teaching parents how to look at these things. First of all, breastfeeding, which was not very popular in my day and age. When I had my first child, the nurse came to me and said, "Here's some coffee for you." And I said, "Where's my baby?" "Oh, in the nursery, they're feeding it." And I said, "What? Oh, you don't want to breastfeed, do you?" That was the norm at the time. So those are things that we needed to, these are fallacies that we needed to debunk for the health of the child, whether it was dental health, because sucking on a breast is much different than sucking a bottle for the formation of the jaws, and also for the nutrition, of course, but also to make dentists aware that no, you don't correct what has been created by a bad habit. You inform and teach the parent and eventually the young adult what to do to create that beautiful smile, to prevent decay, to prevent gum disease. And if the person knows what is causing these issues, they are much more likely to be empowered to grow that beautiful smile or grow health for themselves. So teeth is something that I, as I said, know a lot about and am very passionate about. And the last one is technology. And we think of technology as the big boon to our brains. Oh yes, we can use AI, we can have all this help to create a lot, to do a lot, have a lot of productivity, et cetera, et cetera. And we have kids that are 2 and 3 years old that are watching videos on a phone. I was at an airport with a layover of 4 hours. Beside me at a table was a mother, father, and a 2-year-old. The parents were on the phone the entire time, on their phone individually, and the child was on the iPad the entire time. That child's skull is much thinner than an adult's skull. We see a lot of brain cancers now in children. And parents just aren't aware what is causing them. These are things that I really want to bring out into this world and say, okay, if you're going to use technology, here is a safer way to use it. But don't allow a child to play with your phone when their skull is so much thinner than yours and their brain is growing. The other thing that I really get on a podium with is electric cars. Electric cars have you sitting on numerous batteries. It's like putting your finger in the socket and leaving it there for the entire time that you're in the car. Not only that, you are totally enveloped in a cocoon of electromagnetic frequencies. I see people with what is called EHS, that's electro hypersensitivity. These people cannot live in a city. They cannot drive many of the new cars. And they either have headaches or stomach problems, or they can't even think. And it is because the electrohypersensitive, the electronics, the EMFs are just overpowering their nervous system. So in Canada, for instance, there is no safe haven for these people. There is no area that the government says has to be clear of all EMFs. So they have to go down to the states. In Virginia, there is an area where they are working with the telescopes, and there's no EMFs there at all. And they camp out there to get relief from the electromagnetic frequencies that they're battered with here. And when you look around, we have towers on almost every apartment, on almost every school, and on almost every hospital. And so these are things that we need to protect ourselves from. And there are ways that we can do it, but also preventing this from affecting our children. For instance, a baby monitor has a tremendous amount of EMFs in it. And people think, oh, well, I can't hear my child. Then open the door. But don't use a baby monitor. And electronic clocks and phones and iPads and iReaders and laptops, all in the bedroom right beside you, beside your bed. So those are things that if a person doesn't know, they're not aware, then they can harm themselves quite badly. And I really get passionate about EMFs, as well as about dentistry, of course. So I've written a couple of books, and they talk about the various things you can do to help yourself. My passion, though, is to empower the person to own their own health. It's not that they have to know everything about it. It's just that they need to know what path to take to find out more. Because if the person that goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, fix me," and goes on the pharmaceutical that the doctor prescribes, does not take part in their health journey. If they ask the doctor, "Why do I need this prescription? What is wrong with me? Is there any other way?" And if the doctor says, "No, there's no other way," they go to the doctor's office and go to a naturopath, or go to another health clinic, or go to even Dr. Google and see what other choices there might be, or pick up a book. There are many, many ways that we can go through that path, through that forest. And sometimes we will get into a dead end and have to come back. But as long as you are going forward and not accepting the truth from whether it's the government or Health Canada or the pharmaceutical industry or the FDA or even your doctor, but saying, "Is this the right thing for me?" You are on that path. And yes, all of us are on a different part of our path, whether we are the professional or whether we are the patient. As a dentist, the first 10 years, I was doing tooth carpentry like anybody else, and I was putting amalgam fillings into people. After I found out what I was doing, I was really mortified that I had poisoned so many people. But that is something that was part of my path. And as I went on my path further, I realized that I had to find other alternatives, and I did. Became a holistic dentist, and of course, lost the trust of all my colleagues. But this is something that my colleagues are on a different part of their journey. They are not at a point where they are saying, "This is what I learned, but there's more to learn. And this is what is best for my patients," rather than what is the college going to say. And those are my rants. I try to keep them to a whisper sometimes, but I do get very, very passionate about the status quo, that dentistry has really become not a health profession, but tooth carpentry, that medicine has not become a healing profession that deals with causes, but only medicates symptoms, that the government is pushing vaccines that are dangerous. In the States, the Hep B vaccine, which is a vaccine for people at risk for sexually transmitted disease, is given to babies on day 1. Consider that as a health-giving decision by the government. The rate of autism has just skyrocketed, and they know that vaccines are part of it. And of course, day 1, when a baby's immune system is totally opened up, it has really no resistance at all, is the worst time to give a child vaccine. So do we trust the government in everything? Do we trust the pharmaceutical company? Do we trust the professional? Do we trust Dr. Google? We need to do a lot of research for ourselves. We need to have that skepticism that will keep us safe. And I'm here to help because I've paid my price with surgeries, with root canals, with various things on myself. And so I don't want other people to suffer the same things, because it is preventable, it is treatable, but you're not going to find it on Google. Are there any questions?
I
Yes.
have a question, actually. Did someone put up their hand before I jump in? My apology.
Liz did. Liz.
No, that's fine. For me, is very important. Thank you first for all of the information. It's too much to take. But mine is going into the toothpaste. Last chat we had, you mentioned coconut oil, salt, but then something extra. So I just wanna.
Bentonite clay.
Which one?
Bentonite clay.
Okay,
Or
bentonite.
diatomaceous earth. Or diatomaceous earth. You want me to put it in the chat?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Some places recognize it if you ask for DE,
Yeah.
diatomaceous earth.
DE.
D as in David, E. Yeah.
But my question is, I've seen diatomaceous earth at the gardening place.
Yes.
So where am I? So that's the place I'm getting it, or is there another? Like, is there a
There is a medical.
Yes, a medical grade. That's where it's.
Because diatomaceous earth is very, very
Yes.
helpful in gardening too.
Yes.
But yeah.
There's a food grade. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And as far as the toothpaste, thank you, Liz. I really go on a rant with that, because every tube of Colgate toothpaste has a warning on it. If swallowed by a young child, call poison control. If you swallow anything that's poisonous, whether you're a child or not, it's not good for you. And if you put anything in your mouth, it's the same as swallowing, or actually much faster, because if you put a cream on your skin, it is in your bloodstream in 27 seconds. If you put something on your gums, it's in the bloodstream in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's why they put the nitroglycerin under your tongue, because it's absorbed so quickly into your bloodstream. And these are things, all things that we know, but putting those things together and saying, okay, if that's the case, what am I doing with this in my mouth? And so dentists don't like me unless they are holistic. And I do teach dental offices biological dentistry. But I warn them, if you do go that way, you have to be very politically correct and protect yourself, because patients flock to biological dentists. Every dentist that I have trained has gone from, booking 6 days ahead to 2 years ahead within 6 months. Because people are looking for this kind of care, whether it's whitening, whether it's saving a tooth, or whether it's infection. So I do go on rants about root canals, about improper extractions, about fillings and crowns and orthodontics and all kinds of things that are not done biocompatibly. So, any other questions?
Okay, I'm going to jump in now. I saw something, it's interesting. I received a email newsletter today, and the lady was talking exactly about what you shared with us earlier. And she was talking about something called oral probiotic.
Oral probiotics are fine, just like a probiotic for your gut. But you need also to have the infectious agents cleared out. And the main reason for gum disease is not a bacteria, it's a parasite. So if you look at 87% of North Americans have gum disease, 67% of those are the gum disease is caused by a parasite, very common one. The one that you get when you go to Mexico and drink the water, or you go to have sushi and eat the sushi, which has been made on the same table as the sushimi, or you kiss the wrong guy, or you kiss your pet, especially after he's sniffed something, or you fly in an airplane. Airplanes have recirculated air. The one set of people that I had most reinfections with were airline personnel. And I told them, finally, you're going to have to be on something for the rest of your life, or you're going to have to chew cloves every time you're working in an airplane, because the air is full of this infection. So if we go to the periodontist and the treatment is, let's clean your teeth, you're not cleaning them enough, you're not flossing enough, you're not using this, you're not using that. And you end up like the periodontist's cousin who came to me, and she said, my cousin is a periodontist, he's taken care of me for 20 years, and I now have to lose all my teeth, because only 1/3 of her roots were in bone. She had lost all the bone. And she had been going every 3 months for 20 years to have her teeth cleaned and taken care of. And the reason was that the cleanings probably spread the parasite infection from spot to spot. The parasites were eating the bone away, and she had very little bone left, and the teeth were waving in the breeze. They were quite loose. And she said, I don't want to lose my teeth. I said, I don't know whether it's too late or not, but we can try, and I'll work with you for 2 years. Within 3 months, her teeth were all tight. And all we did was get rid of the infection.
And send her my way for parasite cleanse, because I'm very excited to tell you we have an activation for parasites. Okay. And my teacher, when she received that activation, she ran it, and then she has to go to the bathroom for the next 3 days. It's better than taking parasite cleanse, but she has the same effect.
Perfect. Okay.
But thank you. I appreciate that. And what about teeth pulling? One more question.
Yeah. One of the things that we were taught in
Not teeth pulling, my apology. Oil pulling, my apology.
oil pulling. Oil pulling is a good practice. It does not get rid of parasites, but once you do get rid of parasites, it does strengthen and keep areas clean. So oil pulling is good for your general health, not just for your oral health, because it does get rid of toxins and other things. Since our mucosa is almost like a net, it's not very impervious, then you can pull out things from your blood by using this oil pulling.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oksana. We are at just after 6 o'clock, but I think this is an important question and it would be well for everyone to know. Since you're not practicing anymore, do you hold these one-on-one sessions or are you making referrals to some of those dentists that you are training? Because I know for me, I hesitate going to the dentist because of these concerns, and my children, like, we need to get some work done ASAP. So I would love to have any referrals that you would recommend if you can't do it for me.
Well, I retired from dentistry
Right.
Many years ago.
Right.
And I may be able to give you referrals, but the problem is that if you can get in.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to do my best. Thank you so much.
I'll be glad to find out what your needs are.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. My goodness, Dr. Oksana, knowing you were a dentist, but you know so much more than that. And I love that about you because you're thinking beyond that role of dentist and all of these wonderful things you're doing. And I love that about you as well. And I'm sure that anyone who's worked with you would appreciate that. And all of the attendees who have been able to hear all of the speakers and get a taste. We were from 12 to 6, sharing with many of the impact speakers, the Summit Impact speakers, and I'm just moved. I didn't think I was going to be here all day, but I could not move from this computer. Thankfully, I have the crystals and energy EMF things protecting me and activations and all of the things. And so we're going to take a break for 1 hour. Go drink that water, right? Drink a lot of water from Wendy's activations, nourish yourself, and come back and join us at 7 o'clock, the same spot for our fireside chat. We're expecting to have all of our Summit Impact speakers present, and we're going to celebrate the wrap of this wonderful Vibrant Living Summit. We'll see you at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for joining us.
See you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Oksana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oksana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A cavitation is an infection left behind after a tooth has been extracted. And the way it gets left behind is that instead of cleaning out the socket of all infected bone and of the ligament that held the tooth in, the tooth is removed and the wad of cotton is put on, and that's it. And when it closes over, there's infection trapped in there. And unfortunately, those are the hidden causes of a lot of severe problems. The first one is trauma, and that's obviously an accident, a car accident or whiplash or a broken bone or surgery even is a trauma. And so that's probably dealt with very well by medicine these days. And that's, I think, the only area that medicine excels in. The next one is thoughts. And thoughts can be anything from depression to self-deprecation to abusive childhood to things that kids now deal with in social media. And I'll be talking about that. And those are things that we can and need to deal with more and more, especially after the COVID era. Toxins is the third category. And I think that that is something that is very, very much downplayed in our society and very important to know about. So we'll be talking about that. Next one is technology. And I ask a question, do you have a TV in your room? Is your phone by your bedside? Is your computer in your bedroom? And how much time do you spend on your screens? Those are things that we don't think about because it is such a common thing. And then teeth. That's an area I really know a lot about because I spent 42 years in dentistry, and 32 years of that was whole body dentistry. So those are my 5 areas.
Why are so many of us tired all the time? Is it our diet? Is it our lifestyle? Maybe we need to support our thyroid. Maybe it's our adrenals. Maybe we have low iron or candida overgrowth. One symptom, fatigue, can point in many directions. So it leads us down these wrong paths sometimes. And depending on who you ask, and today that can be Google, which returns, right? Right? A multitude of possibilities, reasons, remedies, and often that information is conflicting. It causes more confusion, even fear. And what we really need is clarity. And many traditional tests, they're just wrong, they're inaccurate. But our body, it always knows what it needs. And the simple health test method cuts through that noise and that confusion. Why are so many of us tired all the time? Is it our diet? Is it our lifestyle? Maybe we need to support our thyroid. Maybe it's our adrenals. Maybe we have low iron or candida overgrowth. One symptom, fatigue, can point in many directions. So it leads us down these wrong paths sometimes. And depending on who you ask, and today that can be Google, which returns, right? Right? A multitude of possibilities, reasons, remedies, and often that information is conflicting. It causes more confusion, even fear. And what we really need is clarity. And many traditional tests, they're just wrong, they're inaccurate. But our body, it always knows what it needs. And the simple health test method cuts through that noise and that confusion. And Why are so many of us tired all the time? Is it our diet? Is it our lifestyle? Maybe we need to support our thyroid. Maybe it's our adrenals. Maybe we have low iron or candida overgrowth. One symptom, fatigue, can point in many directions. So it leads us down these wrong paths sometimes. And depending on who you ask, and today that can be Google, which returns, right? Right? A multitude of possibilities, reasons, remedies, and often that information is conflicting. It causes more confusion, even fear. And what we really need is clarity. And many traditional tests, they're just wrong, they're inaccurate. But our body, it always knows what it needs. And the simple health test method cuts through that noise and that confusion. And
sometimes what we went through is not very pleasant. And if there is trauma, what happens is that our subconscious mind hides it because it's protecting us. Our soul never dies. Okay, many people ask the question, okay, what happens when we die? Right? Do we become just dust again? But then there are scientific studies that say even the weight of the body changes when we die. Right now, all over the world, there's like a movement of actually reminding us that we are not separated from our inner self and our higher self, right? We are all connected and we are all part of the same, but we forgot when we came here.
Spirit is an important part of that, setting divine intention, using prayer, connecting to the divine. The truth is we're all one and we're one with spirit. And so I bring that to my therapy. So each of these methods asks someone to bring to mind to be in the upset, be in the upset, bring your awareness to, a current feeling, a feeling related to a memory, really notice and be present right in that difficulty, the feeling. And then we bring a calming method, the tapping or stroking or eye movements, and it breaks up that pattern.
When a situation happens, what are you saying to yourself? Have you ever paused and asked, do I really believe that? Is that mine? Because every day we hear a lot of messages coming through. People chatting with us, we listen to news, radios, information. There is a lot of information coming in. And beliefs begin to build around the same message that are repeating over and over to us. Consciousness only can come to you when you pause and reflect and listen to yourself, being present. And then you can say, oh, this is not my thought. This is not my belief. This is not how I like to see myself going forward. Where you were is irrelevant now because you're making the next step, the next second, the next minute. mirror are the individuals around us, the
Right.
situations, circumstances. And if we don't pause and look at the mirror, we will never see who we were being at that moment. Was I being my grandmother? Was I being someone that taught me in school? Did I learn some behavior or beliefs from that person and I was acting out of that programming?
It's not just conscious mind. Ever since the beginning of psychotherapy, Freud started the whole field with his teaching that subconscious mind is important, and in terms of it exists and it determines so much of our behavior, feeling, so much more than we had realized is held in subconscious mind. It's the home of joy and creativity and emotion and also pain and, memories, some of them difficult memories.
What does vibrant living mean to you?
Vibrant living to me is living with gusto.
Waking up with energy, feeling alive in my body.
Tune into who you truly are.
It's when life feels like it's flowing from within. It's when your choices and your voice and your authentic self is being directed and aligned.
Vibrant living is related to joy.
Create those games in your playground that are your games and that you can play.
Lead with love and peace.
Stay fully connected to source.
Conscious living.
Living your power.
Being me, present.
To grow in self-awareness.
Not having to think of what limitations you have, what health issues you have.
To shine our light and to express ourselves through our own color, our own song, our own melody.
You're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow.
And to parent from a place of heart-centered presence.
Vibrant living isn't something that you chase. It's something you uncover, and it starts with clarity, and clarity is available to every one of you.
So it's time for us to take charge, step up, show up, and play full on in life.
What does vibrant living mean to you?
Vibrant living to me is living with gusto.
Waking up with energy, feeling alive in my body.
Tune into who you truly are.
It's when life feels like it's flowing from within. It's when your choices and your voice and your authentic self is being directed and aligned.
Vibrant living is related to joy.
Create those games in your playground that are your games and that you can play.
Lead with love and peace.
Stay fully connected to source.
Conscious living.
Living your power.
Being me, present.
To grow in self-awareness.
Not having to think of what limitations you have, what health issues you have.
To shine our light and to express ourselves through our own color, our own song, our own melody.
You're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow.
And to parent from a place of heart-centered presence.
Vibrant living isn't something that you chase. It's something you uncover, and it starts with clarity, and clarity is available to every one of you.
So it's time for us to take charge, step up, show up, and play full on in life. Self-awareness is conscious living, the key to conscious living. Really be humble to acknowledge, and there is no right, wrong, good, bad. There is only there is only one thing, which is your experience and how you respond or react to the experience, and learn from it.
So you're always being called into this this mission of being your divine, true, and authentic self, whether you realize it or not. But when you choose it, I tell you, that path becomes lighter. Like you said, it becomes, people come into place into your life, resources, money from unexpected places. You start to see a new reality, and the thing about the new reality, it's going to take time to shift. You may see some things fall apart because they have to, so you can break through and become the reality that you've been imagining in your mind's eye. To me, vibrant living is all about being fulfilled, even when you're experiencing the duality of life, both the good and the bad of a thing. And so having the tools and the resources, and even just being able to find your center and your peace in the middle of whatever is happening in your life, is all foundational and basically what vibrant living means to me. There's a lot of unknown in the new. And oftentimes we want to know, right? We think that if we know what to do, then we're going to get through this pretty good, easy, right? It won't be hard. But the reality is, certainty doesn't come from outside of you. It doesn't come from evidence and proof of everything working okay. It actually is an energy that we can hold.
No.
And so you want to be able to hold space so you can be in alignment with the frequency of what you want to create.
So I am so honored to just share this work, because I do believe that this work can really help mankind awaken and to truly, truly align with what they're here to do. And a business is that playground where you can create and grow and come into alignment with the magic of you. And so if you can align your business to activate your life purpose, then you're going to feel a lot more fulfilled. You're going to feel a lot more rewarded. It is so important that, because in the absence of having a business that is aligned with you, life is not going to flow. Because your business is for your own soul's evolution. And when it's aligned, it's going to work for you. Like, you're going to grow, you're going to grow, you're going to grow and heal, what you're here to do in this incarnation, because your soul contract provides a lens through which you can look at, okay, what are my biggest challenges? What am I here to work on?
The first one is trauma, and that's obviously an accident, a car accident or whiplash or a broken bone or surgery even is a trauma. And so that's probably dealt with very well by medicine these days. And that's, I think, the only area that medicine excels in. The next one is thoughts. And thoughts can be anything from depression to self-deprecation to abusive childhood to things that kids now deal with in social media, and I'll be talking about that. And those are things that we can and need to deal with more and more, especially after the COVID era. Toxins is the third category, and I think that that is something that is very, very much downplayed in our society and very important to know about. So we'll be talking about that. Next one is technology. And I ask a question, do you have a TV in your room? Is your phone by your bedside? Is your computer in your bedroom? And how much time do you spend on your screens? Those are things that we don't think about because it is such a common thing. And then teeth. That's an area I really know a lot about because I spent 42 years in dentistry, and 32 years of that was whole body dentistry. So those are my 5 areas. A cavitation is an infection left behind after a tooth has been extracted. And the way it gets left behind is that instead of cleaning out the socket of all infected bone and of the ligament that held the tooth in, the tooth is removed and the wad of cotton is put on, and that's it. And when it closes over, there's infection trapped in there. And unfortunately, those are the hidden causes of a lot of severe problems. We put amalgam fillings in. Amalgam fillings are 50% mercury.
Yes.
They still use amalgam fillings, believe it or not.
Yes.
All the military gets them. All the people in institutions get them. All children in the school system dentistry system get them. And anybody that is on welfare gets them. If you take a tooth out of a person that has an amalgam filling and throw that tooth into a small lake, within 24 hours, there is a fish advisory. You cannot fish the fish in that lake because of toxicity.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, we were putting that into people's mouths.
The key is to take aligned action from the heart, using the divine feminine values such as trust and love and surrender
yes,
to accompany the action, which is the masculine energy. We consist of masculine and feminine energy. Everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a woman, you have more feminine energy. If you're a man, you have more masculine energy. But all of us have both parts and need to be balanced in order to feel well. Because joy creates flow. Joy opens up the whole energy field. It opens you up to your essence, to your authentic self. It's part of love, right?
I love working with emotions because I look at emotions as not your enemy, but your compass. See, when we listen with compassion, not only do we heal, but we become more aware of ourselves, or fully aware, in fact, of ourselves. And I find that healing isn't about perfection or fixing what's broken. It's about returning to who you truly are. You are not your symptoms, you are not your story, your struggles. You are the soul beneath it all, waiting to be seen, to be heard, and held with kindness and compassion. Crisis strips away the distractions. It reveals what's unresolved. The stress can push old wounds to the surface, things we thought we buried, we dealt with. That's why in a crisis, our reactions can seem bigger than the situation. It's not weakness. It's an invitation to heal something deeper. Perhaps we could look at symptoms as being our soul's language asking us to listen.
Mom, do I put more water or should I get the steamer? I'm gonna have to start. Anybody who's a co-host, can you see who needs to be admitted, please? Help with that. We're gonna give people time to come in. They might be just seeing a Facebook message, just getting into the link for 7 o'clock, and let's start right at 5 after, please, okay?
I won't know what to do with myself for the rest of the week. This has been
I know, I was thinking the same thing. What's next?
yeah.
Just rest for a little bit.
Can someone upload the fireside chat background and share it in the chat?
Oh, I forgot about that. Thank
Thank
you.
Yeah.
I can't find mine, so if you can share it, that'd be great.
I'm just trying to find it too.
Yeah, I know I downloaded it.
Me too.
Oh no, I don't even see it on my thing. It's
I know
gone.
it's in Facebook as well, so.
That's weird. I downloaded it and now it's disappeared. Huh. It's in the drive, right?
Yeah.
Somebody took them out and then hopefully they put them back in.
No, I don't see them in the drive. I only see the
They
small
are
drive.
there.
They're
They
there?
are here.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. What does that say? What folder is that?
Let me see. Final Fireside, but it's inside the
Zoom
Zoom background.
background.
Beautiful.
Oh no,
Yes, that's where it is. Final
I'm
Fireside.
downloading.
knew I had it before, but I guess it. There we go. Is that right? Oh, I did it. Is that the
All
one
right.
she wanted
That's
us to use?
beautiful.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it. Can you share it in, can you share the other one in the chat? I'm going to share the one for our guests if they'd like to use it. And we'll get started.
Okay, when you say share the other one in the chat.
Oh yeah, upload it to the chat.
The other one, meaning
There's one that's not moving. You have one that's moving.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I just grabbed what I, okay. So the still one.
Hi, Fern. Thank you for joining us in the Fireside Chat again this evening. You've been great being with us all day. We appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Do I share it by just dropping it in there? I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like
Oh, sorry. There's a file button that you can share there.
I've never tried to do this before. I thought it would be easier than this. File.
Yeah, I did this once. I'm just trying to remember how I did it.
Is that right?
We'll
Oh,
see it.
Sent it. Like that?
Yay! Yes. Anybody who needs that can get it right now.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find where it goes.
Like, how do you put it on your background, you mean? So if you click the little video on the bottom of Zoom, the little arrow that points up.
Yes, I'm there.
And then you would choose adjust background and effects.
Adjust background. I have virtual backgrounds, camera, so maybe camera.
Background.
Backgrounds.
I have virtual backgrounds.
You're gonna have to download it, Liz. You have to download it first.
It's already in my computer, yes.
Yeah, she was just trying to figure out how to select it to change it in Zoom.
On video setting.
I have virtual backgrounds and then add image.
Yeah, you have to add your background to it. So
And
you
then-
go to background and then you see a plus sign on the right-hand side. Add the
Yes.
plus sign, select the photo.
Yeah. And then I did, but this is not
there. Oh, there you go, Liz.
You chose one.
But this is not the one, right?
No, you have to add, you have to do the plus sign to select from your computer drive, wherever you put it.
That's what I'm doing, but and then add image.
Or just make sure you have the right image before you upload it, Liz.
Yeah, Zoom background, but this is a different one. Oh, well.
It's okay. You want to go to it. If you
It's in the
can't,
chat.
it's okay.
It's in the chat if you want to.
I'll
It's in the
do
chat.
it, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Fern, you get to see us here doing our background.
All right, we have people waiting. I'm going to admit.
Okay. And people who are still in the cloud is fine.
Yes, I see one admit. Welcome to Fireside Chat, and I see you over there, Angela. You'd like to get started right away. I see. Let's get going. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to be hitting record and just wanted to let you know that this live is being streamed to YouTube, okay? Just so that you know and you have the choice to either show your face or not, know that it is streaming on live. And so welcome to our Fireside Chat. It's our finale Fireside Chat to wrap up the summit your Vibrant Living Summit. We hope that you have taken some time to catch at least one speaker, but we had 9 beautiful speakers, 3 fireside chats. I think we had 4 meditations. We had a prelude party, and of course, today our closing celebration and integration day. And now our fireside chat is here for you. We wanted to help you, serve you, and hear from you to see how Vibrant Living has had an impact on you this past week. And if you haven't heard by now, we are extending the Vibrant Living availability for your replays. So you get to watch those replays all the way until October 5th. That is Sunday, October 5th. And this may be the finale fireside chat for the summit, but for that extended replay period, we have decided to offer you and invite you to another fireside chat, which would be next week, Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That way, after watching replays again and really absorbing the materials, if you're a VIP, you are receiving a workbook that you can use as a guide as you watch those replays. And there's still time to become a VIP if you want that workbook. We would love for you to come with your questions and insights again on Saturday, October 4th. That is an extra bonus fireside chat. We've also offered our VIPs extended replay until November 9th. That's a Sunday. So again, even after our next fireside chat, our bonus one, you'll have some time to sit and absorb the content and connect with our Summit Impact speakers through their offers. Many of them have offered time with them, working with them, information in a guide or a workbook. So many beautiful offers that you are not going to want to miss. You're going to want to take this in real time, working one-on-one with a speaker. So we've given away these speaker bonuses to you, and our VIP have more bonuses on top of the regular ones. And we're just giving so much. And that's just the nature of the hearts of our Summit Impact speakers. And so who are our Summit Impact speakers? I, in no particular order, am going to just have you introduce yourself to the group again, because our attendees who are joining us tonight may not have seen your speaker interview yet and may not have gotten to know you a little bit. So I'm going to start with the sponsors of this event. So Angela, I know you're not a speaker right now, and myself, I'm Imani. I'm one of the speakers and a sponsor. So let's start with the sponsors and then we'll go to the speakers. How about that, Angela?
Yeah, thank you, Imani. I'm just wondering, is this recording on? I see recording paused.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's introduce ourselves, starting with the sponsors of Vibrant Living. Go ahead, Angela.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Today's the final fireside chat. There is an additional one that we will post, or we can mention that when we wrap up at the end of tonight. It's been an honor to be part of this team. I think my one biggest takeaway are the lessons that you all shared and taught me. It has made me a better person. I've gone through a lot of upgrades with this team. And thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a labor of love, but it's well worth it. Thank you.
Awesome. And next, well, I'm Imani. I'm one of the speakers of the summit as well, and the co-sponsor of this summit. And I've worked with Angela for the past year to bring you what Vibrant Living has become. And thank you for being patient through all of the little hiccups, but we have been giving from the heart. And I'm sure that that is the part that feels the most rewarding for us and for you. I am the speaker who spoke on Awakening the Divine Blueprint. And if you haven't caught that speaker interview, I encourage you to watch it. And next, I'd love for Eveline to introduce herself. Thank you, Eveline.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eveline Filomena Zwicker. I am the only European representative here at the summit. Making it an international summit has been lots of fun, very inspiring, very empowering listening to all the interviews and being part of this wonderful, loving community. My topic was the miracle of joy, rediscovering your divine feminine. In my work, I support women going through challenges like a burnout and toxic relationships and being stuck in something what I call ambitious love. So applying the will to every part of their life, including their love life, and trying to force love and chasing it instead of being able to attract it from the magnetic divine feminine energy. So, yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Eveline. Next, we have Almerinda.
Oh my goodness, thank you, everyone. I don't have enough adjectives to describe how truly amazing this experience has been for me. So I had the honor of being a moderator for multiple speakers, but my own interview was called Aligning with your, oh my God, I even forget my title, Aligning with your purpose to activate. Oh my God, I don't even remember. It's just, it's all about connecting with the essence of who you are in your business. So I am the founder, source holder of HeartQuest, and everything I do is always led from my heart. And my services are all about getting to know who you are as a conscious entrepreneur, to embrace all of who you are and reconnect with yourself authentically and with others authentically, truly from that place of your divine essence. And it's been completely joyous and loving to be part of this beautiful community. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Almerinda. Now we have Margaret. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm been so glad to be here. This has been an adventure, and the speaking was an adventure. Helping with the materials was an adventure. I'm I'm a few years into my practice, and that is still a joy and an adventure. And so I'm a registered psychotherapist in Burlington, Ontario, and I spoke about spiritual psychotherapy, about bringing real therapy modalities and evidence-based therapy modalities that address the mind, which is traditional therapy. Traditional conscious therapy, working with subconscious mind, going in and working with parts of self, working with, finding the roots of an issue, and awareness is what brings healing. Since emotions and things are definitely the body as well as the mind, there are both parts. It amazes me that it still seems to be controversial that we bring in body elements, and that just makes therapy move and gentle and brings understandings, and then the whole realm of bringing in spirit. We are each, as people in this summit, are so much wisdom in this regard. We are each a divine being, and how to activate that. And I love that, to bring that into people who are facing serious challenges. And it's a superpower for sure. And so, yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Margaret. Next, I have Jennell.
Hi, thank you so much, Jennell here. And first, I want to say this was such an experience, meeting all of you and listening to all of your amazing gifts, and all about your practice and your journey. And it was so beautiful for me to be a part of this. So thank you. For myself, I am the creator of Simple Health Test, and that is a body-led method that I teach. It's a simple 3 proven steps: find it, fix it, feel it. And this started when traditional methods couldn't help my mom. So I invested 42 years now in learning holistic approaches, um, and took what works from each one and compiled them into this simplified method. And that turned into helping hundreds of other people build lifelong skills in testing and evaluating foods, products, symptoms, and more, so that they have a way to navigate health right from the comfort of their own home. And my talk title, thanks to Almerinda, was How to Take Back Your Health. And yeah, just an honor to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now I see on my screen Dr. Oksana.
Good evening, everybody. And I am really overwhelmed with the knowledge and the amount of caring and the amount of sharing that I have experienced in this experience. I am a retired dentist. The last 32 years of my practice, it was biological or holistic or integrative dentistry. And once I retired, I became a doctor of integrative medicine, which furthered my goal to help people own their own health. And whether it's helping through a method like Jennell's, or whether it's education, or whether it's awareness, or whether it's referral, or whether it's just showing them how to detoxify from this polluted world, it's still my passion to help people go through the quagmire and come out the other end healthy and healthy families. So whether we teach a mother how to guide the health of their children, or whether we empower somebody to grow beautiful smiles rather than wait for the orthodontist at the age of 14, or whether it's a pregnant woman that wants to know how to best start the life of the child that she carries, all those things are out there. Many of them are confusing. Many of them are conflicting. And so I'm there to help people sort all that out and possibly guide them on a path that they weren't aware of before, or that they have slipped onto without realizing, but want to use as a path for them and their families to own their own health. So I talk about the 5 T's of health. First one, of course, being trauma. And trauma is probably dealt with best by medicine in the general field. And then thoughts. We talked a lot about thoughts in this Vibrant Living experience. The third one is toxins. And that's a whole huge, huge field that really needs a lot of attention. And the fourth one, of course, is teeth, which is something that dentistry misunderstands in view of general health. We make beautiful teeth or beautiful smiles, but quite often at the cost of the health of the person. And that is something that I am passionate about. And the last one, of course, is technology, and why, for instance, policemen get testicular cancer, or why kids get brain cancer, and why electric vehicles are not good. All these things are in that in the content of of my presentation. So I thank people who have attended. I thank the team. You have been wonderful, especially for tech unsavvy person like me. And I thank Angela for getting this all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oksana. And Wendy, why don't you tell everyone who's here a little bit about yourself and your talk?
Hi. My name is Wendy Saw. I am the founder of Divine Creator, and I talk a lot about being a creator at home, at work, everywhere, because I really, really believe that I think that was drilled in me in my recent experience about really creating your life. The tools that I use is the one that I'm talking about sharing here is called sacred activations. I have been trained in energy work for many years, 30 plus years. And yeah, I'm in Toronto area. I actually live in Milton area. And I started all this just like everyone else, didn't know anything in the beginning. And a health crisis, fibromyalgia, was what led me to exploring options, because I'm one of the few fortunate ones. Similar to Dr. Oksana, I am very sensitive to chemicals. And so giving me the pharmaceutical drugs by the doctor at the time didn't work for me. So I have to take matters in my own hand and start changing. So I've taken a lot of different modalities, from essential oils to tapping to subconscious mind to IET, angel works, you name it. I've done all that, not for being a practitioner, was saving my own life, nutrition, all that. And along the way, everything disappeared. And no more pain, no more fibromyalgia, no more autoimmune. So for anyone that may be having any kind of challenges, I'm going to encourage you to stay open and explore options. There are lots of practitioners here with all different tools, knowledge, skill sets. And there is a solution out there for you. Obviously, my topic is all about subconscious mind. However, there are others practitioners here that are in other areas. So there is a tool out there that is right for you, whether it is for mental support, emotional support, physical health support, spiritual support. You want to talk about another dimension, Akashic records. You want to talk about parallel timeline. I'm here to talk with you. So there is something for everyone. And so stay in the community, connect with us, ask so-called silly question, have fun in our community. This community is amazing. Everyone has their own expertise that you can tap into as your resource, or even for just emotional support. Tap into us, and we are here for you. And my talk is called You Are the Creator. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much. You are so fascinating, as all of you are as well. And let's hear from Liz. And I'm going to try to hold my thought because I'm so excited about the questions I have and I want you to answer. But we got to hear from Liz.
Well, I just want to say I'm so grateful to be here sharing this space with you. I hope the ones that watch this get like a little seed in their thoughts, and look inside yourselves. You will feel attracted to talk to one or many of us, or maybe to look for someone else who could guide you, because at the end, as I said before, we are guiding you into your inner self, to be conscious about more things that we don't see, but we know it does exist, like energy. Almerinda was mentioning before, we are all energy. Jennell was actually doing the test, right? And we could feel positive and negative. That was very exciting. Uh, Eveline, she talks about Akashic records, divine feminine. Marg, it's like you combine all these tools, right? And then you got into spirituality as well. Dr. Oksana, well, now that I cannot say more. It's like a lot. And finally, Wendy, it's like you are leading the way, and I love that. You have a lot of knowledge as well. We all have a lot of knowledge. That's amazing. And of course, Imani, I haven't had the opportunity to listen, but I want to. I want to listen your message as well. And Angela, um, I I talk about Chinese medicine with you, and I really like that. I'm still missing here Yvonne and Rebel Mama, but they are part of this team. I want to talk to Rebel Mama about those cookies that I see, right, all the time, and I'm like, oh, she's a chemical engineer, but she does Reiki, so I want to talk to her. I feel attracted to talk to her. Anyway, I'm gonna stop here. My topic was using past life regression to heal, but this is just one modality. It's more about what you want. Follow your heart. What do you want inside yourself? What are you looking for? And you will find it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Liz. And I just want to say that all of the modalities and the advice that has been given by our speakers is to accompany your own doctor's orders. If you have any physical ailments or any of your own, psychotherapy, therapists, all of us as a team can support you. So please include one of these practitioners in your wellness path. And one thing I say about healing or wellness is that sometimes healing isn't, oh, I was cured. Sometimes healing is, oh, I have peace and I can live with my body the way it is, whether it's holding ailments or what people are, or different abilities, right? Sometimes that wellness journey is just about living with ease and peace and allowance of what you are experiencing, whether it's emotional, physical. We're here to support you. And I keep saying this over and over again, like as a council, pull together the people that can support you. And I truly believe the Summit Impact speakers are definitely worthy of being a part of the team that can support you in your own wellness journey and living vibrantly. I always find it hard to talk about what I do, but one thing I think that's really important is that I work with entrepreneurs, holistic practitioners like the ones in this group, which is the reason why I came on board with this project, to support getting them into the platform and sharing their wellness modalities and sharing their work and their gifts. My question to you as a speaker, if you haven't shared it already, why share this knowledge with the world? Why are you sharing it? I know some of the speakers have said they personally went through the challenge themselves, and Almerinda says, our businesses are our own healing. And I truly believe that. I know that healers are often walking wounded, right? They were wounded and they're sharing their wisdom from that journey. And I think that's a beautiful, beautiful gift to offer the world, and courageous, right? To show those vulnerabilities and then share what you've learned in your wisdom. So my question again is to the Summit Impact speakers who haven't answered it already or want to enhance or share that answer. Why serve in this way? Why offer these gifts to the world that you have learned, experienced, or trained to bring to the world? And I'm going to start with Almerinda because her hand is up. And if you want to share, please put your hand up and I'll put you in order that I see it. So let's start with Almerinda. Thank you.
I think because I believe in the power of consciousness, and I believe in love, and the work that I do can be very empowering, can be very inspiring, and it certainly fills my cup, and it has helped me to grow in love of myself. Because the more we understand who we are and how we're built, and heal, those subconscious limiting beliefs, which are associated with, the work that I do as well, then the rest that will happen to you will be magic, because then you're functioning from that place of flow. So I do this to empower others to embrace all that they are.
Complete. It sounds complete. Thank you. Thank you so much. Almerinda, that's beautiful. Jennell, please share.
Thank you so much. As I said at a young age for myself, I really believed I was going to lose my mom. And I saw what suffering looks like using traditional approaches that we were raised to believe in. And I don't want anybody to have to go through that, whether it's a parent, a child, a friend, someone in your community. Nobody should feel hopeless and lost and not even understanding what a step is that is available to them to even take. I mean, 40 some odd years ago, things like this was pretty hard to find. And when we did find them, they were sort of frowned upon and dismissed and criticized. So we know the power in these holistic approaches and these other tools that are available, and to empower somebody else. I mean, I wonder sometimes, like, I can only imagine what my life would have been, an issue I was born with, probably losing my mother at a very young age. The situations I've been able to help my kids navigate through, and pets, and, surgeries that didn't need to happen because there was an approach to use. And that's what I want for people, to empower them and know what to do and how to just navigate their own health journey, should they be in the middle and struggling with something, or should that happen in the future. I mean, you don't know what life brings, and these are skills, right? These are all skills, and once you learn them, you have them for life, should you need to use them.
Thank you, Jennell, and welcome to the room. I've let some other folks in. We're having our Summit Impact speakers share why they are giving these gifts and sharing their gifts with the world, not the giveaway gifts, but the deeply powerful decision to courageously learn from their own personal experience, develop some tools and methods to overcome them, and then now, like, why not keep it to yourself? They have courageously offered these gifts to the world by becoming practitioners and building businesses around it. Now we're going to hear from Liz.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Oh, yes, Liz, please. Thank you, Liz.
Yes. Thank you. Well, it started similar to Jennell, right? Like, and probably like many of us, that you feel the pain, and then you feel it, and you are looking for a cure, and you are looking, and you are looking, and you are looking until you find something that it worked for you. And then when it works for you, you are like, okay, I don't want anyone else to go through that. If I know the answer and I can help, I will do it, right? There's a small quote that says, gifts that are not shared, they are not gifts. So if one of you has a gift, then it's good to share it with the world, because now that's the way it started, but now it's like a mission, because at the end you find out that we are all one. So when you are doing something for someone else, you are doing it for the whole of us. And that's the highest mission. So it starts with pain, but it develops into something bigger. So that's what happened to me.
Thank you,
That's why I'm
Liz.
sharing.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you so much. It's such a gift to move with what you're called to do. Let's hear from Eveline.
So for me, I feel this mission to end suffering and to teach people to learn to lead with love in our lives instead of fear. Because we can see what the earth is turning into when it is led by ego-centered consciousness, power, control, fear. We erode our planet, we erode our souls, we become shells of human being, and we don't live our fullest potential. And once we learn to open our hearts and to tap into our truth, because truth is what we need to live and what we need to embody, and that's what makes us happy. That's the ultimate. That's bringing heaven on earth. That's why we're here. We're here to experience heaven on earth in our own ways. And we learn that by opening our hearts and aligning to our souls. That was my path and is my path. And they say, that which you had to learn the most is what you teach, right? So my path was all about self-love, and self-love is the foundation of well-being and ends suffering.
I do agree. Thank you for sharing that, Eveline. Wendy, I'm looking forward to hearing this as well. Tell us.
Hi. So, believe it or not, I wasn't planning to be a practitioner at all. I was a practitioner for a short period of time. I was getting a lot of results with clients, literally come in for an hour, walk out completely well. And after a while, I realized I wasn't feeling fulfilled. The reason was my client never returned and asked, what else can I do to better my life? How can I improve more? If you can do this, what else can you do that will better my family's life? Whatever. So I quit. And I was very happy in the corporate world until that was very strong nudge upstairs. Very, very strong. I ignore for a period of time until I've been told by multiple people that you better not ignore the creator too much. You could be whacked down and everything taken away from you to get your attention to listen. And then next thing I know, I got Angela's email, and then all this happened. So why am I here? Because now I can tell you, with all the fighting, arguments, struggling, and all that, I would say about 3 weeks ago, I finally say, okay, I'm an instrument in your hands. Do whatever you like to do. And so this is why I'm here. And I do have one thing that I make myself a deal and say, you said to myself, you do not just help the person to be healthy again, because that has been done many times over in the past and you didn't feel fulfilled and walk away. So the way that I do it now is it must be empowering my client to know how they can create a different life on a day-to-day basis. Living what I myself now has become a part of lifestyle, but living the teaching, living the material, living the information, that must be in my work. And if I don't do that, I know in no time I'll be bored again. So whoever comes to me is not going to just like, oh, I feel better, I'm okay. No, there will be a lot more share with you. Yeah, so anyway, thank you so much. This team has been amazing, phenomenal, and anyone and everyone really should tap into Vibrant Living Community, because at the end of the day, I really believe a community that aligns with our beliefs is the way for us, all of us, to grow strong together. We can have life challenges, we can have physical health challenges, we can have any financial relationship, whatever. A community that is strong, that is ready to give you solutions, a community that really is genuine in the heart, is the community that you like to be a part of. So that's my feeling about Vibrant Living Community. Is really having the right people there for you for the rest of your life. Because this group here, there is not talk about age, but from 80 something all the way down. So every one of us look vibrant. So we are doing something right. And if you like to be like my mother, 97, and still running around and doing her things, and I definitely don't look like I have a mother that's 97. So hang around this community because we are doing something right. Thank you again.
I agree, absolutely. Thank you. Oh my gosh, more and more and more. I love that you give more, Wendy. Margaret, tell us why give what you give to the world?
Yeah, thank you. I guess, well, I was always, since I was a kid, I loved both, sort of abstract things and psychology and philosophy and all of that kind of stuff. And my dad trained as a minister and didn't do it. So we had all those books at home. And I also loved like mathematics. So I went to university and I majored in mathematics and psychology and took philosophy. And then afterwards I thought, okay, well, will I go and be a teacher or will I go into a research job? So I sort of all along, I ended up going the research route and sort of ended up working for, I guess, almost 40 years in research. But about every 10 years, I go, oh, I want to go back to school and I applied to be like a speech pathologist. I applied to go into social work. I applied to go into teaching. I applied. And along the way, I ended up sort of doing the tapping for stress relief and ended up taking some sort of deep trainings in tapping. And there in that community, they said, well, now you're going to quit the research job, right? You're going to do this. This is your job now. No, 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 no. This is my personal development. My job is my research job. And I would go and do spiritual retreats. And the training that we did over about 8 years was like a ministerial training. And so I got close to qualifying as a minister. And they said, well, of course, you're going to quit your job now. You're going to be a minister. You're going to, oh my God, no, that's hell. I would never do that. I'm not going to do that. And then it just felt like the time was right when it became time to sort of, move off the research thing. I sort of looked at it and then life just seemed to go that way. I sort of thought, okay, well, I don't, I'm not going to just be a practitioner, but I want to go back to school and I want to go back and I want to, just do the full training because I want to be people to be able to use their insurance. I want to be able to work with people who have serious diagnoses. At the time, we were really being warned, no, you can't work with anybody who has a mental health diagnosis and all of that. I don't think it's quite so rigid now, but so I went back to school and I trained in, and it's like life just takes you there, you know. I mean, one time I was at my job and I was sitting and Googling psychotherapy schools and thinking, well, this is crazy. There's a really great one in Ottawa, but am I going to take vacation time and fly to Ottawa? And, they said, there's an information evening happening like just the next week, Wednesday evening, come show up in person if you're interested in this program. And literally while I was Googling that and thinking, oh, it's the cost of a flight, it's stupid, my boss called me in. And this was when I was it was kind of coming to the point where it was a mismatch. The job was getting more and more and more stressful. And I was starting to, and my boss called in and sort of said, okay, you're supposed to be coordinating with this guy whose office is in Ottawa, and I want you to sit down with him and work it out. He gets to say what research you do. You have to you do it and make it work and make it fit. And I want you to go to his office. He's not going to come here. You go there. I want you to do it soon. And I said, okay, I will fly there next Wednesday. And I sort of come back and say, that isn't a sign. And then I got packaged out just in time to get my applications in that I was already putting my applications in for school and then the whole and life just happens, the right school comes through, the right thing. And I've been finding it fascinating, the learning, the combining things together, the practice. It's just, it feels right. It's where life is taking me. I love working with people. I love being able to help people. And I just keep getting up and doing the next right thing that feels like it needs to be done. On good days. Some days I watch Netflix.
Thank you for sharing that, Marg. And you're getting to know us even more at the heart of us. It's why we do what we do. I'm a divine mission mama, helping these conscious entrepreneurs birth their ideas, birth their impact so that they can have an impact and serve. And so this platform has definitely allowed me to do that. And before we go to you, the community, so you can ask your questions, I see one of our Summit Impact speakers has come on a little late and would love for her to just take, I'm telling you, 30 seconds. Please just tell us the most important thing our guests need to know about you, because they have been watching, they have our bios, they have replays to find out more. But for now tonight, so that they can know who they need to answer the questions, tell us what they most importantly need to know about you in 30 seconds, Felicia.
Hi, and it's wonderful to be here. I did work today in clinic, so I just arrived.
Thank you for joining us.
So, goodness, if I have to speak, I have to speak from my heart. 30 seconds, 1, 2, 3, the clock is ticking. Not prepared, it's not scripted. However, for as long as I can remember, I had this incredible ability to connect with people at their heart level. Honestly, at first, I had no idea what this is. I was only 7 when I kind of had an encounter first when one of my friends fell, got hurt, was bleeding badly. And I calmly went there and I said, you're going to be okay. And I put my hands on her knee. And I don't know how and what happened there, but she stopped bleeding. She calmed down. And then since then, pretty much my nickname was, she's the healer. And my whole family, of course, said, this is gibberish. You've got to put this on the side and focus on, growing up and being whatever you want to be, but not the healer. So I grew up being the performer at home. I was a professional ballet dancer. I strived. I went to a professional ballet school, danced with the Romanian ballet, danced with the national ballet. And then, of course, fate has it that I had an injury and my career stopped abruptly. And going through my own healing journey, going through my own spiritual journey, I woke up knowing that I have this knowing about the planet, about the plants, about the humans, and I had all these messages coming to me. I could feel, I could see, I could sense, I could experience, I could dream. And I didn't understand what the heck am I going to do with all these things, right? So when I became a homeopath and then I started taking other therapies like body talk and started connecting with people and diving into spiritual world and understanding more and more and more, I've realized that my mission is actually to heal the world. And I'm not putting that on my shoulders alone. I'm not alone. Like Wendy said, it's a calling, it's a drawing in energy. It's that moment when you say, I surrender it all. I don't know anything, even though I had the sense that everything that was happening, I've already known. It was something like everything I'm learning, I know this stuff. And it's just, but I decided at one point when I was at the lowest of the lowest, I said, please take me, wash away what's happened. I want to be like an empty vessel. And from here on, I'm going to be just a servant. I want to do whatever it is that I'm sent here on this planet to do. So from there on, miracles started to happen. Why? Because I started connecting with people that have gone through so much in their life. It's so much suffering. Everywhere you turn around, somebody is suffering. And I'm not talking about suffering because somebody hit you or somebody hit your car, or I'm talking about wounded hearts. And just no matter what we do, we feel this tremendous drain and pain and not knowing what to do with it. So I like to hold hands with those that don't know and then bring them pretty much the path where that I've walked. And I can't say in these 30 seconds, I probably passed way 30 seconds. But what I'm here to say is that it's about healing globally. It's not just one-on-one, but it starts with one step and it starts with ourselves. In order to be able to help somebody else, what I've learned is that I had to go through everything on my own. And I felt like I'm alone, though we're never alone. We are so interconnected. I get goosebumps talking about it because I look at all of you here, and there is not one moment that I haven't felt, wow, about each one of you, something you said, something you did. And that happens every single day. I like to look at the every day of what's the best thing of the day rather than what's draining me or what's right. So I've learned to turn everything from a negative mindset to a positive. And I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. It's not easy because we live in a society that guides us to focus on every disaster that's happening around us. So we've got to raise above that and say, there is more to it. And there is so much beauty, so much love, so much peace, but we're not seeking it. So I think I just want to hold your guys' hands here together. This is what I feel like doing. And literally just, if we close our eyes and we imagine for a second that we are just growing roots into the earth, and those roots are interconnected with one another, and we becoming one full circle of love, of light, of peace. Can you imagine? We're not standing alone. This is exactly what happens to people that come from their hearts. And I can't look at anybody to look at see or see something that is not nice in them. Like I just can't see the not nice because I look beyond the appearance. I look beyond what they do or what they say. I somehow I see their light in their heart. And that's what I connect to, and that's how I live my life that way. I've been called a vampire many times. And when I asked why, they said, because you seem to not age. And I don't think it's necessarily the look, but I think it's the fact that I have that childlike curiosity and love. So I'm going to leave it at that. And yeah, I'm here to help those that feel connected to my energy, that when they read few words that I wrote there that came from my heart, they feel like, okay, I want to know more. And then just come, like it's offered. We offered this for free. Sign up and say, I want to have a one-on-one with you to see if we resonate, if to see if there is something you offer that right now, that the journey I'm on, this is exactly what I feel I need. It has to come naturally. I believe in that. I believe in synchronicity, in authenticity, in living from the heart, no matter how hard it is. Angela here knows me. I went through so much, and each time, like a Humpty Dumpty, I come up again, and I'm kind of even more brighter and even more loving and even more positive. I have no idea how I do it, but again, I don't take all the credit. I believe it's divinely assigned. It's like we are picked, or better yet, we actually pick it before we come here, but we don't know it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Felicia. We appreciate you giving and sharing that perspective, your journey, and all of you sharing why you do what you do and sharing your gifts. Now, to all of our Vibrant Living attendees who you have now seen us bare our hearts and offer you all of the ways that we can support you, please make sure that you're booking a taking those gifts and the giveaways, but many which of our bookings appointments with those one-on-ones. But you do have the time here and now with us to ask us any question that you'd like to have answered or some support in. So this is for our guests that are here tonight. Are there any questions or comments? Do you have a inspiration or insight from watching the summit?
Very shy.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for showing up for us tonight and showing up for yourself and listening to the Vibrant Living speakers. Angela, do you have anything that you'd like to share before we come to a close?
Just a reminder, because of the technical glitch about the e-blast, we will be hosting a fireside chat next Saturday, October 4th, 4:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. And we hope this gives our audience more of a participation, and where we speakers will take a back seat and listen to your queries and tap onto our gifts to share with you.
So much gratitude in the room, so much love in the room, so much talent. This is a beautiful time. I'm so grateful that you are all able to join us. I'm going to leave space one more time for our guests to see if you have any questions or comments. And if not, we'll just leave for the night and move into our spaces so that we can reflect. Anyone? Well, thank you. I'm checking the chat. Thank you so much once again for joining us at Vibrant Living Virtual Summit 2025. This is our third summit in 1 year's time. And we are so excited to extend the summit, watch those replays until October 5th. That's this Sunday. If you're a VIP guest, you have an extension all the way to November 9th. There's still time to become a VIP if you haven't already. And VIPs in the room, we have lots of goodies for you. We want to make sure that you receive them. And so if you have any questions that we haven't answered yet, please go to the VIP chat room. And anyone who has questions, please feel free to keep sharing them on the Facebook group. We'll take a look at that all through the week until we meet again this weekend, October 4th at 4:30 in our fireside chat. And with that, I would say, walk with love, walk with light, and have a good night.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.